Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Met Kaze, a new hero in Class 1A. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Kazehira, or Kaze for short, was your typical anime protagonist. She had unusual, flashy hair, striking yellow eyes, and a vibrant personality that could be described as chaotic. At that moment, Kaze was trying to make her way home from school, which was an orphanage, and decided to take a shortcut through some questionable alleyways. As she approached the entrance of the alley, she spotted 3 middle schoolers, 2 of whom were following a blonde boy who was angrily shouting about Deku. Earlier that day, Kaze had already been in a fight with her science partner, who had ended up with a broken nose while she sported a busted lip. She was not keen on interacting with anyone, especially not getting into another confrontation, so she put on her oversized neon green headphones and cranked up some music. Unfortunately, she accidentally bumped into the apparent leader of the group. What could have been a simple apology turned into a confrontation. The blonde boy, clearly not willing to let it go, shouted at her, demanding she watch where she was going. Kaze shot back, challenging him and refusing to back down. The tension escalated when the blonde boy stomped forward, kicking a bottle on the ground. His companions, sensing the brewing conflict, quickly retreated. Kaze, feeling the wind swirl around her, a manifestation of her quirk, Areokinesis, decided to stand her ground. She could control the wind, creating barriers and other forms of defense, but it came with a cost. It made it difficult for her to breathe. Suddenly, the blonde boy's bravado faltered as he looked behind Kaze in shock. She turned around to see a large, green, living slime approaching them. It announced its intentions in a deep, distorted voice, claiming it had found 2 perfect hosts with powerful quirks. Before they could react, the slime engulfed the 2 boys, and Kaze felt as if she had jumped into a pool of thick goo. In a panic, the blonde boy began to unleash larger explosions, igniting nearby trash. Kaze, not wanting to become a victim of the slime, used her quirk to try to create a barrier, but the flames only spread, threatening the buildings around them. The slime cackled, declaring that they would make great hosts. As heroes began to arrive, trying to rescue the trapped boys, Kaze felt the effects of the lack of air. Just as she was about to lose consciousness, a green-haired boy dashed through the chaos, throwing his backpack at the slime. A notebook fell out and struck the creature in its large eye, causing it to flinch and giving Kaze a moment to breathe. With the pressure momentarily lifted, Kaze and the blonde boy managed to regain their composure, though Kaze was still feeling the effects of the ordeal. The blonde boy shouted something at the green-haired kid, who nervously admitted that his legs had moved on their own. Despite the chaos, Kaze felt a strange sense of camaraderie in their shared struggle against the bizarre situation they found themselves in. Suddenly, the curly-haired teen was pulled back by a large, tan hand. Another massive hand reached through the slime and grabbed both hostages before delivering a powerful punch. The impact sent chunks of the green slime flying everywhere, and a bystander in the back was hit by a sizable piece. Kaze realized it was All Might, the #1 pro hero, whose booming voice filled the air. He looked a bit different, not wearing his hero suit. People around them expressed their amazement, some in shock and disbelief, as they witnessed All Might save the kids with a single punch, causing the slime to rain down. Paramedics arrived to check on Kaze and her fellow hostage, giving them the go-ahead to head home. Kaze would have happily left, but then heroes and reporters swarmed them like bees. Did Kaze throw a rock at a beehive for fun as a kid? Perhaps. One of the heroes called out to the kids, inviting them to join his agency once they became pro-heroes. Others praised their bravery and commented on their powerful quirks, suggesting they would make great sidekicks. Kaze felt her ego swell, even though all she had done was struggle against the green slime she had dubbed Walmart slime, likely due to her delirium from being oxygen-deprived for 2 minutes. However, not all the words directed at the freckled boy were kind. He was told he had acted foolishly, that he could have gotten himself killed, and that he shouldn't have intervened. A reporter rushed forward, firing questions at Kaze. She was asked for her name, her quirk, and how she felt about being taken hostage by the sludge villain. Kaze was not in the mood for such inquiries and dismissed the reporter with a gesture before continuing on her mission to get All Might's autograph for some kids at the orphanage, hoping to keep one for herself until it became valuable. Kaze awkwardly called out to All Might, craning her neck to see the towering hero. He prompted her to share her name, and she introduced herself as Kazehira, or Kaze for short. She then requested about 16 autographs from him, all while picking green sludge out of her nails. All Might was puzzled by her request, wondering why she needed so many autographs. Kaze explained that she lived at the orphanage on Honto Janae Street, where many kids looked up to him. She asked again, this time more politely. All Might agreed to sign the notepad she produced, quickly signing multiple pages as Kaze stood there, shifting awkwardly while cameras flashed around her. He handed the notepad back to her, complimenting her potential as a future hero. As Kaze walked away, she mumbled to herself that she never intended to be a hero. Kaze then noticed the green-haired boy on the ground, looking down at a burnt notebook in his hands, his jaw clenched and eyes watery. She approached him, asking if he was hurt. He stuttered, recognizing her as the girl who had been trapped with Kaken. Kaze acknowledged him, expressing her gratitude and telling him that what he did was truly heroic. She felt embarrassed complimenting him, as it was difficult for her to hold a conversation. She usually found it easier to talk to her friend Vinny, who shared her love for humor and mischief. The boy's cheeks flushed as he waved his arms in front of his face, looking away. He introduced himself as Izuku Midoriya, but Kaze insisted that he had done more than anyone else in the situation, while others had stood by without helping. As she turned to leave, she gave him a small wave, glancing back at him. She felt a sense of coolness in her demeanor as she walked away. Thus, raced through her mind as she realized she was late for work, and her boss would not be pleased. Kaze knew that her rooftop parkour was perhaps a little illegal, but she was late for her part-time job at the only tourist restaurant in town. At 14, she worked to support herself and buy gifts for the kids at the orphanage, like treats or tools to defend themselves against bullies. She thrived on adrenaline, finding life boring without it, which often led her into fights and risky stunts. However, she rarely initiated the conflicts. She simply motivated them. By calling the other person a variety of socially unacceptable names, Kaze found herself in a situation where the other person threw the first punch. Everything that followed was technically self-defense on her part. Kaze was quite certain that the only reason the restaurant hired her was her fluency in English and her minimal accent. School had its benefits. She was jamming to music through her oversized headphones, the cord leading down into a pouch on her utility belt where her inexpensive phone rested. Still in her school uniform, her long, snow-white hair was tied back in a ponytail, and she wore armored black leather gloves along with black Converse shoes. Big neon green goggles adorned her face, protecting her eyes from the wind as she ran across rooftops. Neon green was her favorite color, and she didn't care what anyone thought. Currently, she was making some daring jumps from roof to roof, nearly falling several times. Occasionally, she used her quirk to ensure she made particularly long jumps or to soften her landings. The pressure of the air was more intense than the pressure from her parents. Kaze, the remarkable Kaze, possessed two quirks, Areokinesis and healing. Areokinesis was well understood, while healing was straightforward. She could exert energy through her hands to heal others by touching their injuries. The more she knew about the human body, the more effective her healing became. Unfortunately, her grade point average in science was a mere 30%, which didn't help her much. The more medical knowledge she had about the species she was healing, the better her results. Kaze could enhance the collagen and calcium in bones, allowing them to withstand the rigors of roof parkour without long-term side effects. She could do the same for muscles, though it was a bit more challenging. Ahead, Kaze spotted a wooden ramp leading to a higher part of the building, which would allow for a significant jump to the next rooftop. One key rule of roof parkour was to plan before jumping, but it seemed a previous tracer had left this ramp for the next generation. Kaze ran up the ramp and leaped, preparing her quirk for a softer landing. Then it happened. Someone swooped in and caught her in a bridal carry, landing on the roof she had aimed for with impressive skill. The man, wearing familiar yellow glasses and a scarf, exclaimed that she could have hurt herself or worse as he set her down. Kaze, momentarily dazed, quickly regained her composure and glared at the man with shaggy black hair, who seemed to defy gravity with his hairstyle. Kaze expressed her frustration, insisting that she was perfectly capable of making the jump. She let her headphones rest around her neck and adjusted her goggles. The man sighed tiredly, explaining that what she was doing was illegal. He was clearly too exhausted to deal with the situation. Kaze interrupted him, correcting his terminology and asserting her identity as a trace use, arms crossed and fingers tapping impatiently. He sighed again, conceding that he would let her off with a warning this time, but she cut him off once more, stating she had to go and quickly resumed her jumps between buildings, close to her workplace. Once she was away, she breathed a sigh of relief. That had been Erasure Head. She and her friend Vinny were among his biggest fans, and she had just interrupted him twice. The thought made her want to leap off a building in frustration. Erasure Head sighed in annoyance, regretting not bringing the girl in for her reckless behavior. Kaze rushed into her workplace, apologizing for being late and explaining that she had been caught by a villain earlier. Her boss, a strict figure, reprimanded her, insisting that she didn't care for excuses and ordered her to change and start serving the busy tourists. Kaze sighed as she headed to the back to change, putting on a polite front for the customers. All she wanted was a nap. Kaze had been working too many shifts lately and had volunteered to babysit at the orphanage more times than she could count. As the oldest orphan, she felt unwanted, as few were willing to adopt a foul-tempered teenager. While she claimed to work for money to spend on clothes and other things, most of her earnings went toward feeding the younger children, buying them toys, and providing for their needs. She had a soft spot for kids and tried to refrain from swearing around them, offering help with their scrapes and cuts, making them food, and assisting with their schoolwork. She would go out of her way to protect any child in need, even if she didn't know them. Kids were innocent and unaware of the world's harshness. Kaze harbored a strong dislike for child and animal abusers, feeling particularly passionate about the latter because animals were incredible beings. Despite her feelings, Kaze's parents had never abused her. She simply saw too many children at the orphanage who had been rescued from abusive situations. Now, she sat in the police station, waiting for her caretaker, Kaya, to arrive. Kaze was walking sluggishly back from school, her eyes drooping. Occasionally, she placed her hand on the wall next to her for support, feeling wobbly and woozy. She had only gotten 5 hours of sleep over the past 3 days, and yesterday she had returned home around 2 a.m., unable to fall asleep until 6. Then, she had to wake up at 8, making that the most rest she had gotten compared to the previous days. As she trudged along, a cry echoed from an alleyway ahead. Despite her usual habit of blasting music, she heard it clearly. It was a little girl's voice, pleading and frightened, making it hard to ignore. Kaze dropped her bag and bolted toward the sound, her legs seemingly moving on their own. Why did all the exciting things in her life happen in alleyways? Kaze thought to herself that if she ever got engaged in one, there would be chaos. Luckily, 2 boys were walking behind her, not in a rush to follow her into trouble. One boy had bright yellow hair and muscular build, while the other had dark bluish-purple hair and fidgeted nervously. As Kaze ran down the alleyway, she spotted a man swaying unsteadily, holding a beer bottle in one hand and the collar of the little girl's shirt in the other. He was a full-figured man, standing about 5'11", with stubble on his chin and wearing an ugly Hawaiian shirt and beige shorts. The man dropped the bottle and raised his hand to strike the girl, shouting angrily about the things he did for her. Kaze dove in, grabbing the little girl and sliding to a stop on the ground. As she quickly stood up, she positioned herself protectively in front of the girl. The man glared at her, demanding to know who she was. Kaze, feeling defiant, declared that she was there to protect the girl and threatened to call for help if he didn't back off. The man insisted that the girl was his and that he could do whatever he wanted with her. In a moment of panic, Kaze activated her quirk. As the man swung his hand down to strike her, a wall of wind formed, catching his arm. The sudden force caused him to lose balance, and he stumbled back, blood staining the ground. Just then, the 2 boys arrived, witnessing the scene unfold. Kaze felt a rush of shock but managed to keep her composure as the little girl clung to her leg, sobbing. Kaze asked the blonde boy to call for an ambulance, ensuring that everyone was okay. The blonde boy approached Kaze, trying to remain calm despite the chaos around them. He gently shook her to snap her out of her daze, and she explained what had happened. Tears of frustration brimmed in her eyes as she recounted how she had heard the girls cry and intervened just in time. The nervous boy, Tamaki, confirmed that help was on the way. The blonde boy, Mirio, took off his blazer and pressed it against the man's injury to stop the bleeding. Kaze, who had a healing quirk, knelt down in the pool of blood, placing her glowing hands over the wound. When the ambulance arrived a couple of minutes later, the man's injury was mostly clotted, and Kaze and the little girl were covered in blood, but they had done their best to help. Naomasa Tsukachi, a detective at the police station, had questioned Kaze, Mirio, and Tamaki. The incident involving the man who had raised his hand to hit Kaze was now a matter of self-defense on her record. He had previously harmed his child, which made the situation even more serious. The bell above the door rang, and Kaze looked up to see Kaya rushing over and embracing her tightly. Kaya expressed her concern, frantically checking Kaze for injuries, worried that something had happened to her. Kaze, feeling exhausted and overwhelmed, reassured Kaya that she was fine and just wanted to rest. The adrenaline from the earlier incident had worn off, and all she craved was a nap and some candy. Kaya, still worried, scolded Kaze for her reckless actions, claiming that she would end up giving her gray hairs. She playfully smacked the back of Kaze's head, her quirk intensifying the impact. As Kaya walked out, she continued to express her frustration about Kaze's choices. Mirio chuckled at the scene, while Kaze sighed, reflecting on how much had changed in just 2 days. She had been both saved by others and had saved others herself. Kaze approached Mirio and Tamaki, a hint of blush on her cheeks as she bowed slightly, thanking them for their help and apologizing for the trouble she had caused. Tamaki blushed in embarrassment, while Mirio grinned widely. He enthusiastically praised Kaze's quirk, insisting that she would make a great hero. Kaze waved goodbye as she ran to catch up with Kaya, dismissing the idea of being a hero. She had other aspirations. She wanted to be an exceptional mechanic, not someone in a flashy costume. Meanwhile, Mirio regretted not asking for Kaze's number. He was curious to learn more about her quirk and felt a strong desire to connect with her. As the school year came to an end, Mr. Carlin, the science teacher, announced the final details to the students. He informed them about their report cards and the essays that would not count due to time constraints. Kaze, bewildered, realized she had missed the assignment on the scientific method. She had often skipped science class, prioritizing work over her education, and now felt the weight of her choices. Amidst the chaos of students celebrating the end of the school year, Kaze searched her bag for the school registration form. She found it crumpled and sticky at the bottom. After straightening it out, she hastily filled in her choices, including UA, despite her doubts about being accepted. With her report card in hand, Kaze dashed out of the classroom, ready to head to work. As she reviewed her grades, she was astonished to see her high marks, especially in English, which likely included extra credit for her improved behavior in class. Feeling a sense of accomplishment, she climbed to the roof of the school, donned her goggles, and connected her phone to her headphones. She sent a message to her friend Vinny, letting him know she was on her way to work via parkour. As she leaped across the rooftops, she felt a sense of freedom. However, when she spotted a familiar figure with green hair at Takoba Park, she paused. Kaze wondered what Midoriya was doing with a man who looked almost skeletal. She called out to him, surprised by her own tone. Midoriya, startled, expressed concern for Kaze's safety as she stood on the roof. She explained that she was simply heading to her job and asked what he was doing. Noticing the cleared trash on the beach, she narrowed her eyes, suspecting he was involved in community service. Midoriya quickly clarified that he was training to get into UA, his confidence growing as he spoke. Kaze glanced at him, noticing his toned physique, and felt a mix of admiration and surprise. He was looking away, whistling, completely unaware of Kazehira observing the boy with green hair. Kaze pointed at the skeletal man, leaning to the side for a better view, and remarked in a bland tone that he might be the boy's father. Both of them began to sputter incoherent responses. Kaze decided to take it as a yes and mentioned she was in a rush to get to work, humorously referring to it as a hellhole. She wished Midoriya good luck with his training and offered her number, believing he seemed like a decent person. Using her quirk, she lifted herself back onto the buildings she had been jumping across, putting on her headphones and goggles before taking off. She was in this friendship for Kaze was frustrated, yelling at Kaya for submitting her application to UA, claiming it was the only school that came to mind. She expressed her reluctance to participate in the upcoming exam, desperate for some sleep. Kaya, however, was determined to drag her to UA. Kaya dismissed Kaze's complaints, insisting that the school wanted to meet her in advance. As they walked through the streets toward UA, Kaze groaned, feeling terrible. She had a gauze on her lower right cheek from a fight the previous night, where someone had pulled a knife. Her left cheek also bore a gauze, and a red, irritated bruise surrounded her left eye. Her lip was busted again, and her right wrist was wrapped in bandages. Overall, she looked like a future villain or a hoodlum. She wasn't sure why she hadn't healed herself. Perhaps she enjoyed the bad girl vibe. Dressed in black leggings, a white hand-me-down hoodie, black Converse, and a brown satchel filled with snacks and sugary sodas, Kaze sported her classic neon green goggles and headphones. Her hair was hastily tied back in a ponytail, as she hadn't felt like brushing it that day. Kaze lamented that she didn't think she would be accepted into such a preppy school, especially looking like she had just come from a bar fight. Kaya, however, urged her to stop complaining as they arrived at UA. Kaze let out another groan as they marched toward the principal's office, following a map that had been mailed to them. Navigating the twists and turns made Kaze dizzy, especially since she was being pulled backward. When they finally arrived, Kaya wished her good luck and left her outside the office. Kaze felt abandoned, groaning at the thought of facing the heroes inside. Kaya knocked on the door before heading to the bathroom, leaving Kaze feeling like she was being sent to her doom. A polite voice invited her in, and Kaze took a deep breath before turning the knob. She opened the door and made her way to the nearest empty chair. A group of pro-heroes sat around an expensive-looking mahogany table, and Kaze recognized several of them: Midnight, Eraserhead, Present Mike, and an elderly lady. Principal Nizu sat directly across from her, smiling in a way that made her uneasy. Kaze felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as he spoke in a soft, yet intimidating voice, explaining that they had some questions for her. Eraserhead nodded in understanding, though Kaze wondered if he was falling asleep. Kaze was sweating nervously, feeling the weight of the hero's gazes upon her. She maintained her tough exterior, slouching slightly and leaning back with a scowl, trying to project confidence. Principal Nizu began to explain that they wanted to offer her a place in a specially designed course for individuals with healing quirks. He noted that healing quirks were incredibly rare, and she would be the only one in the program. Kaze pointed out that she had a different quirk entirely, feeling a mix of disbelief and frustration. Nizu seemed surprised, though his reaction appeared somewhat forced. It seemed Kaya had only mentioned her healing abilities. Nizu urged her to explain her other quirk, and Kaze reluctantly shared that it was Areokinesis, giving her precise control over wind. She demonstrated by making the snacks in her satchel dance around her head, much to the interest of the teachers. Nizu inquired if she could use her quirk offensively. Kaze hesitated, recalling a past incident where she had unintentionally harmed someone. She averted her gaze, focusing on the clean floor instead. She eventually admitted that she could cut through oak trees and push people back with strong winds, explaining that it could work defensively as well. The teachers seemed to be testing her, evaluating her abilities and potential. She was known for her fierce nature, having once severed a man's arm in a moment of rage. However, that was all part of a facade. Nizu expressed his excitement, explaining that if Kaze scored high enough on the entrance exam, she would secure a spot in the healing course with Recovery Girl, as well as in one of the hero courses. Kaze was taken aback, utterly astonished by the prospect. She pondered the intentions of the teachers, narrowing her eyes in suspicion. Were they trying to intimidate her? Kazehira, momentarily forgetting the nerves of the situation, responded with her usual defiance, stating that it was bold of them to assume she wanted to be a hero. All Might's smile faltered, and the other teachers exchanged confused glances. Erasure Head appeared to be longing for a nap, while Nizu maintained an unsettling grin. Kaze slouched in her chair, rolling her eyes. She questioned why they would want someone like her at the school, insisting that all she did was start fights and that she wasn't particularly bright. Nizu, undeterred, continued to smile. He pointed out that she had the potential to be a great hero, capable of protecting and saving people, just like the little girl she had rescued weeks prior. They would provide her with the necessary support and even pay for her attendance, given her status in the orphanage. While she had a guaranteed spot in the healing course, attending the hero course would require passing the entrance exam. Kaze remained uncertain about her decision, prompting Midnight to lean in closer, whispering that there would be many attractive individuals if she chose to attend. Kaze's expression shifted from uncertainty to excitement, her eyes sparkling at the thought. She found herself contemplating the idea of joining a hero school, a profession she had resisted since gaining her quirk. All it took was Midnight's mention of attractive peers to sway her. Midnight was one of her favorite heroes, after all. As Kaze exited the conference room, she couldn't help but facepalm, unaware that the teachers were observing her through security cameras, their laughter echoing in the background. Kaya approached, playfully bumping shoulders with Kaze. She inquired about the meeting, teasing that depending on Kaze's answer, she might treat her favorite not-so-little brat to barbecue. Kaze admitted that she hadn't wanted to go, but Midnight had convinced her with a single sentence, causing her to blush in embarrassment. Before Kaya could ask what Midnight had said, Kaze quickly expressed her anxiety and announced her intention to go roof jumping, promising to return before dinner. Anxious moments were a taboo topic in the orphanage, as Kaze's restlessness often led to pacing and irritability. When she felt anxious, it was usually because she hadn't engaged in her usual activities, like roof jumping or fighting off thugs. This pattern had persisted every time she fell ill, and it was exacerbated by her lack of sleep in the orphanage. She typically resorted to roof jumping until exhaustion set in, often using her quirk to tire herself out. The local training grounds were a place for individuals to hone their quirks, catering to everyone from beginners to teens preparing for school entrance exams. Occasionally, a hero would drop by to train. Kaze hurriedly left you, munching on a Snickers bar as she made her way to the nearest building to begin her jumps. With her goggles and headphones on, she started her playlist, eager to reach the training ground. As she approached the training grounds, Kaze decided to perform a front flip off the edge. Just as she leaped, strong arms caught her mid-fall. She blinked in surprise and sighed, recognizing the blonde boy with beady blue eyes who had saved her. He expressed concern, exclaiming that she could have been seriously hurt from such a fall. Kaze, still cradled in his arms, explained that she was simply practicing roof parkour and would have been fine, though she appreciated his instinctive rescue. His eyes lit up upon realizing who she was, and he bashfully admitted that he had acted on impulse. When he asked about roof parkour, Kaze awkwardly explained that it involved jumping from roof to roof as a sport or hobby, emphasizing its benefits as a form of exercise. Excited by the mention of exercise, he suggested that she join him and his friends for training, offering to help each other improve. Kaze raised an eyebrow at the mention of friends, glancing to see the nervous boy from the earlier incident and a striking blue-haired girl. She couldn't help but notice how attractive they all were. Togata introduced his companions, Tamaki Amajiki and Nijire Heido, reminding Kaze that she was already familiar with him. She smiled politely at Kaze, feeling her heart skip a beat. It seemed a bit unhealthy, perhaps she should visit a doctor. Kaze gave a two-finger salute and introduced herself as Kazehira, expressing her pleasure in meeting Heido before heading toward the training grounds. Heido appeared ready to ask a multitude of questions but fell silent when she realized Kaze probably wouldn't answer them. Instead, she leaned closer to Tamaki, whispering that she was experiencing a sudden rush of emotions. Togata jogged to catch up, while Amajiki and Heido exchanged glances before following behind. Amajiki seemed less than thrilled about Kaze's presence, and Heido was still grappling with her feelings, remaining unusually quiet. Kaze awkwardly inquired about the type of training they were doing, mentioning that she was mostly there to blow off steam. It was curious how she could be so confident when trash-talking yet so awkward in casual conversation. Togata's face lit up, while Amajiki looked increasingly anxious. Togata enthusiastically explained that they would be exercising, stretching, training their quirks, and engaging in friendly sparring. He then asked Kaze if she was strong physically and if she could handle herself in a hand-to-hand fight. Kaze craned her neck to look up at him, wishing for a growth spurt to match her confidence. Togata replied hesitantly that he had difficulty controlling his strength against others. Kaze, undeterred, challenged him to a fight. He hesitated, concerned about hurting her, which she found endearing. Her heart raced again. Mirio was both charming and cute, and she felt overwhelmed. Kaze laughed confidently, assuring him that she was skilled in hand-to-hand combat. Mirio, seeing the determination in her eyes, decided to accept her challenge. He backed up, adopting a fighting stance, ready to spar. Kaze mirrored his movements, setting the ground rules. No quirks and no dirty play. As the match began, Mirio charged at her, throwing a swift punch. Kaze deftly avoided it, grabbing his arm for support as she executed a kick aimed at his face. The kick connected, prompting Mirio to retreat quickly, clearly assessing her abilities. Kaze continued to press forward, launching another kick aimed at his legs. Mirio jumped to evade, and she used her hands to support herself, kicking upward again, narrowly missing him. As he landed, he crouched and looked up at her, and she grinned with excitement, eager for the challenge. Kaze might have appeared a bit wild, reveling in the thrill of the fight. The real question for the big three was why they found her enthusiasm so captivating. After the spar, Kaze was hunched over, holding her stomach, looking ready to be sick. Mirio had scrapes and a bruise forming on his cheek, but overall, he had won the spar. Kaze looked up, still clutching her stomach, and grinned at him, praising his strength. Mirio, scratching the back of his head bashfully, smiled despite the pain from his bruise. He expressed concern, asking if he had hurt her too badly and complimented her fighting skills, curious if she had taken lessons. Kaze, still riding the adrenaline high, chuckled and stood up, brushing dirt off her leggings as she retrieved her hoodie from a tree branch. She explained that she hadn't taken lessons. She had simply learned to fight back against the thugs and villains in her area. Mirio listened intently, and Kaze tied her hoodie around her waist. Checking the time on her phone, she realized she was late returning to the orphanage for dinner, her expression shifting to one of panic. Mirio noticed her distress and asked if she was okay. Kaze explained her predicament, and he made a noise of understanding. Spotting a note in his bag, he read it aloud, revealing that he and Nijire had left to avoid interrupting the fight, and that Nijire was muttering about ships and OTPs, which was unsettling. Kaze then agreed to let Mirio walk her home, warning him that he might be roped into dinner with the kids, who would likely cling to him. She added that Kaya might think they were dating, muttering the last part to herself. Mirio, unfazed, cheerfully replied that he loved kids. Kaze noticed the bruise on his cheek, which was turning a deep shade of purple, and beckoned him closer. Mirio walked over and bent down to Kaze's level, grumbling slightly. He didn't want to assume, but this felt like one of those moments where a girl might kiss a guy. He blushed at the thought, especially when Kaze placed her hand on his cheek. Her eyes glowed a soft yellow, and he noticed her hand glowing as well. Suddenly he felt a surge of energy, and the pain in his face vanished. He felt invigorated, ready to take on an absurd number of push-ups. Was this how other healing quirks worked, aside from recovery girls? When she healed, he always felt so drained afterward. Kaze looked more tired than before and declared that she had healed any injuries he might have had. She suggested they get going, expressing a preference not to be caught in danger. As she walked toward a building, she playfully asked if he wanted to try parkour. Mirio could only grin in response. Who would have guessed that Mirio would excel at parkour despite not knowing exactly what he was doing? As they approached the last few houses before the orphanage, Kaze performed flips effortlessly while Mirio cautiously navigated each jump but still managed to keep up. When it came time to jump down, Kaze used the wind to gently lower Mirio, while she landed with confidence. Checking her phone and pulling down her goggles, she noted the time. Mirio expressed concern about being in trouble when Kaze left, and she playfully dragged him along, her energy infectious. Kaze kicked the door open, announcing her return. Kids rushed out from every corner, calling for her. Kaya, one of the caretakers, scolded Kaze for being late and asked where she had been, noting that dinner was in 5 minutes and it was her turn to cook. Upon noticing Mirio, Kaya's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and she asked if he was Kaze's boyfriend. Mirio smiled at the playful accusation, introducing himself and explaining that he had walked Kaze back after training. Before he knew it, kids were tackling him, asking questions and climbing all over him. Kaya invited Mirio to join them for dinner, and he happily accepted. Kaze, who had missed breakfast, eagerly dug into the yakitori, Kaya's best dish. The orphanage was poorly funded, making meals scarce, so Kaze often only ate once a day, which explained her slight frame. Mirio enjoyed playing with the kids, who ranged in age from under 10 to 15, while Kaze kept an eye on everyone. Soon, the children were patting their bellies in satisfaction. Kaze stood up, catching their attention, and announced a race to see who could get ready for bed first, promising a special treat to the winner. The kids raced up the stairs, excitement filling the air, while Kaze ensured everyone stayed safe. In the end, a 5-year-old emerged victorious. It had been 2 weeks since Mirio met Kaze and the rest of the family, and she was preparing for the UA entrance exam in her own unique way by practicing parkour on the rooftops. Kaze had confidence in her abilities, believing she would pass without a hitch. If she didn't, she figured she could always become a mechanic. Kaya yelled for Kaze to get out of bed, warning her about the consequences of being late. Kaze groaned but reluctantly got up, having spent the previous night cleaning her bed. Her room was a mess, clothes strewn everywhere, and dust covered her furniture. She grabbed a sports bra and a hoodie, sniffing them to check for cleanliness. After getting dressed and brushing her hair into a ponytail, she quickly gathered her belongings and dashed out the door, hands raised in surrender as she called out to Kaya that she was awake. In the kitchen, Kaze prepared an American-style breakfast, cooking scrambled eggs, sunny-side-up eggs, bacon, and pancakes. Her enthusiastic call for everyone to come down brought the kids rushing to the table. Glancing at the time, Kaze realized she was running late for the entrance exam. She quickly grabbed some bacon and made her way to the front door, announcing her departure with a smirk, ready to take to the rooftops for a quick warm-up. Kaze jumped to the ground in front of the UA gates, panting slightly but excited for the day ahead. She had 5 minutes to spare, and she hadn't even gotten to do any tricks. Rushing inside, she ran toward a few lingering students heading for the Hero Course entrance exam. She sat down in the surprisingly comfortable chairs, which suspiciously reminded her of movie theater seats, right next to a boy with black spiky hair and red eyes. He looked very focused and tense as he stared at the paper in his hand. Kaze felt a pang of anxiety when she realized that everyone had a paper except her. She hoped it wasn't anything important. Present Mike, the school's DJ, announced the start of the exam with enthusiasm that filled the room. Kaze couldn't help but feel starstruck. She had missed the chance to properly admire him when she met with the principal. As he leaned forward, encouraging everyone to make some noise, Kaze's excitement turned her moderate anxiety into something overwhelming. Everyone turned to look at her when she shouted in response, prompting her to flip them off in jest. Present Mike grinned at her, and her heart raced even more. The exam format was straightforward: destroy robots to earn points, with 4 different types of robots each having different point values. The 0-pointer was off-limits, and the battlegrounds were designed to prevent teaming up with friends. Kaze noted that one boy with blue hair had been particularly rude, calling out Midoriya during a moment of tension. Anyone who knew Midoriya understood he struggled with anxiety. Kaze had drawn ground B for the mock test, but unfortunately, this was still a high school, and everyone was stuck with written tests. They had an hour and a half to complete 4 subjects: math, English, social studies, and science. Instead of dwelling on her struggles with the science test, Kaze was eager to jump into the mock battle with the robot villains. Although she knew Midoriya was present, Kaze chose not to engage in conversation. Instead, she tied her hoodie around her waist, wearing only her trademark sports bra, which allowed her to move freely. She felt confident in her appearance and may have been showing it off a little. When the countdown began, Present Mic's voice boomed, urging everyone to start. Kaze took off like a shot. Wind swirled around her feet as she leaped onto a nearby rooftop. The urban setting was her strong suit, and she had 10 minutes to take down as many robots as possible. She unleashed crescent-shaped slices of compressed wind toward 3 of the larger robots below, effectively slicing them in half. As she continued to jump from rooftop to rooftop, she couldn't help but think about how much she wanted some American Lucky Charms. With 3 minutes left, Kaze had already destroyed at least 21 robots, but the boy with explosive powers was racking up points at an alarming rate. Suddenly, a massive zero-pointer loomed over the battlefield, crushing buildings with ease. Kaze was right next to one of the structures as it began to collapse. With 2 minutes remaining, she watched in horror as the building fell, trapping a girl with brown hair in a bowl cut beneath the rubble. Midoriya, in a moment of bravery, hurled himself at the giant robot, landing a punch that caused it to explode into debris. However, he fell back down, and Kaze could see that his legs and right arm were severely injured. He was clearly panicking, tears streaming down his face as he descended toward the ground. Kaze sighed and launched herself toward him, catching him clumsily in a bridal carry before gently descending next to the girl trapped under the rubble. Midoriya looked up at her with half-lidded eyes before promptly passing out in her arms. Kaze carefully placed him on the ground and used her wind powers to lift the rubble off the girl. Feeling exhausted from using her Areokinesis, Kaze reached into her satchel and chugged a Mountain Dew to regain some energy. She was about to attempt to heal Midoriya's shattered bones when she took a deep breath and leaned down to kiss his forehead gently. Kaze kissed Midoriya's forehead, and instantly his body was surrounded by a golden light, particularly his right arm and legs. Other students, who had previously run away, gathered around the boy who had defeated the giant zero-pointer in a single punch, along with the girl who was healing the injuries he had inflicted upon himself in the process. Kaze pulled away after a moment, her body still glowing but noticeably dimmer. She kept her hand on Midoriya's chest to continue the healing process. Although Kaze understood the seriousness of the situation, she couldn't help but notice how toned he was. It was surprising to see someone so pure have such a well-defined physique. Midoriya's quirk had caused severe damage to his muscles and bones, but Kaze knew his arm and legs would be fine, and he would likely wake up feeling even more refreshed. It puzzled her why Midoriya's body reacted so poorly to his quirk, as if it wasn't accustomed to its use. The short elderly lady complimented the group, offering gummies and advising them not to eat them all at once as she walked through the crowd of participants, who parted to let her pass. A fashionable boy introduced Recovery Girl to those who didn't recognize her. She quickly checked on Midoriya, expressing concern over his condition, noting that it seemed like his body wasn't used to his quirk. Kaze sensed Recovery Girl didn't fully trust her healing abilities, and to be honest, she felt the same way. Recovery Girl acknowledged Kaze's efforts, stating that she had done an excellent job healing Midoriya and that a stretcher would be sent over. She instructed anyone else with injuries to report to her as she moved toward a less crowded area. Kaze removed her hands from Midoriya's chest and turned her attention to the girl who had been trapped under the rubble. The girl was nervously fidgeting, trying to figure out how to approach Kaze. Kaze called out to her, sounding more abrupt than she intended. The girl, Achiko Uraraka, responded nervously, admitting she was having difficulty moving her legs and thanking Kaze for freeing her from the concrete block. As she attempted to bow in gratitude, she stumbled forward, and Kaze instinctively caught her. Kaze thought to herself that it was becoming a habit to catch people. Uraraka apologized, explaining her difficulty standing, and Kaze set her down on a block of concrete, placing her hands on Uraraka's bruised legs, which looked quite painful. Kaze reassured Uraraka that this wasn't harassment, stating she would heal her quickly. As her hands and eyes began to glow again, Uraraka felt a wave of relief wash over her as the pain faded, replaced by a warm sensation, like being enveloped in a comforting embrace. Kaze playfully slapped Uraraka's thigh, assuring her she would be fine before announcing her intention to take a nap. Recovery Girl had already managed to get Midoriya onto a stretcher, and there was another one behind it carrying a peacefully sleeping male. Kaze promptly fainted onto the extra stretcher, landing in an ungraceful manner. When Kaze's eyes fluttered open, she found herself next to Midoriya, who immediately expressed concern for her well-being and gratitude for her healing. He stood up and bowed repeatedly, which made Kaze sigh and wave him off, assuring him he was fine. Midoriya continued to express his amazement at her healing quirk, which he noted was quite rare, and began to take notes from a burnt notebook he pulled out. Kaze advised him to calm down, teasing that he might short-circuit his brain. As she got up to stretch, she realized she was still in her sports bra and leggings, causing Midoriya to blush and turn away. Kaze grabbed her hoodie from a nearby counter and prepared to leave. Midoriya awkwardly asked if there was anything he could do for her, but Kaze declined, waving goodbye as she exited the room. She checked the time and felt relieved to see she had only been asleep for about 3 hours. Kaze sat in the living room, surrounded by about 10 other kids, all sprawled across her in various positions as they watched cartoons. The peaceful moment was interrupted by the doorbell ringing. With the caretakers out shopping, Kaze stood up, and the kids moved aside to let her go to the door. A young mailman greeted her, holding a letter addressed to Miss Kazehira. Kaze accepted the letter, noting the UA symbol sealed in red wax, and returned to the living room. The kids, still focused on the screen, paused the TV to inquire about the letter. Kaze explained it was a letter from UA and began to open it, discovering a hologram disc inside, something that was quite valuable. UA could afford to provide uniforms to every single person who attended the entrance exam. The children were filled with excitement at the mention of the top hero school, watching intently as a disc was placed on the table. Suddenly, a wild All Might appeared in a projection, wearing a yellow suit, though only half of his body was visible. The kids cheered, recalling how Kaze had obtained his autograph. All Might acknowledged young Kazehira, praising her for her courage and bravery during the mock test, where she scored a total of 55 villain points. He reminded everyone that being a hero involved more than just fighting villains, as she also earned 30 rescue points, bringing her total to 85 and securing first place. A video clip showcased Kaze healing Midoriya and Uraraka, and catching Midoriya after the test had ended. All Might commended her for continuing to help even after the test concluded and welcomed her to Class 1A. As the projection ended, Kaze noticed the caretakers huddled together, tears of joy streaming down their faces. Kaze's voice echoed throughout the orphanage as she expressed her frustration at their comments. During her final week of break, UA mailed uniforms to all accepted students, including both winter and summer options. Kaze noticed how short the skirt seemed, or perhaps it just appeared that way because of her confidence in her appearance. She donned black thigh-high socks and flats, opting not to wear the blazer or tie. With one button of her shirt unfastened, she felt comfortable in her own skin. Leaving her hair down, Kaze grabbed her book bag filled with snacks, goggles, and headphones before rushing out of the orphanage, shouting her farewell to the caretakers. Instead of taking the bus, Kaze chose to travel via rooftop, although she had to hold her skirt down the entire time to prevent it from flying up. Upon arriving at UA, she received a temporary school ID until official photos were taken. With a flushed face and still holding her skirt, Kaze approached the gate, allowing it to scan her ID before heading toward Class 1A. However, she soon realized she had no idea where Class 1A was located. As Kaze entered the UA gate, she joined a large crowd of students, some with mutant quirks towering over her. She found herself close behind a white-haired boy with 8 arms. The crowd was chaotic, with students pushing and shoving while chatting loudly. When someone bumped into her, Kaze stumbled into the boy she had been following. Apologizing, she rubbed her nose and looked up at him. He wore a blue mask, and his hair awkwardly curved down in front of his face. He replied that it was fine and continued navigating through the maze of hallways. Kaze muttered a complaint, realizing she had lost her shield against the crowd. Finally, Kaze gasped for breath as she reached the enormous door of Class 1A. She had only 5 minutes before class started, a personal record. Straightening her wrinkled dress shirt, she entered the classroom, only to be met with a stern reprimand about her uniform. The same boy who had been rude to Midoriya immediately criticized her appearance, insisting that students should wear the uniform properly and respect the prestigious school. Kaze raised an eyebrow, surprised that people actually ironed their clothes. She responded with indifference, questioning why he cared about her attire. The boy, Tenya Ida, insisted on the importance of representing UA's pride, introducing himself as a student from a private academy. Kaze blinked, realizing he had indeed attended a private school. She challenged him, asking if he thought he was superior because of his background. As Ida continued to lecture her about UA's honor, Kaze tuned out, scanning the room and noticing many familiar faces, including Midoriya and Uraraka, who watched their interaction with concern. It felt like history was repeating itself, reminiscent of past arguments between Ida and another student, now mirrored in her own exchange with him. "Satan, are you the cause?" If anyone was just there to make friends, they were told to pack up and leave. Everyone turned their heads slowly toward the doorway, only to look down and see a peculiar giant yellow caterpillar. Strange expressions filled the room, and an odd bird-like screech echoed. "Welcome to UA's hero course." It took 8 seconds for everyone to quiet down, and that wouldn't be enough. Time was of the essence. If anyone was there to make friends, they were encouraged to leave. The caterpillar unzipped to reveal Erasure Head, who quickly consumed an applesauce packet, a sight both intimidating and impressive. He moved with the speed of a true ninja. He introduced himself as Shota Aizawa, their teacher, and everyone seemed a bit taken aback. With a sigh, he instructed them to put on their gym uniforms and head outside. He pulled out the uniforms, and Kaze felt a wave of relief. The gym uniforms from junior high had been uncomfortably short and tight. Although she had confidence in her body, she preferred not to attract unwanted attention. In the locker room, Kaze felt uneasy. She was surrounded by 6 attractive girls, and as a highly attentive bisexual female, she didn't want to offend anyone by accidentally checking them out. So, she faced the wall as she changed. Uraraka greeted her, and Kaze awkwardly averted her eyes as she changed into her pants. Ashido Mina introduced herself with enthusiasm, complimenting Kaze's appearance. Kaze felt a sense of calm at the presence of a possible fellow LGBTQ+ member. Tsu Azui introduced herself, followed by Momo Yaoyorozu and Kyukajiru, and finally, Toru Hagakure. Kaze introduced herself, and Mina explained that since Kaze had arrived late, they couldn't initiate her into their girl club. There were only 7 of them in the class, and they had to look out for each other. Once everyone had changed, Momo and Kaze left their uniforms unzipped. Momo did so for her quirk, while Kaze enjoyed teasing the others and seeing their reactions, especially Mina's. Finally, they gathered outside to listen to Aizawa explain their activities. Uraraka pointed out that they would miss orientation. Aizawa explained that at UA, they weren't bound by tradition, allowing him to run his class as he saw fit. Everyone exchanged curious looks. He mentioned that they had taken many standardized physical tests but had never used their quirks. The Ministry of Education was still pretending everyone was equal. Aizawa called out Bakugo and Kaze, who had scored the highest on the entrance exam, asking how far they had thrown a softball in junior high. Kaze recalled throwing it 67 meters, while Bakugo had thrown it 55 meters. Impressive numbers, especially Kaze's, which was well above average. Aizawa instructed them to throw the ball, emphasizing that anything went as long as they stayed inside the circles. Bakugo shouted as he launched his ball with a massive explosion, sending it soaring. Kaze followed suit, her pitch creating a whirlwind of wind that tousled everyone's hair and forced them to shield their eyes. She aimed to send her ball into the stratosphere. Aizawa explained that to push beyond their limits, they needed to set those limits. He held up 2 devices, one with Bakugo's name and the other with Kaze's. Katsuki Bakugo, 705.2 meters. Kazehira, 666.6 meters. Kaze saw her score and thought it was a sign. Everyone gasped at their scores, and Bakugo smirked triumphantly, pleased that his score surpassed that of the white-haired girl who had taken first place. Aizawa concluded by urging them to prove they belonged at UA. Kaze realized she had zoned out, distracted by her thoughts. Boku and Kazehira had the opportunity to demonstrate their skills during the ball throw, as they were the first to go. From her position, Kaze noticed that Midoriya seemed to be experiencing a mental panic attack as he awaited his turn, looking as vulnerable as a lamb. To be honest, she wasn't fully focused on the event. Instead, she was quietly chatting with Mina, rating how attractive everyone was on a scale of 1 to 10. Most of the guys in their class were quite impressive, to say the least. It appeared that Aizawa had cancelled Midoriya's quirk to prevent him from injuring himself again. Midoriya seemed to have a complicated relationship with her, as he didn't seem to appreciate her concern. Aizawa's voice cut through the air, questioning Midoriya's reckless behavior. He pointed out that regardless of Midoriya's intentions, he would be a liability in battle. Aizawa compared him to another overly enthusiastic hero, emphasizing that without proper control, Midoriya's passion was not enough to make him a hero. Midoriya's eyes filled with determination as he prepared to make his throw. Kaze turned to see All Might peeking from behind a wall, looking oddly flustered. Midoriya launched the ball into the air, channeling all his power into a single finger. A gust of wind swirled around them, reminiscent of Kaze's earlier throw. The distance he achieved was impressive 705.3 meters. Midoriya looked triumphantly at Aizawa, who had a peculiar grin on his face. Kaze wondered what All Might was up to. Aizawa then instructed Kazehira to come forward and heal Midoriya. Boku, furious, charged at Midoriya but was halted by Aizawa's capture weapon. Ignoring Boku's outburst, Kaze took Midoriya's hand and gently kissed it. His face turned a deep shade of red as his hand glowed with a warm light. When she released him, his injury was completely healed. Kaze casually strolled back into the crowd of curious students. She announced that she had a healing quirk, which drew gasps of surprise. Momo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Uraraka complimented her, while another student asked how her quirk worked. Kaze found their curiosity amusing, realizing that healing quirks were indeed rare and powerful. Later, Aizawa revealed that he had been joking about expelling her, calling it a tactical ruse. Kaze felt confident they wouldn't expel her, especially since they had offered to support her education. Boku had thrown the ball an impressive 67 meters in middle school, far exceeding the average throw. Kaze couldn't help but wonder what kind of training he had undergone to achieve such a feat. It had started as a typical day, though Kaze felt a bit grumpy after being woken up early. Despite being a generally cheerful morning person, waking up was a different story, especially when Kaya smacked her with a spatula. Kaze loved to cook, so she prepared breakfast before heading back to bed. She had school that day, but she had stayed up late doing parkour and watching anime. As she lay half on her bed, half off, Zuyu, a 7-year-old girl she had rescued from a difficult situation, called out to her, reminding her that it was time for school. Kaze groaned internally, realizing she was running late. She quickly got dressed, grabbing her skirt and shirt, and dashed out of her room, leaving her hair and teeth unbrushed. As she rushed through the hallways, she called out a casual goodbye to everyone. Kaze reluctantly acknowledged that taking a bus was faster than parkour, so she hurried to the nearest bus station, brushing her hair and teeth on the bus while attracting curious glances from other passengers. Upon arriving at school, she was taken aback by the sight of a large group of reporters surrounding her classmates. Kaze felt a surge of protectiveness for her friends and decided she would not tolerate such intrusive behavior. They had added her to their group chat and everything. Kazehira pushed through the crowd, determined to reach her mission, the girl's TM. An eager reporter approached her, excitedly asking if she was the girl from the sludge villain incident that occurred nearly a year ago. Kazehira brushed the reporter aside, grabbing the first girls she could find, which happened to be Momo and Tsu. She made her way to the gates, pulling the two girls along before leaving them behind and rejoining the throng. Since the reporters couldn't enter the school grounds due to the defense system and legal issues, Kazehira had no trouble helping the girls to safety. At one point, when she grabbed Uraraka, she inadvertently snatched Midoriya as well. Mr. Aizawa arrived, dispersing the crowd and ensuring everyone's safety, except for Hagakure, who was already fine since she was invisible. The reporters began to mock Mr. Aizawa, who appeared as if he had just finished a grueling task. He firmly told them to leave him alone, expressing his frustration with their opinions about him. Kazehira's defense of him, though vulgar, made him feel appreciated, and he couldn't help but think that perhaps he was doing something right. Suddenly, there was a loud clanking of metal as the reporter who recognized Kazehira attempted to follow the group onto school grounds, only to be thwarted by UA's famous defense system. Kazehira let Mr. Aizawa drag her to the classroom using his scarf, finding it almost as exhilarating as parkour. Mr. Aizawa instructed her to get up, but Kazehira politely refused. When he used his authoritative tone, she reluctantly complied, shrugging off the scarf and heading to her seat in the back, situated between Momo and the half-and-half boy who seemed to have some unresolved issues. Mr. Aizawa began the lesson on hero laws, explaining that classes at UA were different from junior high. Teachers would come to them, except for Kazehira, who had a unique schedule. This piqued the curiosity of her classmates. All Might burst into the room, announcing his arrival with enthusiasm, leaving everyone astonished. They quickly recognized him and expressed their excitement about having him as a teacher. He announced that he would be teaching Heroing 101 and that they would be doing combat training. Before they began, he instructed everyone to change into the costumes they had designed for their applications. Kazehira struggled to put on her hero suit, needing help from Uraraka, Momo, and Tsu. Once dressed, she felt the suits truly transformed them into heroes. Her suit was sleek and black, fitting snugly and ending just below her pelvis. It had a high neckline with a zipper that extended down, and she wore thigh-high boots with heels, which she hadn't requested. She had her utility belt strapped on, equipped with a first aid kit and snacks to keep her energized. Her favorite neon green goggles hung around her neck, but she opted not to wear headphones, believing it was important to stay alert while on duty. As they waited for everyone to finish changing, Kazehira couldn't help but notice how adorable Midoriya looked, reminiscent of a cheerful bunny. She also found Uraraka's suit oddly reminiscent of a penguin. All Might encouraged them, emphasizing that suits made the hero and challenging them to act the part. Meanwhile, the purple-haired boy in the class was staring at Kazehira and Momo with admiration, which made her uncomfortable. Ida raised his hand, eager to ask a question, and Kazehira felt a twinge of annoyance at his loudness. He inquired about the type of combat activity they would be doing, and the anticipation in the room grew as everyone awaited All Might's response. Ida questioned whether they would be paired based on compatibility or some other method, his arm making odd chopping motions that made Kaze wonder if he had ADHD. All Might explained how the most cunning villains often appeared in buildings during robberies and other serious crimes. He laid out the situation. The villains had hidden a nuclear bomb in the building, and the heroes needed to retrieve it or capture the villains. They had a 30-minute time limit, and the villains would win if they incapacitated the heroes or if time ran out. It seemed straightforward until someone took things too far. All Might's enthusiasm was evident as he announced the method of pairing. He pulled out ball from two separate boxes labeled Villain and Hero. The ball were black and white, with bold letters indicating the teams. Team consisted of Uraraka and Midoriya, while Team was made up of Bakugo and Ida. He instructed everyone except Teams and D to go to the observatory room, specifically telling Kaze to be on standby in case someone needed healing, a clear reference to Midoriya. Midoriya nervously glanced at Bakugo, quickly looking away when Bakugo shot him a glare. Kaze couldn't help but wonder if the tension between them was growing or if it was just her imagination. The group of teenagers moved to the observatory room, which was filled with cheap TVs displaying various parts of the building they might explore. As the battle between Teams and D began, Kaze's mind raced with concern for Midoriya, knowing he would likely get hurt, especially with Bakugo's aggressive approach. She groaned as she watched Bakugo charge off, leaving Ida behind. Determined to make the most of her time, Kaze decided to get to know her classmates, starting with the red-haired boy she had raced the day before. She awkwardly initiated a conversation, unsure how to approach him. The boy responded enthusiastically, recalling their race and expressing admiration for her quirk. Kaze blinked in surprise, realizing she had placed 6th in the race. She felt a pang of guilt for not paying more attention to the competition. As they talked, Kaze's attention was suddenly drawn to the monitors, where she witnessed Boku unleash a massive explosion while Midoriya retaliated with a powerful punch, causing destruction in their wake. Kirishima, confused, turned to the screens as Uraraka cleverly used a concrete pillar to distract Ida while she made her move toward the bomb. All Might announced the hero's victory, and cheers erupted in the room. However, Kaze's concern for Midoriya overshadowed the celebration as she noticed the severity of his injuries. Half his face was burned, and his arm appeared shattered. Without thinking, Kaze rushed out of the observatory and into the damaged building. All Might called after her, but she was already focused on reaching Midoriya. She found him lying on the ground, Boku standing nearby, looking shaken by the outcome of the battle. Kaze knelt beside Midoriya, assessing his injuries. His face was burned, and his arm was broken. She gently placed one hand over his face to hydrate and heal him while using her other hand to work on his arm. Healing fingers and complex bones was challenging, but she was determined to help. Kaze's stamina allowed her to transfer energy to Midoriya, speeding up his healing process. After a brief moment, she noticed his face looked less burned and more hydrated, and his arm seemed to be improving. However, she was starting to feel woozy from the effort. All Might sent over a floating stretcher for Midoriya, and Kaze carefully moved him onto it, aware that she still had a match to prepare for. As she led the stretcher back to All Might, she passed by Boku, who was still processing the events of the battle. Kaze couldn't help but check on him, asking if he had any injuries. Boku glared at her, clearly frustrated, and stormed off to the observatory room. Kaze looked between All Might and Midoriya, unsure of what to say next. "Do you want me to take your son to the nurse's office?" All Might could only stare, puzzled by why this girl thought Midoriya was his son, both in his normal form and his hero form. For just a moment, his smile faltered. Kaze was placed on Team C, with Momo as the villains, facing off against Team G, which consisted of Jiru and Kaminari. The moment Kaze learned she was on a team with Momo, relief washed over her. She had overheard someone discussing their scores from the previous day's exam, and Momo had apparently secured first place. Kaze hadn't bothered to remember who was talking about it, but she knew Momo's analysis of Midoriya's and Boku's fight was spot on. Yes, Kaze was a bit of a fan, she couldn't help it. Midoriya had been safely delivered to Recovery Girl's office. Meanwhile, Kaze and Momo were busy placing strange metal objects over the doors in the room where they were hiding. Kaze tried to focus on helping Momo, but she couldn't help but admire her every time she bent over. It was a strange situation. Once they finished securing the doors, silence enveloped the room. It felt like a mix of awkwardness and tension, and Kaze felt even more awkward for thinking that way. She attempted to break the silence by asking Momo about her quirk. Momo's eyes lit up with excitement as she eagerly responded, asking about Kaze's abilities in return. Kaze had healed Midoriya twice and manipulated wind, which intrigued Momo greatly. Kaze thought of Momo as a friend, someone who radiated a nurturing vibe. Kaze scanned the room cautiously, her paranoia kicking in. She explained that her quirk was called Areokinesis, detailing its side effects, which included shortness of breath and dizziness. She demonstrated some hand gestures, closing her eyes as if deep in thought. Momo's enthusiasm was boosting Kaze's confidence, which was already quite high. Momo bombarded Kaze with questions, each one more complex than the last. Kaze realized she didn't know as much about her quirk as she thought. While she could manipulate air to move objects, the intricacies of her abilities were still a mystery to her. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from one of the boarded-up doors, followed by a grunt of pain. It seemed Kaminari had tried to throw himself against the door, only to be met with a facepalm from Jiru, who witnessed the mishap. Kaze and Momo exchanged glances, momentarily distracted from their conversation by the commotion. Meanwhile, everyone in the observatory room was thoroughly entertained by the unfolding chaos. Once the time was up, Momo and Kaze were declared victorious. They discussed their performance, analyzing what went well and what could be improved. To Kaze's delight, they had done exceptionally well. All Might's only critique was for them to stay focused on protecting the faux bomb. As the others presented their performances, ranging from impressive to surprising, Kaze noted that the half-and-half student, whom she and Mina had rated an 8-10, had indeed impressed her. Bakugo, however, was sulking throughout the evaluation, still feeling the sting of his defeat. After All Might praised the group, he quickly demonstrated how to exit like a true hero, leaving everyone in awe of his speed. Kaze marveled at how such a muscular figure could move so quickly. The rest of the day passed in a blur after hero training ended. English was enjoyable and math was too, but science made Kaze feel like she wanted to bash her head against a wall. She found herself wishing she could escape the class and just forget about it. However, her disdain for science was not the main concern at the moment. She realized she needed to hurry to work. As class ended, Bakugo stood up and began to leave, while Kaze hurriedly packed her things, glancing at her phone every few seconds. Mr. Aizawa approached her, handing her a schedule. He mentioned that the rest of the class was welcome to stay and discuss their hero training scores and strategies before he exited the room, his sleeping bag in tow. Kaze looked down at the paper Mr. Aizawa had given her. It detailed her enrollment in both the healing course and the hero course. Since she was the only student in the healing course, she would receive one-on-one lessons with Recovery Girl. Every other Thursday, she would spend the day learning about human anatomy and effective healing methods. The note concluded with an invitation to ask Mr. Aizawa for more information. Kaze thought it was neat, but it also felt like extra work she wasn't particularly interested in. She glanced at her watch and realized she was already 10 minutes late for her job. In a moment of impulsiveness, she decided that jumping out of the nearest window was the only logical option, despite being on the 5th floor. Kirishima rushed to the window she had just jumped from, looking down in panic. Kaze reassured him that she was fine, having landed on Midoriya's back. Midoriya looked winded, All Might appeared shocked, and Bakugo was surprisingly emotional. Kaze quickly snapped a picture of Bakugo and dashed off toward her job, leaving behind the sound of Bakugo's frustrated shouts echoing in the distance. The morning had started off well for Kaze. With Kaya out, a younger caretaker had woken her up, and Kaze was known to be particularly pleasant when she was still tired. She had been awake for about an hour, lying in bed and staring at the ceiling. Somehow, she had managed to change clothes without getting out of bed, which was as awkward as it sounded. Finally sitting up, Kaze pulled her blankets around her. She had an abundance of blankets, including a giant fluffy one blocking the sunlight and several organizers filled with soft fabrics. The black duvet cover served a practical purpose. It concealed any stains. As she stood up and yawned, her tired gaze fell on a pile of dirty laundry in the corner of her room and a bucket with a few clean outfits and her uniform. With a sigh, she reluctantly left the warmth of her blankets. After brushing her hair into a ponytail and washing her face, she grimaced at the cold water that splashed against her skin. Gathering her belongings, she headed to the front to grab her shoes. This time, she didn't say her usual farewell. She thought to herself that she should have slept on the roof instead of returning to the orphanage. Kaze had a habit of rotating her sleeping spots. Sometimes she stayed on a random roof across town, other times at the orphanage, or even on the roof of the orphanage itself. She enjoyed the thrill of the cool night air and the beautiful night sky. The weather that day was particularly nice for Kaze, with gray clouds and the scent of rain in the air. She decided to walk to school. As she strolled down a less busy street, she heard a loud commotion ahead and noticed a large crowd gathering. Kaze felt frustrated, wondering if it was another villain attack and where the heroes were. Standing at the back of the crowd, she tried to see what was happening. A tall, lanky man stood in front of an alleyway, holding a young woman hostage with a knife pressed to her throat. He looked malnourished and on the verge of tears, clearly stressed. He shouted nervously for money, threatening the woman. The crowd hesitated, stepping back instead of intervening. Kaze glared at the onlookers, surprised they would rather wait for heroes than help the woman in danger. Determined to stall the man until a hero arrived, she pushed her way through the crowd. Kaze raised her hands, trying to reason with him. She suggested they talk it out, but he interrupted her, insisting that talking wouldn't solve his problems. Does he step back? Woman struggled more, and Kaze pressed on, asking what he needed the money for. Kaze maintained a calm and even tone as she inched closer to the man. She could sense the tension in the air. The man began to cry, tears streaming down his face as he shouted in despair. He questioned why she cared, accusing her of only trying to save the woman he had taken hostage. Kaze continued to soothe him, speaking gently as if he were a frightened animal. She closed the distance between them, now just a few feet away. The man's resolve seemed to crumble as he dropped the knife and fell to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. The woman he had held captive quickly fled to the safety of the crowd. The man expressed his desperation, revealing that he needed money for his daughter's cancer treatment. He lamented his struggles and his desire for his little girl to live beyond the age of 7, admitting that he never wanted to resort to such actions. Kaze knelt beside him and wrapped her arms around him, despite her discomfort with physical contact. She offered him comfort, assuring him that everything would be okay. Life was unfair, but he needed to be strong for his daughter. The man cried harder in her embrace, overwhelmed by his emotions. As heroes and police arrived, Kaze continued to comfort the man until they took over. She learned that his name was Oshiro Otsu, and he was calm enough to cooperate with the authorities. Before being taken away, he asked Kaze to tell his daughter, Yuna Otsu, that he was sorry for what he had done and that he wouldn't be able to visit her for a while. He managed a weak smile, and the officer who handcuffed him offered a sympathetic look. Kaze promised to relay his message. After Oshiro was placed in the police car and driven away, another officer approached her, seeking her name. Kaze crossed her arms, her tone shifting back to its usual demeanor. She introduced herself as Kazehira. The officer acknowledged her bravery in handling the situation, despite the risks involved. He commended her for calming the man down and expressed his support for her future as a hero. Flushed with embarrassment, Kaze turned away, muttering a casual response before glancing back at the man one last time. She thanked him quietly before walking away, feeling the weight of the moment linger in her mind. Kaze had finally arrived at school, contemplating whether she should have taken the roof route to avoid the drama below. However, if she had done that, she wouldn't have been able to help Oshiro, and that would have bothered her. She thought about visiting Oshiro's daughter one day. As she paused for a moment, she realized she might actually care about saving people and their well-being. But then she dismissed the thought, attributing her actions to being tired and feeling generous enough to help. Upon reaching the gates of UA, Kaze was met with a familiar sight, a crowd of reporters. Their relentless questions filled the air, and she wondered what they wanted this time. Kaze made her way through the throng, prepared to rescue the girls from the reporters, despite having only known them for 2 days. Not many girls were willing to befriend someone like her, confident, a bit of a smartass, and a show-off. Those traits often attracted boys, leading to more love confessions than she cared for. Her initial plan was to grab the girls and leave, but the reporters swarmed her as soon as they spotted her, bombarding her with questions. Kaze shrugged them off and continued toward the gates, passing her classmates and giving up on her mission to save the girls. They had survived yesterday. She believed they could handle this. Once inside, Mr. Aizawa attempted to control the reporters, but they insulted him instead. Kaze couldn't help but chuckle at the rudeness. Mr. Aizawa glanced at her and then pulled her along by the back of her shirt. As the gates closed, she flipped the reporters a gesture of defiance, amused by their determination to breach UA's defenses. Once in the school, Mr. Aizawa stopped dragging her and watched as she stumbled to the ground. He instructed her to get to class, and Kaze realized she wasn't late after all. With a mock salute, she made her way up the stairs to her classroom, contemplating the idea of starting a petition for an elevator. In class, she chatted with Momo, whom she considered the ultimate mom friend, discussing math for some reason. Kaze then noticed Mr. Aizawa was finally present, announcing that they would be choosing a class president. Kaze knew none of her classmates well enough to vote for anyone else, so she voted for herself, not that she had any desire to take on the tiring role. Midoriya was ultimately chosen as class president, while Momo became vice president. Midoriya looked bewildered, while Momo appeared somewhat disappointed with her position. During 4th PRD, English class, Kaze found herself zoning out, distracted by the wall. Mr. Mike called her name, asking her to translate a simple sentence. She did so effortlessly, returning to her seat while a classmate with unusual hair stared at her. As the lesson progressed, Mr. Mike assigned partner work, promising that they could use their phones afterward. Kaze took full advantage of this opportunity. When class ended, students rushed out, eager for lunch. Kaze, feeling somewhat isolated, decided to grab her gourmet meal of delicious curry buns and sat at an empty table. Having skipped breakfast, the first bite of the curry bun was heavenly. Just as she finished, an alarm blared, sending the cafeteria into chaos. Students pushed and shoved toward the emergency exit, and Kaze found herself caught in the frenzy. She felt overwhelmed by the crowd, her heart racing as she was jostled around. Suddenly, she was slammed against a window, her back pressed against it, and her face buried in someone's solid chest. In any other situation, she might have reacted differently, but in the chaos, she felt trapped and unable to respond. Settling for small movements, the person, whom she could only assume was male, placed his hands on either side of her head as everyone pushed around them. Occasional grunts were heard as his body was jostled back and forth. Kaze finally managed to look up after cursing. He sounded so familiar. It was Boku, the resident fiery blonde, who had unintentionally trapped Kaze beneath him. He casually remarked on the unexpected encounter, asking if she visited often. Kaze knew the overly confident Pomeranian couldn't outshine her. She was better than him in every way. Brugus. Practically seething, wanting nothing more than to punch this extra in the face. After all, she had taken a picture of him in a vulnerable moment, and he was furious. How dare she look at him as if they were equals? He began to voice his anger, but was interrupted as someone shoved him again, forcing him closer to the glass. Looking out, he realized it was just reporters, not a villain attack as he had assumed, and the teachers were managing the situation. Boku cursed, frustrated that the reporters had broken into the school instead of villains. He pushed away from the glass, unintentionally crushing the extra beneath him, which was uncomfortable for both of them. The white-haired girl attempted to shove him off, calling him heavy, which he found unfair. In fact, he considered himself quite fit and strong. He yelled at her to be quiet, his voice ringing in her ear. Kaze remarked on his volume, noting how loud he was. Ida, somehow managing to climb on top of the door, declared that everyone should calm down since it was just the press. He looked like the figure on an exit sign, ironically standing under the bold red letters spelling exit. As the crowd settled, Kaze wiggled her way out from under Boku's weight, relieved to finally breathe. She expressed her frustration, not particularly directing it at anyone. Boku retorted, pointing out her figure in an insensitive manner, which was not a wise move. Kaze casually acknowledged her body, following the calmer crowd back into the cafeteria, leaving a fuming Boku behind, still angry about the picture she had taken. As she walked away, Kaze reflected on how awkward the situation had been. Boku had been pressing down on her, but she couldn't help but admit that there was something appealing about his physique. After the false alarm, everyone returned to lunch, which was quieter but still lively. Kaze sat at her table, staring blankly at it. She couldn't browse her slow phone, which only played music thanks to her friend Vinny's tinkering. He had called her late at night, panicking about a girl named May Hatsum, rambling about her and babies. Suddenly, someone slammed their hand on her table, startling her. She looked up to see Boku glaring at her with fiery eyes, as if she might ignite at any moment. He growled that he had a problem with her, clearly agitated. Kaze shot back with a sarcastic welcome, but then returned to staring at the table, avoiding eye contact with the boy who had nearly crushed her moments before. Boku slammed his palm down again, demanding she delete the video she had taken. He grabbed her collar, causing her shirt to pop open, a tactic meant to intimidate, but it wasn't working. Kaze firmly told him to let go, threatening to scream for help if he didn't. Boku looked surprised but didn't release her, sparks beginning to form in his palms. Taking a deep breath, Kaze prepared to shout a word that could ruin his reputation. But then, Boku was pulled back by a familiar redhead, who apologized for his friend's temper. Kirishima had his arms hooked under Boku, preventing him from acting out. A pink girl, Mina Ishido, rushed up behind Kirishima, waving and assessing the situation. She chided Boku for starting a fight so soon after meeting them, while Kirishima struggled to keep him in check. Kaze found the scene amusing, watching as Mina scolded Bokugu and Kirishima held him back. Just then, another blonde, Kaminari, arrived, out of breath and complaining about being left behind. Bokugu shouted at him, and Kaze couldn't help but snicker. Mina then had a realization, turning to Kaze with excitement. Kaminari looked Kaze up and down before nodding in approval, while Bokugu glared at Mina, clearly frustrated. Kaze responded to the invitation to lunch, noting that there were only about 10 minutes left anyway. Mina squealed with excitement and dragged Kaze off to a different table, with the boys following behind, seemingly trying to calm Bokugu down. Mina noticed Kaze's shirt and asked what had happened to it. Kaze was confused by the question, wondering why Mina cared about her clothing. Mina pointed out that Kaze was missing a button and her shirt was wrinkled, and she had not worn her blazer at all. Kaze raised an eyebrow at Mina's concern and teased her about it, noting the view. Kaze glanced down and noticed that her shirt revealed a bit of her black sports bra. She shrugged, thinking it was fun to tease people. The missing button was a lost cause after all. She took a French fry from Mina's tray, prompting a dramatic reaction from Mina, who insisted it was her fry. Kaze simply ate it, unfazed. As the bell rang, the boys never even made it to the table. Midoriya nervously stuttered as he nominated Ida for class president, believing he would do a great job, especially after seeing how he calmed everyone during a recent alarm. Ida stood up and bowed, expressing his commitment to the position with honor. Mr. Aizawa grumbled about the meeting being a waste of time, stirring from his sleeping bag. Kaze wondered if she would get in trouble for bringing her own sleeping bag. At the end of the day, Kaze felt it had been too long since she had seen Vinny. Packing her things, she headed toward the support classroom, putting on her oversized neon green headphones and pressing play, adjusting to the loud music as she walked. Somehow, Kaze ended up on the third-year floor and asked a random third-year student for directions to the first-year support course. After realizing she was on the wrong floor, she finally made it to Vinny's classroom, where she heard someone screaming about babies. Vinny burst out of the room, looking panicked, and hid behind Kaze. Before she could question him, there was an explosion, and black smoke billowed out comically from the room. Kaze knew better than to question Vinny's antics at this point in their friendship. Vinny, ruffling his orange hair and putting on goggles, declared he was onto something big and rushed back into the chaotic room. Kaze shrugged and walked toward the elevator, having recently discovered that UA had elevators. A third-year student had shown her, and she felt a bit foolish for not knowing. Exiting UA's gates, Kaze noticed that there were no gates left, only a pile of ash. She wondered what had happened. Her thoughts were interrupted when she spotted a man in a suspicious black hoodie with wavy light blue hair standing around the corner of an alleyway, talking on his phone. Suddenly, a black portal opened in front of him, and he vanished. Kaze was taken aback, her mind racing with questions. The next day, Kaze woke up early on a rooftop and somehow made it to school ahead of time. The gates had been replaced, but she felt a sense of unease as if something was off. Arriving at the newly found elevators and her classroom, she was lost in her thoughts when someone called her name from behind. Kirishima, with Bokugu trailing behind him, greeted her enthusiastically. Kaze acknowledged him but wasn't particularly in the mood for conversation. Kirishima excitedly mentioned a video he had seen of her, claiming she looked very manly. Kaze was confused and asked what he was talking about. Kirishima pulled out his phone and showed her a video titled, "Girl Saves Woman and Comforts Villain." Watching it, Kaze saw how others perceived her in that moment, and she felt a mix of emotions. Kirishima was taken aback by her reaction, while Bokugu tried to suppress a laugh. Kaze, unfazed, asked where Kaminari was, and Kirishima explained that he would arrive in about 10 minutes. As they entered the classroom, Kaze noticed it was mostly empty, with only a few classmates present. Feeling more awake, she sat next to Jairu, having bonded over their mutual love for Queen. Kaze leaned over to see what Jairu was listening to and raised an eyebrow at the song. Jairu admitted that while he couldn't understand Eminem's fast rapping, he appreciated Kaze for introducing him to the artist. Jairu questioned whether Kaze thrived off roasting people as she pressed play to focus on him. Kaze agreed, suggesting they should watch a movie together. Just then, Mr. Aizawa interrupted, instructing everyone to take their seats for a special lesson. He held up a note card with "Rescue" written on it, announcing that lessons were cancelled for hero class. They would be having rescue training with 2 chaperones. He reminded them that they might not be used to their costumes and that it was up to them what to wear for the exercise. They would be taking a bus to an off-campus facility. As everyone chatted and grabbed their costumes, Kaze and Mina walked to the bus, with Mina doing most of the talking while Kaze chimed in occasionally. Upon reaching the bus, Mina rambled about wanting to play a game, while Ida insisted on getting on in an orderly fashion. Once Mr. Aizawa allowed everyone on, Ida's orderly approach became irrelevant as it wasn't the type of bus he had anticipated. Kaze felt a strong urge to punch Ida for his antics. Kaze sat between Kirishima and Boku, both of whom were strikingly attractive and muscular. Kirishima was even shirtless. Tsu remarked that she didn't think Boku could ever be a popular hero due to his perpetual anger, which prompted Boku to explode in frustration. Kaminari, with a cocky tone, commented on Boku's personality, clearly not realizing how close he was to provoking him further. Momo covered her mouth, clearly offended by Boku's language, and expressed her distaste for the conversation. Mr. Aizawa interrupted, announcing their arrival as the bus slowed to a stop in front of a large dome-shaped building. 13, the space hero, greeted everyone enthusiastically, revealing that they had been waiting for them. The students who recognized 13 expressed their excitement, eager to see what was inside. 13 explained that the facility was designed to teach young heroes how to handle various disasters, introducing it as the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. Mr. Aizawa spoke briefly with 13, who held up 3 fingers in response. After Mr. Aizawa stepped aside, 13 delivered a speech about the dangers of quirks, earning applause from the students, including Kaze, who thought 13 was impressive. Suddenly, the flickering lights interrupted Mr. Aizawa, and a misty purple portal opened in front of the water fountain at the center of the USJ. Kaze's eyes widened in recognition. It looked just like the portal she had seen the day before. A group of intimidating villains emerged from the portal, causing Kaze to freeze in panic. Mr. Aizawa shouted for 13 to protect the students as he donned his yellow goggles. Kirishima, confused, stepped forward, questioning if the training had already begun. Mr. Aizawa quickly warned him to stay back, clarifying that these were real villains. The atmosphere shifted from confusion to shock and fear among the students. A villain with light blue hair, whom Kaze had seen before, inquired about All Might's whereabouts, revealing that he was covered in hands. Todoroki noted that one of the villains must have a quirk jamming their communications. Kaze felt her adrenaline surge. She loved a good fight and was known for her thrill-seeking nature. Midoriya expressed concern for Mr. Aizawa, urging him not to go out alone against so many villains, as his fighting style was better suited for stealth and one-on-one encounters. Mr. Aizawa countered that a pro-hero needed to be versatile and leaped off the deep stairs toward the villains. As 13 began to lead the students back to the entrance, a black mist formed a barrier to prevent their escape. A villain introduced himself as part of the League of Villains, stating that they had decided to invade this haven of justice. He ominously suggested it was a fitting place for the symbol of peace to meet his end. The tension in the air thickened, and Kaze wondered why the villain was so polite. She found it oddly unsettling. Boku and Kirishima charged forward to attack, but Kaze managed to grab Kirishima to pull him back, though Boku unleashed an explosion that filled the area with smoke. As the smoke cleared, Kaze found herself thrown to the ground, rubbing her head before noticing Kirishima and Boku were also down. The villains were closing in, and the building showed signs of damage. One villain, with a creepy demeanor, suggested they should deal with the boys and have some fun with Kaze. She felt disgusted but was quickly relieved when Kirishima sprang up and punched the villain, declaring it was not manly to speak that way. Boku joined the fray, and the fight began in earnest. Kaze, having been sitting down, stood up, stretched her arms above her head, and popped her knuckles. She was eager for a fight, and this was just what she needed. Ducking under people, she kicked them where it hurt, kneed them in the stomach, and delivered a few elbows to the face. After a while, the 3 of them were panting and wiping their sweat, surrounded by unconscious villains. Kirishima complimented Kaze, expressing surprise at her fighting skills. Kaze grinned, thrilled by the action, noting that none of the villains had managed to land a hit on her. Bokugu, walking out of the partially destroyed building, remarked that at least one person in their class understood the thrill of a good fight. Kaze followed closely behind, while Kirishima checked to ensure all the villains were down for the count. Suddenly, another villain jumped in front of them, releasing a strange pink mist from his mouth that enveloped Kaze and Bokugu. They inhaled the smoke and started to feel lightheaded. Kirishima, who had been lagging behind, rushed forward and punched the villain in the jaw with a hardened fist. The man fell easily, but Kaze and Bokugu remained dazed even after the smoke cleared. Bokugu shook his head, his gaze fixed on Kirishima, his eyes widening slightly. Kaze stared at Kirishima in shock. What they saw was truly bizarre. Instead of Kirishima standing there, they were confronted with a surreal sight, a narwhal with Kirishima's hair and 3 unicorn horns, wearing a pink tutu and screaming in a strange language. Kaze and Bokugu were frozen in disbelief at the sight of the narwhal, which was somehow Kirishima. Kaze looked to Bokugu for an explanation, but his expression shifted from horror to confusion as he continued to stare at the creature. The narwhal stopped its strange outburst and focused on them with beady eyes, flopping toward Kaze. She instinctively stepped back, while Bokugu moved forward, ready to deal with whatever that thing was. To their surprise, the flopping narwhal flickered and transformed back into Kirishima, who appeared confused and unaware of the chaos he had caused. He awkwardly asked what was wrong, noticing their tense demeanor. Kaze gulped, explaining that what they had just witnessed was one of the most terrifying things she had ever seen. Bokugu silently agreed, realizing he would never view Kirishima the same way again. Kirishima, puzzled, stopped in front of them, and Kaze would have admired his physique if not for the recent trauma. She brushed off his questions, and Kirishima, now serious, suggested they find their classmates, especially those without offensive abilities. Bokugu, still brooding over his previous encounter, insisted he would confront the villain responsible for the warp gate. Kirishima pointed out that Bokugu's physical attacks hadn't affected the villain, but he remained determined to cut off their escape route. Kaze watched as a chameleon-like villain jumped from the roof, charging at them with a knife, but he didn't seem particularly threatening. In a swift motion, Bokugu caught the villain's head and unleashed an explosion. Kaze winced at the sight but couldn't help but admire Bokugu's impressive reflexes. Bokugu remarked that if all the villains were as weak as the ones they had fought, their classmates would be fine. Kirishima expressed awe at Bokugu's reflexes and questioned his newfound calmness, mimicking Bokugu's usual intensity. Kaze interrupted, reminding them that their teacher couldn't hold off the villains forever and that they needed to keep him safe. Bokugu dismissed her, and Kaze flipped him off before heading in the direction of the USJ's center, with Kirishima following closely and Bokugu trailing behind. As they approached, Bokugu shouted for Deku to get out of his way, blasting the warp gate that separated Midoriya and All Might. The trio made their way there with minimal conflict, thanks to Kirishima's peacemaking efforts. However, Kaze's attention was drawn to her teacher, who lay on the ground in a small crater. Blood pooled around him, and his arms were twisted at unnatural angles, his face battered and bruised. His eyes were barely open as he watched his students. Kaze had only known him for a week, so why was she so attached already? Running over to him, she stumbled a few times as she frantically looked him over. Gently and cautiously, she turned him onto his back. Panic surged through her for a moment, reminding her of her mother. This only fueled her determination as she brought her shaky hands over Mr. Aizawa's face, sensing that it was the most injured. The soft yellow glow from her hands and the soothing sensation allowed Aizawa to open his eyes just enough to see his white-haired student, who he considered a close second for the most troublesome. She stared at him, on the verge of breaking down. This moment had definitely reminded Kaze of her parents. Perhaps she should visit her father in the mental hospital and drop off some flowers for her mother. Seeing what she could heal, Kaze decided that his eye sockets, which were severely crushed and cracked, needed immediate attention. Tsu called out for her, urging her to help Mr. Aizawa first, as 13 had been hurt badly. Kaze, still in shock, asked how badly 13 was injured, overwhelmed by the situation. Despite her confidence, she felt the weight of fear pressing down on her. The only reason she could form a sentence was likely due to shock numbing the reality of the terrifying circumstances. Sue placed her hand on Kaze's shoulder in an attempt to comfort her, insisting that 13 could wait. A sickening sound echoed as Mr. Aizawa's nose was pulled back into place, causing the girls to visibly cringe. Kaze stopped healing him, realizing that this was the consequence of not training her quirk. Leaning to the side, she coughed up blood, the first time she had experienced such a severe drawback. She couldn't completely heal his face. Kaze was far too inexperienced for that. Instead, she focused on what she could manage, forcing his body to produce more red blood cells. His arms were twisted and broken in multiple places, and one of his elbows seemed to have disintegrated. Tears welled up in Kaze's eyes as she realized just how injured he was. Miraculously, there was still oxygen in his brain, but a broken bone in his nasal cavity was obstructing his breathing. At this rate, he would suffocate, and Kaze couldn't heal something she didn't understand. Perhaps she really did need those extra lessons with Recovery Girl. She forced his mouth open and tilted his head to ensure he could breathe through it. Even if he couldn't breathe through his nose, Kaze could help him get oxygen through his mouth. Without mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, of course. She noted his age, wondering why she even knew how old he was. Hearing him take a small breath, Kaze sighed in relief, realizing she had been holding her breath. Keeping his head tilted, she moved one hand to his most injured arm. She could only heal the bones at this point, and as she pulled her hand away after realigning them, she cringed at the sound. Mr. Aizawa groaned in pain, the sensation of her healing numbing his discomfort but sending him into shock. Reacting quickly, Kaze placed her hand over his other arm to heal it. Healing one part of his body seemed to numb the pain, which was crucial for keeping him from going into shock, a state that would jeopardize his chances of survival. Kaze felt the bile rise in her throat again, her drawback making her dizzy and slowing her reaction time. Blood dripped from her mouth onto her hero costume, and she was so focused on her task that she didn't notice Sue rubbing circles on her back in an attempt to comfort her. Sue felt helpless, watching her friend desperately try to heal their homeroom teacher while struggling with her own injuries. Kaze seemed to be getting a fever, which worried Sue. She could do nothing but stand guard, ensuring that none of the thugs attempted to attack. She saw All Might engaging with the Nomu, delivering punches so fast that they were almost a blur. The spectators were in awe of his strength, and even some of the villains appeared shaken. But Sue was far more concerned for her friend, who looked ready to collapse. As some of the thugs began to stir, All Might seemed momentarily frozen. A couple of villains noticed how vulnerable the girls were and began to approach them, sensing an opportunity. Kaze began to waver in her healing, causing Mr. Aizawa to groan and crack his bloodied eyes open. Seeing his student hovering over him, blood dripping from her mouth and tears streaming down her face, was a sight he never wanted to witness. It was truly heartbreaking for him. The Nomu had been defeated, and Ida had successfully brought reinforcements, but Kaze couldn't recall the details. Everything was a blur. She rarely used her healing quirk, but even she understood the drawbacks. Overusing it left her dizzy, with blurred vision and difficulty thinking straight. As if she didn't already struggle enough. At this point, she wasn't even healing Mr. Aizawa. Her energy coursing through him was merely enough to keep him from going into shock. Blood continued to drip from her lips when a loud blonde rushed up to her. Present Mike called for a paramedic urgently, his gaze fixed on his best friend lying on the ground, while a determined student was doing her best to heal him. She was clearly exhausted, and the question lingered in the air: what would happen to Aizawa when she could no longer continue? Behind the teachers, police and paramedics rushed in. The police began apprehending the villains while the medics checked on the students. A nurse shouted for assistance, indicating the critically injured teacher and a student who appeared to be in distress. A stretcher was quickly brought over. The nurse gently urged the student to pause her healing efforts, assuring her that Aizawa would be all right. He patted her back, signaling for her to step back. Kaze, the student, reluctantly ceased her healing and fell into the paramedic's arms, utterly drained. Aizawa's breathing became more labored, but otherwise he remained unchanged. The paramedic carefully attempted to lift Aizawa onto the stretcher, but he began to cough, indicating a serious issue. It seemed he was struggling to breathe again, and the concern grew. Had Kaze overlooked a serious injury? Kaze quickly moved forward to alleviate Aizawa's pain, but blood trickled down her chin as she did so. The scene was alarming. The male nurse urged her to continue her healing until they reached Recovery Girl, emphasizing that she was vital to keeping Aizawa alive. Kaze appeared to be in a daze, simply channeling her energy. Another paramedic joined in, and together they were more cautious as they transferred Aizawa to the stretcher, paying close attention to his throat. Kirishima, curious about the commotion, rushed over to check on everyone. Kaze was struggling to maintain her strength to heal Aizawa, as the other paramedics were preoccupied with carrying him. Kirishima arrived just in time to catch Kaze as she began to falter. Blood from her mouth dripped onto his arms, a grim reminder of the situation. The medic instructed Kirishima to support Kaze as they ascended the stairs, noting that she was crucial in stabilizing Aizawa's condition. Kirishima, feeling a mix of horror and determination, opted to lift Kaze in a way that would be less awkward for her. As they continued up the stairs, Kaze leaned forward, her energy waning, and she struggled to stay awake, even pinching herself to remain alert. Kirishima shuffled sideways to allow her to heal Aizawa, feeling the strain in his ankles as they progressed. Finally reaching the ambulance, Recovery Girl's eyes widened at the sight of Aizawa and Kaze. She hurried over as the paramedics gently placed Aizawa on the cot. Kirishima, now dubbed the Kaze holder, sat beside Kaze, ensuring she stayed conscious during the ride to the hospital. Recovery Girl began to heal Aizawa, but she needed energy to do so, and Kaze's own energy was critical for her healing abilities. As they arrived at the hospital, Kaze was allowed to stop healing Aizawa. She had given enough energy for Recovery Girl to address his injuries. Exhausted, Kaze fainted in Kirishima's arms, leaving him bewildered and flustered. That night marked a significant moment in Kaze's life, as it was the anniversary of her mother's passing. 11 years had passed, and while it felt distant, the memory lingered like a shadow. Kaze didn't harbor deep-seated hatred. It felt more like a scene from a book, a figment of imagination. Her mother, Iris, had been a remarkable woman despite her struggles. A teen mother who had run away with her boyfriend, she was often judged by society. Iris had bright yellow eyes and messy brown hair, and she had somehow captured the heart of Kaze's father, Eiichi, a popular figure in high school known for his striking looks and athletic prowess. Iris possessed the quirk of self-regeneration, which had mutated in Kaze to allow her to heal others. Eiichi's quirk, thought change, enabled him to alter the thoughts of those around him, but it came with a heavy price. Each use brought a new mental burden. Iris had run away from home to be with him, dropping out of high school to care for their baby while he worked and completed his studies. They had eloped at 18, and she embraced the role of a stay-at-home wife. Eventually, he struggled to manage 3 jobs, quit, and turned to gambling. While he may not have been the best role model, he did teach Kaze how to play poker and go fish like a champion. They formed a happy, albeit dysfunctional family. However, Eiichi faced challenges growing up. He was often advised against using his quirk, which left him without practice or tolerance. As he used his ability to influence and read thoughts during poker and blackjack games, he developed various mental health issues. Though he drank heavily, he was a passive drunk, often appearing as if he were high. He remained a devoted father, ensuring bills were paid and food was on the table, always making time for Kaze, whom he affectionately called his little dove. Eiichi himself came from a troubled household. His father was a heavy drinker and a gambler, but Eiichi vowed never to raise a hand against his wife or daughter. Unfortunately, over time, his mental health deteriorated. One night, after a particularly difficult shift at the club and under the influence of alcohol, he stumbled home. With rent overdue by 3 days, Iris confronted him, her voice rising in frustration. Eiichi was experiencing a bipolar episode, his anxiety escalating as he faced his wife's anger. In that moment, he was unable to see Iris. Instead, he was haunted by visions of his father, screaming and threatening. Overwhelmed by memories, he began to hyperventilate. Noticing his distress, Iris approached to comfort him, but in a moment of confusion, he raised his hand and struck her. The impact caused her to stumble and hit her head on a table. Kaze watched in horror from the staircase as her father collapsed in tears, caught in the turmoil of his episodes. Blood pooled from Iris's head, and Kaze rushed to the phone, trembling as she dialed for help. When the operator answered, Kaze struggled to convey the urgency of the situation, sobbing as she described her mother's injury and her father's distress. The operator reassured her that help was on the way and guided her to take deep breaths. Moments later, police and paramedics burst into the room. A paramedic scooped Kaze into his arms and rushed her outside while the police apprehended her father. The paramedics began to assess Iris, but it was too late. She had suffered severe trauma, and despite their efforts, she was gone. Everything became a blur for Kaze. She vaguely remembered voices and a car ride, holding tightly to the person carrying her, seeking comfort in the chaos. She was taken to the hospital, not because she was injured, but because there was nowhere else for her to go. Her mother had been pronounced dead, and her father was taken to a ward. Their once happy, dysfunctional family had shattered. Kaze tossed and turned before waking up in a dark room, realizing she was in a hospital. Confused and sweaty, she sat up quickly, only to be met with a pounding headache. Laying back down, she covered her eyes with her arm as tears began to fall. She missed her father, her mother, and the normalcy of their lives together. She longed for the bare hugs from her father, the sound of her mother's laughter, and the moments spent learning poker and blackjack. She missed the playful times watching cartoons and anime, helping her mother cook, and the dreams of having a younger sibling. She missed building forts and the conversations about getting a big fluffy dog. The weight of her loss was overwhelming. Kaze yawned and stretched as she adjusted to her new reality. UA had given everyone 2 days off to ensure safety and allow Class 1A to recover. Back at the orphanage, her phone pinged a rare occurrence. It was Vinny checking in on her for the 11th time that day, and the girls had invited her to the mall, a small ray of light in her otherwise dark world. Some highly attractive females had invited Kaze to the mall. Vinny, known as Orange Vans, checked in on him, expressing concern in a teasing manner. He mentioned that if Kaze were to get abducted by villains again, he would be furious. Kaze chuckled at Vinny's dramatic messages before turning his attention to the group chat with the girls. Momo, the rich friend, greeted everyone warmly and extended the invitation to the mall. She wanted to spend time together and discuss the recent attack at USJ, emphasizing her concern for everyone's well-being. Another friend chimed in, expressing excitement about the outing. Kaze turned off her phone and tucked it into the back pocket of her shorts, which surprisingly had deep pockets. Today, she looked like a normal person, perhaps even a sane one. She wore short shorts and an off-the-shoulder baggy black shirt with a neon green print. Her hair was loosely braided over her shoulder, thanks to one of the girls at the orphanage. Although her headphones rested around her neck, she had no plans for roof jumping today. Grabbing her black wallet, she headed out, casually saying goodbye to her housemates. She was not expecting Kaya to call out to her, needing to share something important. The maroon-eyed woman hurried out of the living room, asking Kaze to talk when she returned. Kaya noticed Kaze's stylish appearance and wondered if she had a date, which made her feel a bit inadequate. Kaze glanced at her, teasingly questioning whether that was sympathy she detected. Kaya playfully smacked the back of her head, expressing her frustration. She reminded Kaze to be home before 8, emphasizing her generosity. Kaze considered pointing out that Kaya's frequent swearing was a learned behavior, but she refrained, knowing it would lead to uncomfortable conversations about their past. Kaze acknowledged Kaya's words with a casual wave as she left, making her way downtown. Her first stop was the flower shop, where she intended to pick up crocus and white carnations, her mother's favorite flowers. She also planned to bring some cards for her father, hoping he would be stable enough to play today. As she walked, she wore her headphones to block out the bustling noise of the streets filled with people and market vendors. She paused occasionally to pet stray animals, enjoying the brief moments of connection. Just a block away, she spotted Bob, a homeless man she often helped. Their relationship was mutually beneficial. She provided him with snacks or a little cash, while he offered her valuable information about the streets. Kaze approached Bob, ready to give him a $5 bill. She asked if he had any luck finding a job, and he gratefully accepted the money, crediting her for allowing him to use her shower. Kaze felt a swell of pride, knowing she had helped someone who had looked out for her in tough situations. After their brief exchange, Kaze continued to the floral shop, Sweet Stems, where vibrant flowers filled the space. The shop was bright and welcoming, with a glass ceiling and colorful plants everywhere. The scent of fresh flowers enveloped her as she picked out her desired blooms. At the counter, the shop owner, a woman with long platinum blonde hair and sky blue eyes, informed her of the total. Kaze chuckled at the coincidence of the amount, momentarily pondering her beliefs before paying and leaving. Today marked the anniversary of her mother's passing, and Kaze felt a mix of emotions as she approached the well-kept graveyard. The grass was lush and green, with flowers adorning many headstones. Finding her mother's grave was always a challenge, as it looked similar to the others. Settling down in front of the headstone, Kaze awkwardly greeted her mother, sharing updates about her life. She mentioned her enrollment in the hero course at UA, trying to bridge the gap between her past and present. Talking to a headstone felt strange, but it was a ritual she had come to accept. Like everyone in that class, they were all incredibly good-looking, which made Kaze's heart race. Fun fact: Iris was actually a secret pansexual, so she would have supported Kaze unconditionally if she were there right now. It had been a whole week since Kaze last got into a fight, which was a new record for her. She scratched the back of her head, contemplating quitting her part-time job due to the overwhelming drama and her boss's unpredictable behavior. As she picked at the grass, she found the act surprisingly therapeutic. For the next hour, Kaze ranted about everything, even cringing at how emotional she had been during the USJ incident. She sighed as she stood up and stretched, feeling her left foot tingle from falling asleep. Frustrated with her foot, she squeaked as she tripped and fell, a result of her foot's betrayal. She waved goodbye to her mother, needing to get to her father's hospital before lunchtime. Upon arriving, Kaze greeted her dad with enthusiasm. They looked almost identical, resembling siblings or even twins. Iichi had great genes, and Kaze hoped she would look as good as he did at his age. Iichi responded with a chuckle, asking how she had been. Toby, the guard in the corner, was slightly flustered, realizing that Iichi, one of their friendlier patients, had a teenage daughter and didn't look a day over 20. Kaze replied with sarcasm, saying she was alive, and suggested they play some blackjack. Iichi grinned, and they began playing, with Iichi winning every round. Eventually, they switched to Go Fish, and Kaze managed to win her first game against him in 5 years. As visiting hours ended, Kaze was out of breath, listening to Iichi recount a funny story about a new nurse who had to look up his age because she didn't believe he was 40. After waving goodbye to her father, Kaze had one last stop for the day. At the salon, the stylist admired Kaze's hair, asking if she was sure about cutting so much off. Kaze confidently replied that she wanted it down to her shoulders. The days passed, and everyone was forced to return to school. Kaze admitted she might have missed being back, not because she was concerned about her teacher or felt guilty about rejecting the girls' mall invitation, but for other reasons. Arriving at UA, Kaze felt a bit out of place, her conversation with Kaya still echoing in her mind. She was obsessed with her short hair, running her fingers through it repeatedly. As she made her way to class, she kept her eyes on the floor, occasionally yawning. It was inevitable that she would bump into someone, and she did. Apologizing, Kaze looked up to see her teacher, Mr. Aizawa. Her voice wavered slightly, feeling relief and sympathy for him. If he had shown his expression, he would have looked shocked, but instead he simply nodded at her. He intended to thank Kaze for her actions that had helped him. With one arm in a cast and the other wrapped in bandages, Aizawa's face was also partially covered, leaving only his eyes visible. He spoke softly, thanking Kaze for what she had done. Kaze felt a surge of happiness that her teacher was alive, but she worried about any lasting damage he might have suffered. Tears of joy threatened to spill, but she fought them back. She questioned why he was thanking her, pointing out that she was in a hero school and would never leave someone to suffer when she had the power to help. Her voice broke, and her vision blurred. Aizawa was unprepared for her emotional response. He had never considered how to comfort a teenager in tears. He explained that if she hadn't acted as she did, he wouldn't be standing there. He bowed slightly in gratitude, though it pained him physically and emotionally. Kaze wiped away a single tear, insisting she was just glad he was okay before quickly walking away to her class, hoping her eyes wouldn't look puffy. Upon entering the classroom, Mina was the first to notice her. Dramatically gasping, she threw her arms around Kaze's neck, exclaiming how adorable her new haircut was. Kaze confirmed she wore her uniform correctly, knowing Ito would be proud. She explained that she thought long hair might be a liability in the field, revealing that she had donated her hair to a cancer support organization. Mina rallied the others, calling for a short hair club, and some students turned their heads to see what was happening before losing interest. Uraraka playfully raised her fist, expressing her approval of Kaze's new hairstyle. Jairu turned back to the conversation she was having with Yaomomo, a light blush on her cheeks. The three of them chatted for a while before relocating to their desks, not wanting to get in trouble for not being in their seats. The students were curious about who would be teaching class today since Mr. Aizawa was supposed to be resting. Kaze wondered how Mr. Aizawa could even be in the building, let alone teach in his condition. Ida called for everyone to take their seats, his voice loud and commanding. Kaze felt a growing annoyance toward him. He was too strict and loud, almost overly cheerful. She shot back at him, pointing out that he was the only one still standing. Ida seemed ready to respond but chose to sit down instead, clearly frustrated with himself and irritated at Kaze. Many students were speculating about who would teach homeroom, given their teacher's supposed absence. When the door opened, everyone turned to see who would be leading the class. Morning class, Mr. Aizawa said as he walked in, startling most of the students. The room buzzed with surprise and relief at his presence. Some expressed their happiness at seeing him, while others questioned his condition. Mr. Aizawa stood in front of his desk, his voice muffled by the bandage around his face. He stated that his well-being was of no importance and reminded them that their fight was not over yet. Almost everyone assumed there were more villains to face, while Hagakure simply wished for some French fries, feeling deprived of her favorite snack. The UA Sports Festival is coming up, Mr. Aizawa announced. Excitement erupted in the classroom, with some students cheering and others looking confused. Kaze fidgeted with her newly short hair, enjoying the feeling, while Mineta was being overly dramatic. Mr. Aizawa gave a motivational speech that energized everyone. Kaze felt thrilled at the prospect of being able to fight legally. Classes flew by as everyone chatted with their respective groups, eagerly awaiting lunch. Cementos had left early, and Ioma was striking poses in the corner with Koda. Kaze thought to herself that Ioma would have been better off in a modeling agency than at school. She drifted among different groups but mostly spent time with Tokoyami, Shoji, Sato, and a few others who also floated between cliques. The white-haired girl often joined the Boku squad and Deku squad as well. There was also the Friday Girl meetup, where all the girls gathered for lunch, sharing stories and teasing each other about their crushes. Today, Kaze chose to sit with Tokoyami's group. They had fun conversations, but Kaze found herself distracted, browsing apartment costs instead. Kaze walked into the orphanage feeling refreshed, eager to show off her new haircut to the caretakers. In the living room, she found Kaya, the head caretaker, sitting with James. James had a unique look, with shaved sides and numerous piercings. He was tall and skinny for his age. Kazehira, James, we need to talk, Kaya said, her eyes puffy and red, indicating she had been crying. Kaze felt a knot form in her stomach. A crying Kaya was never a good sign. She plopped down on the couch next to James, who shifted away from her, clearly uncomfortable. Kaya sighed and explained that both of them were too old to remain in the orphanage any longer. James groaned, not surprised, while Kaze's eyes widened in disbelief. She felt a wave of sadness wash over her as she realized she was losing her home. We will fund your apartments until you can live independently, Kaya continued, looking down sadly. Kaze struggled to process the news, only managing a soft, "Oh." Kaya informed them they would receive a budget to find an apartment, with the government covering the costs until they could support themselves. They were always welcome back at the orphanage, but not for long-term stays. That night, Kaze cried herself to sleep, overwhelmed by the changes ahead. The next day, Kaze wiped the sweat from her brow after moving her furniture into her new apartment. She had only a bed, a bedside table, a dresser, and a beanbag chair, bare essentials from her room. She hadn't been prepared for this sudden change, but she had saved money from her job at the tourist restaurant. Still, she knew she would likely need a second part-time job. Kaya promised to provide James and Kaze with basic necessities like pots, pans, and food, along with a small budget for personal items. However, it wasn't much for stocking a new home. The government would cover the apartment, water, and gas bills, but if Kaze wanted a phone or TV, she would have to pay for those herself. She received a food card, which provided about $200 for groceries each month. Kaze flopped onto her queen-sized bed, her hair too short for a ponytail, feeling the weight of the upcoming sports festival. She had been told she would be on standby for any injuries, and she hadn't even had a lesson with Recovery Girl yet. Since Kaya had kicked her out, Kaze would need a teacher's signature as her guardian. She sighed, realizing how complicated that would be. But first, she thought, she could finally get a puppy. Or maybe a spider. Or even a snake. She really liked all three of them. Kaze had a fiery disdain for cats, which was well known. The doorbell rang, and Kaze realized that Kaya must have arrived with supplies for her and James to live independently. James had a tendency to show up unannounced during dinner, which was typical of him. Kaze and James had been in the orphanage since Kaze was 5, and James had been there even longer. They shared a peculiar rivalry that had persisted since childhood, often engaging in playful wrestling matches they called silent fights for reasons unknown. When Kaze opened the door, she saw Kaya struggling to hold an outrageously heavy box. Kaya greeted her with a strained voice, clearly having difficulty managing the weight. Kaze teased her, calling her an old lady, which earned her a glare as Kaya pushed past her to set the box down. Inside were pots, pans, plates, and other kitchen essentials. Kaya helped Kaze organize the kitchen, as Kaze often found it hard to focus on cleaning or organizing. Eventually, she collapsed onto her bed, covered in a blanket, contemplating whether to get a spider, a puppy, or possibly a snake. She wasn't quite sure yet. The white-haired girl hesitated before knocking on the door in front of her. She needed guardian consent to participate in the UA Sports Festival, and she had forgotten about it until the last moment. Scolding herself for her nerves, Kaze knocked firmly on the mahogany door. "Come in," came the polite voice of Nizu, sending a chill down Kaze's spine. He was quite an intimidating presence. As Kaze entered the room, all the teachers turned their attention to her. She stopped in front of her more relaxed teachers, Midnight, Mr. Mike, and Mr. Aizawa, holding out the slightly crumpled papers while scratching her cheek and looking away. She needed a parent signature. Kaze felt a pang of embarrassment as Aizawa blinked at her, suggesting she ask one of her caretakers. She explained that she had been legally kicked out of the orphanage at 16, so one of her teachers would need to sign instead. Midnight, feeling sympathetic, eagerly offered to sign the papers. She had always favored Kaze for her sass, wit, and candidness, often finding her snarky comments in class amusing. Mike, initially taken aback by Midnight's enthusiasm, also offered to sign. He had not been particularly fond of Kaze at first, especially when she had cursed in English without them realizing it except for Boku, who would certainly understand. However, after Kaze had used her quirk excessively to save Boku's best friend and ended up in the hospital, Mike had reassessed his feelings toward her. As Mike and Midnight playfully bickered, Aizawa took the papers from Kaze, who seemed to be lost in her thoughts. He quickly stamped his signature on the document. Midnight expressed her desire to sign alongside Mike, while Sniper chuckled, enjoying his candy. Nizu pondered Kaze's admission of living independently, realizing she was likely supporting herself. He had offered to help fund her attendance at UA, after all. Aizawa slumped in his chair as Kaze took the signed papers and walked out. She mumbled a small, thanks, which was a step toward softening her oversized ego. The blush of embarrassment was evident, marking a moment of vulnerability for her. Teaching didn't prepare Aizawa for these situations, and he felt the weight of the challenges he faced in his role. It was the end of class once more, and Kaze was exhausted. She hadn't managed to sleep a wink the previous night because her new apartment felt haunted or infested. Out of the corner of her eye, she had seen something yellow several times, but it vanished whenever she turned to look. Aside from her possibly haunted apartment, a group of students was blocking the door, hindering everyone's exit. Boku, with his usual intensity, declared that they were scouting the competition. He reminded everyone that they were the class that had survived a real villain attack and urged them to move aside. Kaze approached Boku, retorting that he didn't need to compensate for his ego. Midoriya, anxious about the confrontation, looked worried. Boku, unfazed, demanded to know what she had said. Kaze repeated her words deliberately, enjoying the irritation she was causing. Boku was visibly annoyed, while Midoriya appeared increasingly nervous, and Jairu found amusement in the exchange. A tall male student with purple hair stepped forward, questioning the attitude of Boku and Kaze. He expressed his desire to be in the hero course, explaining that he and others had been forced into different tracks. He mentioned that if they performed well in the sports festival, they could transfer into the hero course, issuing a challenge to Kaze and Boku. Kaze lost interest in his speech and walked away, with Boku following her shortly after. In the back of the class, Todoroki was taking notes rapidly, glancing between the purple-haired student and a photo of Mr. Aizawa. His notes included comparisons of Kaze to the number 5 hero and recovery girl, revealing his analytical nature. The morning of the sports festival arrived, and Kaze was excited to compete. She sat on a table in the waiting room, listening to music while scrolling through numerous messages from Vinny, who had been anxiously anticipating the event. Despite her music, Kaze sensed tension in the air, noticing Todoroki and Midoriya engaged in a silent stare-down. Midoriya declared his intention to come in first, to which Todoroki responded blandly. Kaze, not fully aware of the situation, blurted out a random comment, which earned her a sharp retort. Present Mike energized the crowd as Class 1A was introduced. He announced Kaze as the student to deliver the pledge, despite her lack of preparation due to recent upheavals in her life. She pledged to win for the Honto-Jine orphanage, even though she no longer lived there. Her speech took a turn, and she jokingly suggested that those not ready for the competition could serve as stepping stones to her victory, prompting boos from her classmates and the audience. As the obstacle race began, all 11 courses were crammed into a narrow hallway, filled with the smell of sweat and the sounds of shoving. Kaze felt a sharp elbow to her side, which was quite painful. When the signal for the race was given, students rushed forward, but Kaze remained still until the hallway cleared. With her green goggles on, she played a lively song and prepared to make her move. She suspected Todoroki had created an ice barrier, and she took a running start, sliding down the ice. She maneuvered beneath other students, using their shoulders to pull herself through the crowd. Insults flew, and someone stubbed their toe, earning a moment of respect from Kaze. Mr. Mike announced the first game as an obstacle course, describing it as a chaotic race where anything was allowed as long as participants stayed on course. He humorously warned against any inappropriate behavior during the race, which elicited laughter from the crowd. Kaze finally broke through the crowd, crouched down, and prepared her quirk, launching herself into the air with the wind, quickly gaining altitude. It became increasingly difficult for Kaze to breathe due to the altitude and the effects of her quirk, and her stomach felt like it was doing flips as she descended closer to the ground. It was a sensation reminiscent of riding roller coasters or being playfully tossed onto a bed or couch by a sibling or parent. With her shirt unzipped, the wind whipped it around, and when the zipper unexpectedly flew up and struck her tooth, it hurt more than getting elbowed in the chest. A few tears escaped her eyes. Kaze landed on one of the smaller robots from the entrance exam and launched herself off again, crushing the bot that the girl with yellow eyes had landed on. Using such powerful gusts of wind made it hard to breathe, so she decided to avoid that move for a while. She landed right in front of the second obstacle known as the fall, which had almost no solid ground, only islands connected by a narrow rope. Panting, Kaze quickly utilized her athletic ability and ran across the rope. If she fell, it wouldn't matter. Vinny had her funeral plans ready. Crossing the rope was a miracle in itself, as it was merely a metal line supporting all 120 pounds of Kaze above a pit filled with spikes that looked alarmingly real. Perhaps they were inflatable. She had seen one move, and surely Yue wouldn't be reckless enough to use something truly dangerous. No, scratch that thought. There were small islands between each rope, and there were about 10 islands from her current position to the end of the obstacle. Watching Ida zoom past her in an awkward position sparked a brilliant idea in Kaze's mind. With her legs slightly crouched, she positioned herself sideways and slid smoothly across the rope, propelled by her wind. It was genuinely terrifying. 10-10, Kaze would never do it again. She still had 8 more ropes to cross. Reaching another island, Kaze decided to take a risk and blasted upwards again, only to begin falling back down. She both loved and hated the sensation of falling. It made her feel queasy yet gave her butterflies in her stomach, along with an exhilarating rush of adrenaline. Landing at the end of the challenging tightrope stage, Kaze sprinted toward the next challenge. As she ran, she listened to an energetic song that fueled her determination, and she briefly entertained the thought of taking down 2 opponents like in the song. Present Mike announced the results, stating that Kazehira placed 3rd, highlighting her quirks of Areokinesis and healing. She was part of Class 1A, a special program for students with healing abilities. As she approached the 3rd and hopefully final obstacle, Kaze squinted ahead. She noticed a less than enthusiastic student halting in front of the stage, while Mr. Dandelion blasted his way toward Todoroki. A horde of frustrated students was closing in, and Kaze began to regret not training more with her quirk outside of school. The lack of practice was catching up to her. Todoroki started freezing a path across what Present Mike referred to as a minefield. Gritting her teeth, Kaze accelerated, determined to secure 1st place. She would not allow herself to be outdone by these students who she believed were beneath her in both hero potential and vine skills. Launching herself again, Kaze faltered slightly as a massive explosion erupted behind her, clearly caused by Boku, who was ahead of her. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a huge explosion that was entirely pink. Midoriya zoomed past Kaze, and for a brief moment, their eyes met. He looked as if he had just experienced a major scare. Kaze felt she could use a 30-minute break to recharge, perhaps even a nap. As she fell, she saw Midoriya using Boku and Todoroki as stepping stones, leveraging the explosion from his landing to propel himself further. Kaze had jokingly said she would use these students as stepping stones, but she hadn't meant it literally. Kaze used her air to propel herself off the ground, but things went awry as the air pressure sent her into a series of flips and twists. After a chaotic half backflip, she stabilized herself, her vision tinted green from her goggles, and her headphones blasting a Bo Burnham track. Did this have any relevance? No, but it was a fun fact. Kaze thought she had cleared the minefield and landed safely, only to realize she had not. She sprinted as small pink explosions detonated behind her. Brown. She needed a new pair of pants. Present Mike announced the results, declaring Izuka Midoriya as the 1st place winner from Class 1A, followed by Shoto Todoroki in 2nd and Katsuki Boku in 3rd. Kaze rushed through the narrow hallway into the new arena. Finally, Present Mike announced her placement as 4th from Class 1A. Kaze panted, hands on her knees, observing Boku throwing a tantrum over his 3rd place finish while Midoriya wiped away tears. Todoroki simply stared at the floor. As people filed in, Kaze pulled down her goggles and began to enjoy herself. Spotting Momo, she started to walk over, only to see Mineta clinging to her back in his usual troublesome manner. Kaze yanked him off and tossed him aside, but he ended up hitting a wall, one of his sticky ball getting stuck to his shirt and the wall, leaving him dangling. Serves him right, especially since his shirt was choking him. Momo thanked Kaze as she removed her gym shirt to create a new one, needing to dispose of the one Mineta had touched. Kaze yawned, and as everyone was called to the center of the arena, she leaned most of her weight onto Momo as they walked over to where Midnight awaited. Midnight announced that the first game of the first-year stage was finally over and encouraged everyone to take a look at the results. A screen displayed the rankings, and everyone took note of their positions. First, Izuka Midoriya, Class 1A. Second, Shoto Todoroki, Class 1A. Third, Katsuki Bakugo, Class 1A. Fourth, Kazehira, Class 1A. Fifth, Ibara Shizuki, Class 1B. Sixth, Juzo Honuki, Class 1B. Seventh, Tenya Ida, Class 1A. Eighth, Fumikage Tokoimi, Class 1A. Ninth, Hantasuro, Class 1A. 10th, Idru Kirishima, Class 1A. 11th, Tetsu, Class 1B. 12th, Masareo Ajuru, Class 1A. 13th, Yosetsu Owaze, Class 1B. 14th, Tsu Ajui, Class 1A. 15th, Mizo Shode, Class 1A. 16th, Rikido Sato, Class 1A. 17th, Ochako Uraraka, Class 1A. 18th, Momo Yarozu, Class 1A. 19th, Minoru Mineta, Class 1A. 20th, Mina Ishido, Class 1A. 21st, Kaji Kato, Class 1A. 22nd, Kyokaju, Class 1A. 23rd, Aiden Kaibara, Class 1B. 24th, Kozai Tsuburaba, Class 1B. 25th, Denki Kaminari, Class 1A. 26th, Kojiro Bando, Class 1B. 27th, Reiko Yanagi, Class 1B. 28th, Hitoshi Shinso, Class 1C. 29th, Juroda Shinshida, Class 1B. 30th, Shernai Kuro, Class 1B. 31st, Yui Kodai, Class 1B. 32nd, Hiryarin, Class 1B. 33rd, Nairenjiki Shoda, Class 1B. 34th, Kinoko Komori, Class 1B. 35th, Tagru Kamakiri, Class 1B. 36th, Nito Minoma, Class 1B. 37th, Pony Tsunatori, Class 1B. 38th, Toru Hagakure, Class 1A. 39th, Setsuna Tokage, Class 1B. 40th, Manga Fukudashi, Class 1B. 41st, Mei Hatsum, Class 1H. 42nd, Yuga Oyama, Class 1A. Next, the announcement was made for the cavalry battles. Midnight dramatically pointed to the participants, her enthusiasm evident. Everyone who had passed was given 15 minutes to choose partners. Kaze found herself surrounded by various students, while Bakugo and Todoroki also attracted attention. Midoriya, however, was being avoided. Kaze had no intention of teaming up with him, so she turned her focus to the crowd around her, searching for familiar faces. Kaze approached Tsuyu, asking her to team up. Tsuyu agreed without hesitation, appreciating Kaze's straightforwardness. Kaze then approached another girl with vines for hair, hoping to convince her to join their team. The girl stared blankly at Kaze, questioning why she should team up with someone from Class 1A. Kaze explained that teaming up with students from other classes would increase their chances of being noticed, especially since their class was considered the golden eggs. The girl, though skeptical, ultimately extended her hand. Introducing herself as Ibara Shiozaki, Kaze grinned and shook her hand firmly, feeling a strange sense of trust in her gut instinct. Just then, a blonde-haired boy interrupted, expressing disdain for Kaze's choice of partner. Nito Minoma, as he introduced himself, reluctantly agreed to join their team after Shiozaki pointed out Kaze's valid arguments. Kaze glanced over at Midoriya, who seemed to be in a serious discussion with Tokoyami. She felt a mix of anxiety and determination as she returned her focus to her own team, grateful for the time to strategize, especially since her quirk often posed challenges. As the time limit approached, Kaze began explaining their plan. Minoma and Shiozaki appeared impressed, while Tsuyu remained her usual calm self, absorbing the information without much expression. When the time was called, excitement filled the air. Kaze was designated as the lightest member of the group and was to be the horse for the cavalry battle. The countdown began, and Kaze felt a rush of adrenaline. As the signal was given, teams dashed forward, each vying for victory. Shiozaki utilized her vines to snatch headbands, while Tsuyu kept a watchful eye, ready to assist Kaze if needed. The rules allowed for creative strategies, and Kaze felt a surge of determination as they raced into the fray. Monoma stood ready to copy Kaze's quirk if any teams approached them. However, most of the responsibility lay with Kaze, as she had more precise control over her abilities. Team Mask primarily stayed near the boundary, which made it easier to dodge attacks, but one wrong move could lead to defeat. Meanwhile, a dramatic scene unfolded with Todoroki and Midoriya, as Todoroki froze a significant portion of the arena, leaving Midoriya's team in a challenging position. Most competitors found themselves immobilized, and Kaze felt a wave of boredom wash over her. Taking a deep breath, she began to sing a line from a song, her voice lacking the melodic quality she hoped for. Her teammates exchanged confused glances, but to everyone's surprise, Shiozaki joined in with a beautiful harmony. Monoma followed suit, echoing the verses sung by Shiozaki and Kaze. Tsu's voice, though rough, added to the mix, and Monoma tapped his foot along to the rhythm. Kaze cleared her throat, slightly embarrassed by her singing, but continued with the lyrics. Monoma, needing to warm up, sang his verse nearly perfectly, while Shiozaki sang proudly, unaware that cameras were capturing their performance. As the group sang together, they harmonized, their voices blending into a lively chorus. They all joined in, their enthusiasm rising as they sang about dreams and aspirations, even as they faced the chaos of the battle around them. The energy was infectious, and they all screamed the final lines with joy, even Shiozaki, who typically maintained a more composed demeanor. As they wrapped up their impromptu performance, the applause from the audience echoed around them, with some shouting compliments at the unexpected display of camaraderie during a cavalry battle. Nizu observed from a distance, sipping his tea while shaking his head at the unpredictability of youth. Todoroki, meanwhile, had mixed feelings about Kaze. She bore an uncanny resemblance to his mother, stirring painful memories he preferred to keep buried. Despite not disliking her, he found it challenging to be near her, which complicated his interactions with both her and Midoriya. He had secured first place in the cavalry battle, with the hot-headed blonde coming in second, Kaze's team in third, and Midoriya's team in fourth. There was also a fifth team led by a boy with wild purple hair, which Todoroki noted for future reference. As he observed Kaze's team, he noticed the blonde had dropped her, prompting the other girls to catch her as she yelled at him. Kaze's demeanor was far from the gentle nature of his mother. She was brash, confident, and at times as volatile as Bakugo, though she could be civil when it suited her. Leaving his cheering team behind, Todoroki approached Midoriya and Kaze's teams, tuning out the shouts from his classmates. Mr. Mike announced a break for lunch before the afternoon activities, and Todoroki prepared himself for whatever came next. Todoroki boldly announced that he needed to talk to Midoriya, walking away with the expectation that the green-haired boy would follow. Midoriya, wiping away his remaining tears, complied without question. Todoroki turned his attention to Kazehira, who had just stopped her animated discussion about elaborate plans involving the blonde boy. She mockingly questioned why Todoroki wanted to speak with her, making light of his family heritage, though it didn't seem to bother him much. Todoroki maintained a blank stare, which Kazehira found unsettling. He began walking away, with Midoriya trailing behind, glancing nervously between Kazehira and Todoroki. Kazehira was not fond of the idea of Todoroki causing any harm to Midoriya. The trio resembled a little train, with Todoroki leading and Midoriya following closely. They entered a dimly lit tunnel, and Kazehira felt a wave of concern that they might be ambushed or forced to share their deepest secrets. Todoroki leaned against one wall while Midoriya took the opposite side. Kazehira, being her usual self, stood in the middle of the tunnel, observing them. Midoriya timidly asked what Todoroki wanted to discuss, noting that the cafeteria would soon be crowded. Todoroki stared at him for a moment, and Kazehira thought they might share a moment of intimacy. Instead, Todoroki revealed that he had been overwhelmed and had broken his pledge, covering his scarred eye with his hand. Kazehira was confused about her presence there. Todoroki continued, mentioning that none of his classmates had felt the same pressure he did during their last encounter. Kazehira was puzzled, as she and her team had been singing instead of focusing on the fights. Meanwhile, Vinny sat in the bleachers, fists clenched in frustration. His best friend, who he had known since middle school, seemed to have forgotten about him. He had tried to reach out, but she was too busy chatting with a new friend, even after he had messaged her repeatedly. The two had drifted apart, and Vinny felt abandoned. Kaze had always claimed she didn't want to be a hero, yet here she was, pursuing a path she had once rejected. He felt lost without her, recalling the times she had been his support during difficult moments. In the bathroom, Vinny broke down, feeling the weight of his loneliness. Kaze had been his light, the one who had helped him through dark times. Now, he felt like he had lost a part of himself. He had relied on her so much that he didn't know how to cope without her presence. Kaze had always been there for him, but since she joined Class 1A, he felt like they had taken her away from him. He sat on the toilet seat, trying to suppress his sobs, feeling utterly alone. As others wondered where Vinny was, he remained hidden, grappling with his emotions. Kaze watched as Midoriya and Todoroki exchanged intense looks. She felt anger bubbling inside her after Todoroki had shared his painful story. She couldn't understand how someone like Endeavor could be a top hero. As Midoriya and Todoroki parted ways, Kaze followed Todoroki, her voice laced with agitation as she called out to him. When he turned around, she unexpectedly hugged him, expressing her sorrow for what he had endured with his family. Todoroki was taken aback, unsure how to react to such an unexpected gesture. Kaze quickly pulled away, slightly embarrassed by her own actions, and looked him in the eye, insisting that he would be moving in with her. Todoroki blinked in disbelief, challenging her authority. Kaze firmly stated that they were classmates and she wouldn't stand by while one of her peers suffered at home. She expected him to pack his things after the sports festival. Todoroki was left speechless, and Kaze, feeling a surge of emotion, suggested he bring his siblings along too, tears beginning to form in her eyes as she fought against her frustration. They would understand this. Todoroki clenched his fists, feeling a mix of frustration and confusion. Why did she care? It seemed like she was just trying to get on his good side. The last time he had confided in someone, they dismissed him, insisting that Endeavor was a hero who would never act that way, accusing him of seeking attention. Kaze's voice rose with emotion as she spoke, expressing her outrage. It wasn't right to have children merely to surpass one's own achievements, nor should anyone be forced into a marriage for the sake of producing the perfect offspring. Memories flooded her mind of the times she had treated Vinny's injuries from his father's nightly outbursts. As she wiped away the tears that had escaped her, Kaze locked eyes with Todoroki. He looked like he was on the verge of tears himself, and soon, they began to flow down his cheeks. Abruptly, he turned away, trying to hide his vulnerability. He insisted that he only needed to win, dismissing her sympathy. Kaze's frustration boiled over as she shouted back, expressing her disdain for the idea of him returning to a monster like his father. A small sob escaped Todoroki, and he felt a mix of disbelief and gratitude that Kaze believed in him. She was genuinely trying to help, even offering to take him and his siblings in. He couldn't shake the thought that if Endeavor found out he was crying in front of someone, he would face even harsher training and punishment. Biting his lip to suppress his emotions, he felt the pressure of the upcoming one-on-one matches weighing heavily on him. And so, Todoroki and Kaze remained together until the matches began, with Todoroki quietly sobbing, comforted by Kaze's presence, knowing that he would soon be moving into her apartment. In another part of the school, Vinny sat sobbing in the bathroom when an unusually tall boy entered. With wild purple hair and deep bags under his eyes, he stood in front of Vinny's stall, asking who was inside. Vinny, trying to mask his distress, stammered that no one was there, but his hiccups betrayed him. The boy, Shinso, cautiously announced he was coming in. Realizing he hadn't locked the door, Vinny felt a wave of panic wash over him. Shinso entered, looking bewildered as he found himself in a situation he hadn't anticipated, trying to help someone who was crying when he was struggling with his own issues. Determined to prove himself as a hero, Shinso asked what was wrong. Vinny, overwhelmed, could barely respond before he began to hyperventilate. Shinso pointed out that Vinny was clearly not fine, prompting Vinny to cry even harder. Shinso quickly regretted his bluntness, realizing he hadn't meant to sound harsh. Wiping his eyes and sniffling, Vinny admitted that Shinso was right. Shinso introduced himself and offered to listen if Vinny wanted to share what was troubling him. Vinny managed a weak smile, grateful for the unexpected kindness. Meanwhile, Bakugo was passing by when he overheard the commotion in the bathroom. He was annoyed to hear Todoroki's declaration of war against Deku and the white-haired girl, but now he was caught up in the drama of someone sobbing and another boy trying to comfort him. He couldn't believe he had overheard two conversations in such a short time. As he walked away, he heard a woman crying out in the hall, apologizing to her boyfriend for a mistake that had led to unexpected consequences. Bakugo felt a mix of frustration and regret for stepping out of his seat to buy a snack, realizing he had stumbled into too much drama. Vinny was receiving some unexpected support from Shinso, while Bakugo was left hungry and annoyed. Todoroki remained confused, and Midoriya was on the verge of a breakdown, with Kaminari trying and failing to comfort him with random facts. Meanwhile, Kaze was questioning her decision to offer her one-bedroom apartment to not just one, but 3 Todorokis. As the events unfolded, Kaze reflected on her upcoming fight, wondering if she would indeed gain new roommates. She noticed Bakugo angrily munching on candy and heard sounds from the girl's locker room that made her raise an eyebrow. With a mix of anticipation and chaos surrounding her, she stepped out onto the bleachers, ready to face whatever came next. Jokingly, it was Uraraka. If Bakugo had said that, the world would have literally exploded. Ida enthusiastically expressed confidence in Midoriya's abilities, making Kaze want to hit him for no reason. She really wasn't a fan of Ida and preferred to dislike him in peace. Mr. Mike announced the match between Izuku Midoriya from the Hero course and Hitoshi Shinso from General Studies, his voice loud enough to make several people wince. Kaze watched with boredom as the two exchanged words instead of engaging in battle. It felt like one of those slow episodes where characters share their tragic backstories before the fight even begins. But it was less tedious as Midoriya started walking toward the exit of the arena. Kaze felt a pang of jealousy toward Shinso, who was notably taller. She also felt a similar envy toward Todoroki, but that was set aside for now as she focused on her own plans. Just as the situation was heating up, Midoriya had broken his fingers again. Kaze felt a sudden pain in her stomach. She knew that today's plans for a fun fight were about to change. Rushing to the nearest bathroom, Kaze left her dysfunctional group behind, leaving Bakugo to deal with them. She couldn't believe her luck. Why did her PRD have to start today? Couldn't her body wait until after she had some fun? After taking care of her business, Kaze emerged from the bathroom, having washed her hands thoroughly. She headed to the girls' locker room to grab some Tylenol she always kept in her bag. Upon entering, she was oblivious to the sounds around her. As she opened her temporary locker and retrieved 2 pills, she made the unfortunate choice to glance over. There, she saw Ajuru and Hagakure in a passionate embrace. Kaze quietly exited the locker room and took the Tylenol dry, feeling like a monster for doing so. She thought to herself that even after taking the medication, it still hurt to be alive. Next, Present Mike announced the upcoming match between Kazehira from the Hero course and Nito Monoma, also from the Hero course. Kaze hurried to the meeting point, relieved to find she wasn't late. The copy machine she had been stuck with during the Calvary battle had frustrated her, and she was determined to leave the arena with at least 3 broken bones and a bruised ego. As she stepped onto the rectangular dirt arena, Kaze briefly wondered if Midoriya had lost. He seemed rather timid, and his quirk often left him injured. The rules were simple: either push the opponent out of bounds or immobilize them. Monoma smirked at Kaze, cracking his knuckles as if he were a bully from a movie. He taunted her, looking down on her both literally and figuratively, and added that victory could also be achieved by making the opponent say, "I give up." With the signal to start, Monoma rushed across the field, and Kaze grinned wildly, pulling up her headphones to blast music. He attempted to grab her, but she narrowly dodged and delivered a roundhouse kick to his face. Monoma stumbled back, holding his nose, which was now bleeding. Kaze seized the opportunity, yanking him back toward her. She aimed to punch him in the stomach, but he managed to escape her grasp and countered with a quick punch to her gut. Kaze, undeterred, wrapped her arms around Monoma's neck. She declared that her cramps hurt more than his weak punch and kneed him in the stomach multiple times, using her grip to keep him still. Gasping in pain, Monoma struggled to break free, but Kaze was relentless. She rolled into a crouched position, using his weight and leverage to pull him to the ground, sitting on his lower back and pinning his legs. She threatened him, saying he might leave without any broken bones if he surrendered. Monoma grunted defiantly, making a dismissive remark that only fueled Kaze's determination. With a swift motion, she yanked his arm back, causing him to cry out in pain. He attempted to copy her quirk but only managed to create a small gust of wind. Confused and in pain, he struggled to understand what was happening. Kaze smirked as tears brimmed in Monoma's eyes. He couldn't properly use her quirk, whether due to confusion or inability. She twisted his arm further, and he was forced to shout that he gave up. Kaze immediately released him and stood up, victorious. The announcement of her win echoed through the arena, but the crowd remained silent, perhaps expecting a more thrilling match given their previous teamwork. Monoma glared at the ground, frustration evident as tears streamed down his face. Kaze remarked that for someone who had been so dismissive, he had put up a decent fight, though she thought he had hit like a lightweight. She extended her hand to him, suggesting that if he hadn't underestimated her, the outcome might have been different. Monoma begrudgingly took her hand as she pulled him up, his thoughts drifting toward re-evaluating his life choices. Maybe he wasn't better than everyone, but that was character development. Kaze's hands and eyes glowed, and the pain in her shoulder quickly faded. Mike announced to the crowd that they were witnessing Kazehira's impressive healing abilities in action. It turned out Kaze had only dislocated her shoulder, and she hoped her parents wouldn't sue. Could a minor without parents be sued? Monoma's parents seemed eager to find out for reasons that weren't entirely innocent. Monoma muttered a word he had only ever said once, when his mother bought him a limited edition realistic Batman mask when he was 8. He expressed his gratitude quietly. Kaze casually walked away, but then turned back to face Monoma and remarked that he hit like a coward. Monoma hurried out of the arena, faster than when her mother left when she was 7. Hiding behind a vending machine, Kaze laughed, relieved that Monoma had stopped chasing her. She thought about how much fun that had been and wondered when her next fight would be. Spotting the vending machine, she decided she wanted a Snickers because they were delicious, and she felt justified in treating herself after winning her fight without using her quirk. After taking a bite and drinking some water from the fountain, Kaze returned to the bleachers where her friends were seated. The third match had just begun, featuring Shiro against Todoroki. Sitting between Mina and Kirishima, Kaze noticed Bokugu glaring enviously at her Snickers bar. When he tried to get up to buy one, he overheard some complaints from the girls' locker room and a Karen trying to justify her cheating. It seemed the universe was conspiring against him getting a Snickers. Kaze thought about Shiro's unfortunate situation, noting how his elbows looked quite uncomfortable. Mike announced the match, introducing Shiro as someone with skills but also some rather peculiar elbows, and Todoroki as a strong contender who had entered the hero course through recommendations. As the match began, Kaze watched intently on the giant screens around the arena. Shiro managed to wrap his tape around Todoroki, attempting to throw him out of bounds. In an instant, a massive iceberg appeared in front of Kaze, with a sharp ice spike dangerously close to her eye. If she had lost her sight, she would have certainly taken legal action against Todoroki, regardless of his emotional struggles. The crowd began chanting, "Nice try," in an attempt to lift Shiro's spirits, but it was a rather poor effort, and he likely felt humiliated. Kaze could barely follow the action as Todoroki slowly melted the ice off Shiro, and they had to call in people with fire quirks to assist. Endeavor was among those asked to help, and Kaze shot him a glare that could have made even Bokugu shiver. As Mike announced the next match, Kaze felt exhausted. Kaminari had left in a panic earlier, and she was sandwiched between Mina and Kirishima, with Bokugu beside Kirishima. No one dared to approach Bokugu within a 10-foot radius. Kaze's eyelids grew heavy, and her head drooped forward. Her body craved sleep, but she refused to give in. The only logical solution was to slap herself awake. Kirishima, ever the supportive friend, questioned her actions, but Kaze insisted she wouldn't let her body dictate her need for sleep. She wanted to see the fights unfold. Just as Kirishima began to respond, Mina playfully smacked the back of Kaze's head, reminding her that the next fight was about to start. Mike introduced the next competitors, Shiozaki Ibara, the assassin from Class 1B, and Denki Kaminari, known for his electric personality. Shiozaki was visibly offended by the label of assassin and clarified that she was there to seek victory, not to harm anyone. A beam of light seemed to shine down on her, giving her an almost angelic appearance, which Kaze found amusing since Shiozaki had never acted that way around her. Mike apologized and the crowd laughed. Kaze had never seen Shiozaki's quirk in action, so she was curious about how Kaminari would fare. Kaminari was talking confidently, though Kaze could barely hear him. She knew he was being cocky, which was only acceptable if he could back it up. When Kaminari unleashed a powerful electric attack, Shiozaki effortlessly created a wall of thick vines from her hair, which then ensnared Kaminari. Shiozaki was declared the winner, and Kaze couldn't help but wonder how she hadn't made it into Class 1A. As Midoriya began muttering strategies to counter Shiozaki's quirk, Kaze noticed Bakugo's annoyance. Midoriya innocently claimed he took notes on everyone, prompting Kaze to snatch the green-haired boy's notebook. Flipping through the pages, she was horrified to find detailed notes and drawings on how to defeat each of their classmates, including a long list of Bakugo's weaknesses and clever insults about his personality and quirk. Kaze was almost too scared to look at her own page, so she decided against it. She didn't want to read the roasts Midoriya had for her. Kaze had no desire to discover what the class sweethearts secretly thought of her. She mentally noted a phrase to use on the explosive blonde. At least her temper tantrums couldn't blow up the planet. As she handed the burnt notebook back to Midoriya, she saw him in a new light. He smiled innocently, but Kaze sensed that he knew what she had read in that book. It felt like a silent warning not to say a word. Sitting down in her seat, Kaze suddenly regretted not reading her own page. Just what was on it? Kaze's thoughts were interrupted by Present Mike announcing the next match. He shouted energetically into the microphone, and Kaze could almost feel Aizawa's desire to disappear. She paid little attention to the commotion as Midnight, her favorite teacher and hero, was lecturing Ida about the proper paperwork for using support items. Kaze's head drooped, resting on Mina's shoulder. When she suddenly jolted awake, Mina laughed and apologized before getting up. Kaze waved her off and began stretching, feeling several satisfying pops from her back, hips, and shoulders. Kirishima, sitting next to her, cringed at the sounds. Mina declared that her match was next and wished Ioma luck, claiming he was going to get pummeled. Kaze rubbed the sleep from her eyes, feeling a strange satisfaction, and yawned. She mentioned having a bizarre dream, but when Kirishima asked about it, she could only say it was weird, leaving him puzzled. Mineta, ever the distraction, yelled about wanting to see the match, imagining it like a game where the female character's clothes melted away. Kaze shot him a glare, expressing her annoyance at his comments. Mineta, oblivious, drooled over her, calling her a real-life tsundere, which only made Kaze cringe further. The match began, and Mina faced off against Ioma. As Mina slipped and slid across the floor, Kaze couldn't help but think it looked like glue. Mina expertly dodged Ioma's attacks and landed a solid punch, knocking him out. Kaze couldn't help but compliment the display of strength, while Mina celebrated with peace signs for the crowd. As Momo and Tokoyami prepared for their matches, Kaze found herself indifferent to the outcomes. All she wanted was a challenge that lasted longer than 5 minutes. She shared a camaraderie with her squad, which included Sato, Shoji, and Tokoyami, who was also an anime fan. When Tokoyami passed by, Kaze greeted him with a phrase that puzzled Kaminari, who asked what it meant. Kaze shrugged, admitting she had no idea. The match between Momo and Tokoyami was disappointing, with Momo being eliminated quickly. Kaze felt no urge to intervene. It wasn't her problem if Momo was upset. Next up was Kirishima against Tetsu from Class 1B. As they charged at each other, their punches connected, knocking both out instantly. Midnight declared it a draw, allowing both boys to advance. Kaze couldn't help but admire Midnight, recalling tales of all the attractive people she had mentioned at the conference before attending UA. She hadn't expected so many of them to be in her own class. Then came the announcement of Katsuki Bakugo, a well-known figure from middle school with an explosive personality and quirk, versus who Kaze was personally rooting for, was also from the hero course, Ochako Uraraka. Mike expressed his preference for the match, but Kaze thought it was unfair. She knew Bakugo could be abrasive, but he had feelings too, buried deep within. The battle commenced with Bakugo taunting Uraraka, while she charged at him with determination. Each time she approached, he blasted her back with powerful explosions, causing some spectators to boo, feeling he was being too harsh. Kaze thought they should try wrestling with older siblings before judging. As Uraraka charged again, Bakugo unleashed a massive blast, filling the arena with smoke and obscuring his view of her. Seizing the opportunity, Uraraka dashed behind him, aiming to use her quirk to send him flying. However, Bakugo's quick reflexes allowed him to tackle her, sending another blast in the process. When the smoke cleared, it revealed that Bakugo had only pinned Uraraka's jacket to the ground, sending debris flying with each explosion. The crowd continued to boo, but Kaze felt they were being unreasonable. Aizawa stepped in to defend Bakugo, acting like a protective figure. Once more, the determined girl charged at Bakugo, reaching out for him. This time, she made contact, and Bakugo began to float upward. Kaze noticed the debris around him also rising. With his quirk, Bakugo maneuvered like a missile aimed directly at Uraraka. As she released her quirk, it barely slowed him down, and in that moment, she realized she had made a mistake. The debris from Bakugo's earlier attacks came crashing down, nearly overwhelming Uraraka. Bakugo quickly ducked and rolled upon hitting the ground, aiming his arm upward and releasing a massive explosion that sent Uraraka flying just inches from the edge of the arena. Standing up, Bakugo's dominant arm hung limply, but his other arm was already setting off small explosions, a triumphant grin on his face. Uraraka struggled to rise but collapsed onto the ground, glaring at Bakugo with weary eyes before losing consciousness. Midnight announced Bakugo as the winner, waving her whip. Uraraka was taken away on a stretcher, while Bakugo walked to the center of the arena, picking up her scorched UA jacket. He left in the same direction as Uraraka, and Kaze felt frustrated that her Twix had not been avenged, as if Uraraka's well-being didn't matter. Afterward, Kaze headed to the infirmary, contemplating how to help someone in pain. She grinned mischievously, and Bakugo felt a shiver run down his spine, wondering if Todoroki would join in on this conspiracy theory. Next up was Tsuyu Ajui from the hero course, facing Tetsu, whose name was quite a mouthful. Recovery Girl had a cute sign for her temporary office, decorated with hearts and sparkles. Inside, Kaze found Uraraka unconscious on a cot and Bakugo sulking in a chair. Kaze approached Bakugo, ready to help him. She playfully warned him to prepare for his shoulder to be put back into place. Bakugo, not wanting anything to do with her, expressed his annoyance. Kaze ignored the folded jacket beside him, determined to spare his pride. Recovery Girl greeted Kaze warmly, suggesting they could count this as their first lesson together. She asked if Kaze wanted to assist in fixing Bakugo's arm. Kaze cracked her knuckles, eager to help, while Bakugo mentally braced himself. Back at the arena, the final match of the preliminaries concluded with Tetsu throwing Tsuyu out of bounds using her tongue. Midnight announced Tetsu as the winner, but accidentally whipped her whip too hard, causing it to hit Cementos on the head. Mike announced a 20-minute break before the next battles, just as Aizawa turned off the mic, tired of the chaos. He left the room, wanting a nap, and fell asleep on a bench outside, leaving behind the commotion. As Kaze made her way back to the bleachers, she passed another vending machine, craving those crispy, cheesy sun chips. She had already eaten a Twix that day, but the chips were calling to her. She wondered if Midoriya's and Todoroki's match had already begun. Kaze wanted those chips. She retrieved a $5 bill from her bra, straightened it out, and slid it into the vending machine, pressing the buttons to get her desired snack. As she enjoyed the crunchy, delicious waves of crisp delicacy, Kaze strutted down the hallway. Coincidentally, 2 boys were walking out just as she passed. Normally, Kaze wouldn't have cared, but she recognized the fluffy head of orange hair. Blinking, she looked at the short male, whose face was blotchy and red, his big brown eyes puffy from crying. The other male next to him was the one who had boldly declared war on Class 1A, only to lose in the first one-on-one fights. But that was beside the point. Kaze felt a pang of confusion as she called out to her old best friend, Vinny. It took him a moment to realize it was her, having only heard that she cut her hair but not having seen it for himself. He felt hurt to be the last person to know about her changes and that she had moved out of the orphanage. Vinny shuffled slightly in his spot next to Shinso, the purple-haired boy who was tense, glaring at Kaze. Shinso had already formed a dislike for Kaze, believing she had completely neglected Vinny. Though he had only known Vinny for a short time, it was enough for him to feel protective. Kaze stepped closer, asking what was wrong and why Vinny had been crying. As she approached, he took a step back, partially hidden behind Shinso. Her hand halted as she reached out to Vinny, sensing the tension. Shinso finally spoke, telling Kaze to back off. Kaze shot back, refusing to be told what to do. The two exchanged heated glares, neither willing to back down. Shinso accused Kaze of ignoring Vinny since she got into Class 1A, suggesting she thought she was too good for him now that she was in the hero course. Vinny tried to interject, insisting it was fine, but his voice went unheard. Kaze defended herself, stating she never thought she was better than anyone. She took another step toward Shinso, feeling the height difference but still determined to stand her ground. Shinso grabbed the collar of her shirt, pulling her closer to meet his fierce glare. He reiterated that Kaze had acted as if Vinny didn't exist after joining UA. Vinny tugged on Shinso's sleeve, pleading for him to let it go. Tears brimmed in his eyes, rolling down his already tear-stained face. Shinso glared at Kaze one last time before releasing her. Kaze, confused and hurt, reached out to Vinny again, but Shinso slapped her hand away. He took Vinny's hand and began to pull him away down the hallway, suggesting they could talk later. Hearing her full name felt like a punch to Kaze's gut. Her best friend of nearly 4 years was walking away without her, and it was all her fault. She had gotten into Class 1A, made new friends, and left him behind. Kaze reflected on Shinso's words and realized he was right. She felt like a poor excuse for a friend. Kaze didn't have time to dwell on her sadness. It was a simple misunderstanding with Vinny, and they could talk it out. Sure, this was their first big fight, but she was confident it would blow over. Perhaps Hitoshi, the purple-haired guy, was Vinny's boyfriend. Kaze paused, questioning if she was even good enough to be his friend at this point. Shaking off her thoughts, she returned to the bleachers where her new friends were. The intermission should be over by now, and if she remembered correctly, the next fight would be Midoriya versus Todoroki. Kaze anticipated that it would end badly, already sensing that Midoriya might break both his arms at least. She settled back into her seat, noticing that Bakugo had managed to return before her, despite having dislocated his shoulder. Kaminari leaned toward Bakugo, making a sexist comment about not being able to go hard on a fragile girl like Uraraka. Kaze, who considered herself a semi-feminist, felt anger rise within her. As she approached to confront Kaminari, she was pleasantly surprised by Bakugo's response, defending Uraraka with confidence. Kaze felt a twinge of guilt for doubting Midoriya's ability to make it past the first battle, but she refocused on Kaminari. She placed her hand on his shoulder and squeezed hard, smiling innocently as she asked if he wanted her to demonstrate what fragile meant. Kaminari looked startled, and Kaze's smile only widened. Midoriya faced off against Todoroki, shattering the bones in his fingers during the fight. After this match, once he was healed by Kaze, she promised herself she would confront him about his reckless behavior. She was sure Aizawa would agree with her. Kaze contemplated the situation, feeling a mix of frustration and amusement. Endeavor was disrupting the flight's silence, shouting at Todoroki to use his left side and stop being rebellious. Although Kaze knew the comment wasn't aimed at her, she resisted the urge to shout back, imagining herself saying something like, "It's not a phase, Dad." The thought of calling endeavor that made her hold her tongue. As Kaze considered how to confront Midoriya for his reckless behavior, Todoroki suddenly erupted in flames after Midoriya yelled something at him. Endeavor opened his mouth to shout again, but Kaze quickly decided to intervene, not wanting Endeavor to ruin the moment. She focused her energy and unleashed a powerful gust of wind toward him. The seriousness of the fight was momentarily overshadowed by the laughter of onlookers. Kaze's wind extinguished Endeavor's flames, including his fiery beard, leaving him looking utterly ridiculous. The sight of a grown man speed-walking away in embarrassment was something the Boku squad and Kaze would never forget. Amid her laughter at Endeavor's misfortune, Kaze failed to notice someone shout a warning. Suddenly, a chunk of ice flew into her mouth, causing her to choke as it began to melt. Kaminari wanted to help but hesitated, fearing the consequences of accidentally touching Kaze inappropriately. Kirishima also panicked, unsure of how to assist without crossing boundaries, while Bakugo stared blankly, possibly still holding a grudge against Kaze. Mina, however, sprang into action, performing the Heimlich maneuver. Despite the chaos, Kaze appreciated Mina's quick thinking. There was also a massive explosion in the background, but that hardly mattered at the moment. Kaze was relieved to see Todoroki smiling, while Midoriya was stuck halfway into a wall, which felt oddly normal given the circumstances. After recovering from her near-choking incident, Kaze prepared herself for the energy she would need to heal Midoriya, who seemed to have a knack for breaking bones. She wondered just how many injuries he had sustained as a child. Kaze was unable to watch the matches in person since she had to assist Recovery Girl with Midoriya's injuries. As she finished her fourth Mountain Dew, she crushed the can and locked eyes with Midoriya, narrowing her gaze. She warned him that if he acted recklessly again, he would end up like the crushed can. Midoriya, startled, bowed deeply, only to wince in pain from his foot. He quickly apologized, promising to be more careful. Kaze crossed her arms, feigning agreement while Midoriya awkwardly averted his gaze, looking up at her with an adorably sheepish expression. He mentioned that her match against Tetsu was next, but a tall, sickly-looking blonde interjected, explaining that Tetsu had to leave for an emergency, resulting in Kaze winning by default. Kaze pouted at the news, clearly disappointed, and Jairu, who had seen a picture of Kaze's father, recognized that Kaze had inherited some impressive genes. She tapped her worn-out shoes against the ground, expressing her frustration. As she prepared to leave, Kaze warned Midoriya not to be reckless anymore. She wanted to see Bakugo face off against Todoroki and hoped for an entertaining match. Just as she was about to exit, Recovery Girl threw a shoe at her, hitting her on the head, which left Kaze bewildered. Recovery Girl then turned her attention to Midoriya and Toshinori, expressing her frustration over their reckless training methods. She insisted that they needed to find a better way for Midoriya to use his powers without constantly injuring himself. Kaze stood outside the door, hand over her mouth, listening to the serious conversation and feeling a mix of concern and amusement at the situation. She hadn't meant to overhear anything. Fortunately, she barely caught any details, so she shrugged her shoulders and continued to her seat. Kaze was almost there, mentally preparing for the barrage of questions from Uraraka and Mina, when something caught her eye around the corner. There was fire? She heard two voices, one of which was clearly raised, directed at their favorite half-and-half hero. Shoto, you need to stop this rebellious phase and accept your destiny. You're my greatest work, far better than those failures that came before you. Endeavor's voice was steady now, no longer shouting, likely thinking that since Todoroki had used his quirk, he would start listening to him. The silence from Todoroki was telling. Kaze called out to Todoroki as she rushed over, grabbing his arm and feeling how much he was shaking. She apologized to Endeavor, saying she needed to borrow Todoroki for a moment because their friends were waiting for them. Kaze forced herself to remain polite, knowing that if she let her feelings show, she would lose her temper. Pulling Todoroki along, she glanced back at Endeavor. She looked him in the eye, her smile fading. Todoroki is going to be spending some time at my house. There was no room for argument as she dragged him away, leaving Endeavor with wide eyes and a question hanging in the air. Did she know? I'm sorry about that, Todoroki said coldly somehow, managing to sound sincere. Kaze was incredulous. Why was he apologizing? She declared they would stop by his house after she won the festival to grab his clothes. Kaze's pacifist mother would either be very proud or very disappointed. So, you birthed a leader, not a follower. This gave her the excuse to make this happen. Not that Todoroki minded being moved into an apartment with Kaze. Note the sarcasm. He did worry about how clean it would be. Kaze didn't seem like the type to handle chores well. Next up, Todoroki versus Boku. Once they were far enough away, they stopped walking. His match against Boku was coming up, and Kaze wasn't sure what to say. Should she say something supportive? What even counted as supportive? Kaze was experienced in helping people with abusive parents, not in offering support. She could feel Todoroki's hand shaking in hers, though not as much as when they were near Endeavor. Todoroki? Kaze asked, surprisingly managing to avoid swearing. The dual-haired boy ran a hand through his hair, which Kaze had to admit was very attractive, but now wasn't the time. I'm sorry for dragging you into this mess. It was not my intention, Todoroki said, bowing his head slightly in what Kaze assumed was shame. Why are you apologizing? You have no reason to be sorry, Kaze replied, crossing her arms and looking up at him. Even so, I do not want you to take pity on me, Todoroki said firmly, his hair falling back into place. Kaze snorted. Pity? No way. I'm doing this because it's the right thing to do, as well as the only legal option. Unless you want me to deal with Endeavor? Because I have some great hiding spots. Todoroki blinked at her, likely not understanding her sarcasm. Kazehira, I ask you not to attempt to harm my father. I feel that would not end well for you. His tone was filled with concern and disbelief, making Kaze question if he was just a hormonally unbalanced teenager. Okay, fine. But are we going to stop by your house to pick up your stuff, or buy new things? Kaze asked, making exaggerated hand gestures that drew Todoroki's attention away from her face. Actually, let's plan this after the festival. Your match is next, unless you're going to forfeit, Kaze thought as she waved off Todoroki's attempt to respond. It was clear that Kaze had more social experience than Todoroki, which was surprising. She was often approached by guys, leaving her to wonder where all the girls were. At least she had some human interaction from that. Then there was the orphanage, filled with emotionally damaged kids in need of Kaze's big sisterly love. And Vinny, who had his own emotional baggage. Kaze hoped Shinso was ready to help with that in her absence. She contemplated abandoning her dreams of becoming a mechanic or a hero to become a therapist instead. Finally, Kaze made her way back to her seat after awkwardly encouraging Todoroki to do his best against Boku. As expected, she was swarmed by Uraraka and Mina, prompting her to seek refuge between Kaminari and Kirishima. Slouching in her chair, Kaze groaned as her cramps intensified. They were more painful than Monoma's punches. Kirishima noticed her discomfort and asked what was wrong while sipping his drink. Kaze admitted her cramps were excruciating, joking that she would rather take an explosion from Boku than endure this pain. Kaminari flinched at the mention of cramps, while Kirishima, inspired by what he had seen his mothers do for each other, placed his hand on her stomach, hoping the warmth would help. Kaze felt the warmth soothe her discomfort and thought to herself how grateful she was for Kirishima's kindness. She jokingly suggested he should marry her, enjoying the relief he provided. Kirishima laughed, slightly blushing at her comment, while Kaminari wiggled his eyebrows, and Mina dramatically lamented that not all guys were like Kirishima. Their attention shifted to the match as Todoroki launched massive glaciers at Boku. Kaze admired both of them but felt a twinge of jealousy as Boku was momentarily trapped in ice. She snickered, recalling how Boku had taken her water earlier, though he hadn't touched her candy. Everyone else focused on the match, ignoring her comment. Boku propelled himself forward with explosions, gaining momentum as he hurled himself at Todoroki, shouting something Kaze couldn't quite catch. She mused about how Boku and Jairu would probably get along well, both seeming like fans of the same music. As midnight intervened to stop the fight, Kaze contemplated her strategy for facing Boku. She knew she couldn't overpower him with sheer strength, so she needed to think creatively about using the wind to her advantage. With determination, Kaze prepared to face her opponent, recalling the weaknesses she had noted from Midoriya's notebooks. She took a deep breath, chugged her last drink, and approached the arena, unsure of what to expect. To her surprise, Todoroki was there to wish her good luck. He looked a bit drowsy, likely from his recent healing, but Kaze appreciated his support. Feeling awkward but grateful, she scratched the back of her neck, realizing how unusual it was for her to receive encouragement before a fight. Todoroki nodded, his expression remaining neutral as he walked past Kaze. Kaze gathered her bangs and the majority of her hair, securing it in a half-up, half-down bun. Realizing her headphones wouldn't be practical, she left them, along with her phone, on the floor. As she stepped into the arena, Boku entered at the same moment, flames erupting dramatically behind them. Boku crouched, small sparks flickering from his hands, and declared with a fierce grin that he would blast her back home. Kaze retorted with confidence, proclaiming that she had no home, her wind swirling around her dramatically. With that, the fight commenced. Kaze had clearly taken notes from her rewatch of Karate Kid and Cobra Kai, adhering to the mantra of striking first and showing no mercy. One of Kaze's wind walls surged from the side, sending Boku flying. However, he managed to stabilize himself mid-air using his explosions. As he began to taunt her, he was abruptly slammed to the ground by Kaze's wind. She approached his fallen form casually, asserting her control over the wind and questioning his choice to waste time with weak comebacks. Stepping on Boku's back, she heard him wheeze beneath her. Recovering, Boku unleashed an explosion from the ground, propelling Kaze backward and allowing him to regain his footing. Charged at her, launching a series of explosions, but Kaze adeptly dodged or deflected his attacks, not wanting to risk damaging her appearance. Suddenly, Kaze's expression shifted to one of panic as she exclaimed a nonsensical phrase, causing Boku to hesitate in confusion. Seizing the moment, she kicked his knee, forcing him to stumble forward. Thanks to his quick reflexes, he blasted himself back into the air, creating a cloud of smoke around Kaze. Kaze blew the smoke away effortlessly, launching herself upward just as Boku spiraled down toward her. She couldn't help but wonder who had decided to give someone like him the power of explosions. As Boku narrowly avoided crashing to the ground, he landed in a crouch, looking up at Kaze with wild eyes and a grin that resembled a psychotic smile. Kaze descended gracefully to the opposite side of the arena, remaining just within bounds. Present Mike announced her impressive evasion of Boku's attacks, causing Kaze's eye to twitch involuntarily. His interruption had disrupted her focus, and it was clear that she struggled to maintain her concentration. Just then, Boku charged at her again, delivering a powerful punch that connected with her face. Instead of sending her out of bounds, the blow pushed her further into the arena. Boku growled, urging her to focus and not end the fight so quickly. Kaze, spitting out blood from the impact, defiantly declared that she would not lose easily. The two fighters appeared more like wild animals than humans, engaged in a fierce dispute. Mitsuki and Kaya, watching from the sidelines, face-bombed simultaneously at the ferocity and intensity of their children. Kaze was jolted awake by a six-pack of Mountain Dew, only to be pushed onto the first-place podium. Boku, the naturally intense teenager, was demanding a rematch, glaring fiercely at Kaze. She would have felt intimidated by his intensity had he not resembled a frustrated toddler. It was disheartening to see how poorly he was handling his loss, and Kaze found herself losing respect for him. Todoroki took third place, surprising many heroes and viewers who had expected the son of Endeavor to win easily. Kaze finally acknowledged Boku's presence after finishing her fifth Mountain Dew, remarking on how it felt to lose to someone like her. At that moment, her thoughts were a jumble. She had fought several opponents, used her quirk to heal those who couldn't avoid injury, and was grappling with her emotions regarding Vinny. All she wanted was to go home and sleep. While lost in her thoughts, or perhaps dozing with her eyes open, All Might approached her with the golden medal. She had missed Bakugu's shouts directed at her. All Might praised Kaze for her growth since they first met during the sludge villain incident, noting that she was becoming a great hero who would save many people. He placed the medal over her head and affectionately ruffled her hair. Unbeknownst to All Might, Kaze's father, who was in a mental hospital, observed the scene and felt a surge of protectiveness. While he couldn't confront the #1 hero, he certainly had his thoughts about it. Kaze, feeling a mix of embarrassment and gratitude, cracked a joke about All Might's high opinion of her, her voice cracking due to the changes of PBRY. She then laughed, masking her discomfort from cramps. All Might, unsure of how to handle teenage girls, felt increasingly bewildered by Kaze's antics. The press soon surrounded the top 3 competitors, bombarding them with questions and trying to get a word from All Might before security stepped in to manage the crowd. Once they were excused from the podium, Kaze wasted no time dragging Todoroki away, while Bakugu was pulled aside. Todoroki, confused, questioned her sudden urgency. Kaze bluntly expressed her desire to sleep uninterrupted for the next 19 hours. As they walked toward her apartment, Kaze casually asked Todoroki if he had seen Austin Powers. When he admitted he didn't know what it was, she gasped in disbelief, insisting he must have seen Harry Potter or other childhood classics. Each time she mentioned a title, Todoroki's blank expression deepened, leading Kaze to lament the depth of his cultural ignorance. Kaze was determined to give Todoroki a crash course in childhood experiences during their week off. She resolved to introduce him to as many movies, shows, and games as possible. As they made their way to a convenience store for supplies, Kaze asked if he had ever played tag, to which he recounted a rather grim version of the game. Kaze choked on her drink, realizing they had a lot to cover. They entered a small dollar store, and she encouraged Todoroki to pick out some candy while she grabbed a variety of snacks. The cashier attempted to flirt with Kaze, but quickly fell silent upon noticing the intimidating presence of Todoroki. Back at her apartment, Kaze began to arrange her new living space, having received a generous payment from UA for her attendance. With the funds, she was able to purchase everything she needed, including hygiene products and decor for her living room. She contemplated quitting her part-time job, knowing she had enough to get by for a while. Kaze struggled with personal style outside of her uniforms, leaving her decorating skills lacking. However, if the stylish and vibrant Mina Ishido decided to visit, they could go shopping together and transform Kaze's space. Perhaps Mina would stay over, and Kaze could prepare dinner for them. They would lose track of time, and Mina would have to call her parents to let them know she was spending the night. But then a storm would roll in, and with only one bed in the apartment, Kaze would have to comfort Mina, who was terrified of thunder. They would share the bed while the Star Wars theme played softly in the background. Kaze slapped her cheeks and pointed at the couch, insisting that Todoroki sit down. They needed to get through Karate Kid first. While she was willing to watch the second and third movies, she thought they were subpar. Afterward, they would move on to Star Wars, and then Austin Powers. Todoroki hesitated before sitting on the couch. Absent-mindedly, he wondered if his father's house was truly as bad as he thought. He joked to himself that he didn't want to return to that situation. Finally, Bakugu was freed from his overly restrictive restraints. He maintained a facade of calmness as he quickly sought out the nearest bathroom. Holding back tears and trying to ignore his racing heartbeat, he made it to the bathroom and locked the door behind him. Once inside, he broke down, clawing at his shirt over his heart. The feeling of being overwhelmed consumed him, and he struggled to breathe, feeling as if something was suffocating him. As darkness closed in, he felt his heart racing uncontrollably. He repeated to himself that he didn't want to die. With a deep breath, he attempted to ground himself, focusing on his surroundings. He forced himself to identify 5 things he could see: the tile floor, the sink, the stalls, a mirror, and his trembling hands. He reminded himself that he was safe, the heroes would come for him. Next, he concentrated on 4 things he could touch, feeling the cold tile beneath him and the fabric of his shirt against his skin. There was no sludge, he was safe. He could hear voices in the hallway and the sound of water droplets falling nearby. His breathing began to steady, and he released his grip on his hair, strands falling loose. He identified two things he could smell: the scent of cleaning supplies and a hint of caramel. Wiping away tears from his earlier breakdown, he took a moment to regain his composure. Lastly, he noticed the metallic taste of blood in his mouth. He must have bitten his lip. Realizing that the techniques he had been taught were effective, Boku stood up, albeit shakily, and splashed water on his face. His phone vibrated in his pocket, and he pulled it out to see he had missed 2 calls from his mother. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly 7 p.m. He was supposed to be home an hour ago. When he answered the phone, his mother's voice boomed through the receiver, demanding to know his whereabouts and stating she would pick him up soon. Meanwhile, Todoroki's phone had been discarded hours ago, and the two had been glued to the TV for far too long. They needed to finish all the Star Wars movies by the end of the day to make room for Harry Potter the next day. Kaze was determined to pack as much fun into their week off as possible. As the credits of the latest Star Wars movie rolled, Todoroki's head bobbed dangerously as he fought to stay awake. Kaze reached out to shake him awake, but he flinched and swatted her hand away. She reassured him that he was okay and needed to move to the bed before he fell asleep. He asked if she had any face wash, still unsure of what he was supposed to do. Kaze excitedly told him about her 3-step skincare routine, gesturing dramatically to her face before leading him to the bathroom. She had a habit of dragging him along, as this had happened many times before. When he asked if he could take a shower, Kaze playfully threw a towel at him, warning him not to use all the hot water or she would eat all the cheesy sun chips. She called out from her room as she tidied up, determined to give Todoroki a comfortable place to sleep. Todoroki frowned at the towel, feeling a pang of guilt. Kaze's heart clenched at the sight of him. She insisted he take his shower, her tone firm yet caring. Kaze made her bed for the first time since moving in, realizing how difficult it was to fit an entire childhood into just 1 week. It felt nearly impossible, but she was determined to make the most of their time together. Kaze believed that the weighted blanket would help Todoroki, recognizing that he likely had a lot of hidden anxiety. She felt a pang of concern for Vinny, who must be feeling pretty terrible right now. Kaze decided to give him some space and would approach him in a couple of days to sort things out, as best as a bisexual and a gay person could. Todoroki called out from the bathroom, his tone urgent. He mentioned that there was a snake behind the toilet. It turned out that the yellow thing Kaze had noticed out of the corner of her eye wasn't a stalker, a bug, or a ghost. It was a small banana ball python, which was absolutely adorable. Kaze also caught a glimpse of Todoroki, half naked and wet from the shower, with his hair slicked back. While it could have been quite an attractive sight, the scars covering his body made her heart ache. The bathroom now belonged to the snake, which Kaze affectionately referred to as a boop noodle. Todoroki insisted that he could just sleep on the floor, repeating his request multiple times. Kaze, frustrated, urged him to take the bed she had prepared specifically for him. He expressed his discomfort with intruding in her home and insisted that he was fine sleeping on the floor, recalling how he had done so at his own house. Kaze noted that he didn't refer to his house as home, which struck her. Kaze, exasperated, insisted that this wasn't his house and urged him to get into the bed. She was surprised by how argumentative he was being. He maintained that he would feel more comfortable on the ground, insisting that she take the bed instead. Kaze felt her eye twitch in frustration, wondering if she might have an aneurysm right then and there. In the end, they both ended up sleeping on the floor. There was a lot of yelling from Kaze, of course, which led to the neighbors knocking on the door at 4 a.m. Despite her efforts, she couldn't convince Todoroki to sleep in the bed, but she did manage to get him to use the weighted blanket. Stubborn as she was, Kaze also chose to sleep on the floor to prove a point, though she wasn't entirely sure what that point was. Perhaps she was just being petty. The next day, Kaze planned to introduce Todoroki to American food and watch more movies together. She also intended to make friends with the snake that had claimed the bathroom. Additionally, Kaze realized that she would need to buy a new phone for both herself and Todoroki, especially since he had mentioned borrowing his dad's card. Kaze was greeted by the sight of Todoroki's tousled hair that morning, and she was surprised to discover he drooled in his sleep. Despite this, she felt a sense of comfort knowing he felt secure enough to sleep around her, and he had slept soundly until the afternoon. Kaze had an extremely complicated skincare routine, and since moving out of the orphanage, she had settled into a regular eating schedule and was now mostly sleeping in her own home. She had noticed that with healthier eating habits, she had gained muscle and experienced a growth spurt that had been delayed due to malnourishment. This rapid change had also resulted in stretch marks, but she didn't mind. In the changing rooms, Mina had complimented her marks, and they had a bonding moment, sharing insecurities about their bodies. However, Kaze was now in urgent need of a bathroom break. Tiptoeing down the hallway, she opened the bathroom door to find a small snake lying next to her target, the toilet. Carefully, she picked up the snake by its tail and placed it in a drawer, prioritizing her needs over befriending the creature. She just wanted to take a shower after skipping it the night before. Meanwhile, Todoroki woke up to the enticing aroma of food wafting through the air. Stretching and noticing the sun was already high in the sky, he realized it was probably around noon. He often had to wake up early at his father's house, and late-night sparring sessions left him with little sleep. The complexities of his family life weighed heavily on his mind, especially thoughts of his deceased brother and the strained relationship with his father. He had tried to confide in friends and even a police officer, but each attempt had been met with disbelief or dismissal. Accepting that no one would believe him, he resolved to wait until he was old enough to leave. But he worried about his siblings. What if they faced the same fate as Toya? Kaze's voice broke his thoughts as she called from the kitchen, urging him to join her for breakfast. He entered the kitchen, yawning and apologizing for not being presentable. Kaze reassured him that she had been looking for clothes for him and planned to go shopping with his father's credit card, promising to make the most of it. After breakfast, Kaze excitedly took Todoroki to a store called Walmart, where she pushed him around in a shopping cart, tossing in snacks and items that caught their interest. If he lingered on an object for too long, Kaze would add it to the cart. They also planned to buy new phones, as Kaze needed an upgrade from her old flip phone, and she had even tossed Todoroki's old phone out the window. As they shopped, Kaze suggested picking up supplies for the snake in the bathroom, and Todoroki felt a mix of amusement and concern as Kaze controlled two other baskets with her wind. Later, as they settled on the couch, Kaze flopped down next to Todoroki, who was engrossed in his new phone. He marveled at the features his old phone had lacked due to restrictions imposed by his father. Kaze opened a game called Doom on the Xbox, and when she noticed Todoroki's surprise, she reassured him that he could leave if he felt overwhelmed. Todoroki paused, expressing gratitude for the change of pace Kaze had brought into his life. He appreciated the distraction from his worries, and despite the light-hearted atmosphere, he was wrapped in a Pokemon blanket he had chosen at the store. Kaze, determined to support him, vowed to stand against his father's oppressive behavior, her focus still on the game. Kaze was surprised to see Shoto already on fire, and she couldn't help but tease him about it. The two had spent the week immersed in their favorite shows, finishing all of Harry Potter in what felt like no time at all. Shoto had even transformed his room, choosing a lavish loft bed that Kaze had applauded, though it meant their card was maxed out by the end of the week. Still, they had successfully completed the first phase of their revenge plan. Kaze had adopted Shoto into her life, and they had plenty of time to watch anime and movies together. She had requested the male uniform after realizing how short the skirt was, and it had finally arrived. As she prepared for the day, she threw her hair into a half bun and downed a mug of coffee, grimacing at its bitterness. Shoto emerged from his room, still wrapped in a Pokemon blanket, and greeted her with a yawn. Kaze reminded him that they had stayed up late finishing The Mandalorian, and Shoto expressed a wish for his father to be more like the character from the show. Kaze choked on her bacon at his unexpected comment, acknowledging her influence over him. When they arrived at school, Aizawa was taken aback to see Todoroki and Kaze walking in together, engaged in conversation. It was unusual for them to interact, as Kaze typically only glanced at him when bored during class. Aizawa noted that Todoroki, usually punctual, was now walking alongside Kaze, who had been convinced to join the school after hearing about the attractive students. Once everyone was seated, Aizawa contemplated the hero names his students would choose. He greeted the class, emerging from his sleeping bag, and Tsuyu remarked on his improved condition after treatment. Aizawa informed them they had an important class on hero informatics, and the atmosphere shifted as he announced they needed to pick hero identities. The class cheered, but Aizawa quickly silenced them with a glare, explaining that this was related to the pro-hero draft picks. He mentioned that their class was different, as first-year students were being considered for internships. Kaze, Boku, and Todoroki had received the most offers, while the others had far fewer. As the students expressed their frustrations, Momo attempted to engage Shoto, but he seemed to retreat into his shell, responding coldly. Kaze congratulated him on his offers, but Shoto mentioned he would probably intern with his father, avoiding Kaze's gaze. Kaze dismissed his suggestion, insisting he should aim higher. Midnight entered the classroom, and the students fell silent as they contemplated their hero names. Kaze had already written hers down and volunteered to present it. As she walked to the front, her classmates watched with anticipation. With a blank expression but pride in her voice, she declared her hero name, Rest in Peace Vine. Laughter erupted from Kaminari, Siro, and Mina, filling the room with energy. Kaze sounded shocked, her eyes wide and on the verge of tears. Mina gasped in response. Midnight dramatically clenched her fist, declaring that Kaze's codename was completely unprofessional. It was too long and wordy. She needed something that truly represented her personality. Kaze slouched, feeling the weight of disappointment as she returned to her seat. The tension in the room was palpable, and Kaminari looked genuinely offended, believing Kaze's codename was a perfect fit. As soon as Kaze sat down, Shoto offered his condolences. He expressed his regret that her codename was rejected, stating that he thought it was nice. Though his words were kind, his expression remained blank, as usual. Kaze sniffled, realizing how much it hurt to have her carefully planned codename dismissed. She turned to Shoto, still visibly sulking, and asked what name he would choose. Shoto replied that he wanted to be called by his first name, showing Kaze his board where he had written Shoto in beautiful handwriting. Kaze complimented his handwriting, noting it was as pretty as his face, and suggested they could come up with something better than just his first name. Just then, a frustrated grunt caught her attention. Kaze snapped her fingers, a spark of inspiration hitting her. She turned to Shoto with excitement, her hair whipping across her face, and exclaimed that she had the perfect name, the temperature hero, Icy Hot. Shoto tilted his head, confused, and asked how Bakugu's nickname for him related to this. Kaze insisted that it should be his hero name, claiming it fit perfectly and that Bakugu's reaction would be amusing. Shoto nodded, erasing his name and beginning to write down the name Kaze suggested. Midnight called for Shoto to present his name, and he announced, the temperature hero, Icy Hot, looking at Kaze for acknowledgement, much like a child seeking approval. Bakugu shouted in disbelief, standing up from his desk, while Midnight enthusiastically approved of the name. She then turned to Midoriya, asking if he had thought of a name. Midoriya rushed to the front, nervously sharing that he had chosen Deku as his hero name, having come to appreciate it in a new light. Kirishima and Kaminari joked about Bakugu's knack for naming, causing laughter to ripple through the classroom. Midnight leaned forward, checking the progress of the name selections and expressing surprise at how quickly it was going. Kaze sulked her way to the front, presenting her new name, the healing hero, Gen Z. Those who had spoken with her paused, then simultaneously declared it accurate. Aizawa had distributed packets containing the offers for the students before leaving with Midnight. Kaze, Shoto, and Bakugu each received a stack of offers. Kaze jumped up, excitedly holding her paper as if reenacting a famous scene from a movie. Shoto looked up from his stack, confused by her outburst. She revealed that she had received an offer from Gunhead, expressing her delight. Shoto congratulated her, and Kaze wondered if his more playful side emerged only when he was sleep-deprived. Uraraka called out from across the classroom, asking if Kaze would choose Gunhead as well. Kaze shouted back, confirming her choice, and Uraraka joined her, revealing her enthusiasm for the hero. Kaze had thought Gunhead looked cool and was skilled in self-defense, but she was surprised to see Uraraka fangirling over him. Kaze considered whether she should also choose Gunhead, glancing at Shoto, who felt a sense of comfort and safety around her. Shoto pondered the idea of interning with Hawks, the number 3 hero as Kaze suggested, pointing out the bold writing of Hawks Agency on the list. He circled it, noting the irony of it being above Endeavor's agency. As days passed, Kaze and Shoto spent their time watching series and movies together, with Shoto becoming attached to the characters. They moved on to anime, and since Attack on Titan was Kaze's first anime, she decided it should be Shoto's introduction as well. Shoto quickly became engrossed, even yelling at the TV in frustration during intense moments. They should have been asleep, especially with their internship starting the next day, but Shoto's new friend, Mr. Boop Noodle, who had taken a liking to him, kept them awake. Kaze, exhausted, whined for sleep, her voice muffled as she buried her face in a pillow. Shoto, with bloodshot eyes, was glued to the screen, insisting he needed to finish the episode. By 5 in the morning, Kaze had already fallen asleep, the sun beginning to rise. They had to leave for the train at 10, and Kaze realized she might have created a monster by introducing Shoto to the magic of animation. As the sunlight streamed in, Kaze stirred in her sleep, instinctively rolling away from the light. Kaze rolled off the couch, hitting her head hard enough to catch Shoto's attention from the TV, where a dramatic scene unfolded. Shoto, his eyes heavy with fatigue, asked if she was okay. Kaze rubbed the back of her head and, after a moment, activated her quirk. She scowled, glaring at everything around her. Her caffeine addiction had turned her into a grumpy morning person, and she blamed Shoto for it. Kaze struggled to gather her thoughts, her frustration evident. Shoto raised an eyebrow, asking if she meant the time. Kaze confirmed, rubbing her eyes and flopping back onto the couch. Shoto checked the clock and announced it was 9:28 a.m. They both froze in realization. Kaze scrambled to get ready for the day, with Shoto quickly following suit. She exclaimed that she only meant to watch one more episode. Neither Kaze nor Shoto could tell if their lives had improved or worsened since Shoto was adopted into the family. Kaze rushed across rooftops, panting as she called out to Uraraka, who comforted her by rubbing her back. Kaze had clearly overslept and nearly missed the train. Uraraka laughed nervously, leading Kaze onto the train, where she had already placed her luggage and hero suit. Kaze settled next to Uraraka and asked if she could take a nap. Uraraka enthusiastically encouraged her, not expecting Kaze to lean on her and start softly snoring almost immediately. As Uraraka studied Kaze's face, she noticed her friend's striking features up close. Kaze had thick eyelashes that stood out, a cute nose with a slight bump from an old injury, and even a beauty mark just below her ear. Uraraka blushed, realizing she had been staring for too long. Kaze was making her reconsider her feelings for her friends. Shoto had only made a couple of friends in his class, but now he found himself with a peculiar companion, a guy with a bird head on his way to the agency of Hawks, the number 3 hero. To break the ice, Shoto asked if he liked anime, recalling Kaze's advice to be more open. The bird-headed man lit up with excitement, confirming his interest. Shoto nodded, mentioning that he and a friend had started watching Attack on Titan. After that train ride, Shoto felt he could officially say he had 3 friends. A man with tangled black hair staggered down an alleyway, his katana scraping against the ground. A wounded hero attempted to crawl away, pleading for his life. The man pursuing him, however, was unmoved by his desperation. He declared that people like the hero corrupted society and needed to be eliminated. With a swift motion, he silenced the hero, leaving the scene behind as the man's body fell, a grim reminder of the consequences of corruption. Endeavor's voice boomed through the phone, demanding to know where his son was. Nizu assured him that Todoroki was safe, but Endeavor's frustration was palpable. He insisted that his son needed to surpass him, and training was essential. Nizu calmly inquired about Todoroki's recent struggles in class and training, noting his exhaustion. Endeavor's anger flared as he questioned his son's performance. Aizawa, listening in, felt his own frustration rise, recognizing the signs of a troubled home life. As Endeavor calmed down slightly, he acknowledged that becoming strong left little time for rest. Aizawa stormed out, grappling with his anger and concern for his student. He couldn't shake the feeling that he had overlooked the signs of Todoroki's difficult situation. It was so clear. Blood dripped down his fist as All Might exited the room, his smile replaced by a frown. Aizawa and All Might, despite their differences and conflicting opinions, shared a consensus: Endeavor should not be a hero nor a father. Mike emerged shortly after, and together the three were resolute in their mission to dismantle Endeavor. Not physically, no, that wouldn't be enough. They would start emotionally, taking everything and everyone of value from him. Then, they would strip him of his hero title, dragging his name through the mud before ensuring he faced justice. Nizu had already begun investigating the reasons behind Enji's behavior and why Todoroki appeared to be suffering. Yue had more than enough power to bring Endeavor down, and they were determined to use it. Kaze felt something touch her in a shaky motion. She swatted at it, snuggling deeper into the warmth surrounding her. It was large and somewhat squishy. Suddenly, something struck the back of her head, hard enough to rival Kaya's antics. Kaze rubbed the back of her head and sat up quickly, cursing under her breath. The sound of someone snorting helped her remember her surroundings. She looked up to see Uraraka, who questioned the necessity of the earlier blow. As Uraraka gathered her luggage, she informed Kaze that they needed to get to Gunhead's agency. Kaze, feeling a surge of confidence, mock saluted and grabbed her own luggage. The two quickly made their way off the train, with Kaze leading the way, as Uraraka commented on her poor sense of direction. Kaze took out her phone and asked for directions to Gunhead's agency, but her device misinterpreted her request. Uraraka burst into laughter, nearly choking on her amusement. Kaze, frustrated, attempted to correct her phone's error, muttering about her preference for a different brand. Just then, an older man approached, invading Uraraka's personal space. Kaze, having dealt with enough unwanted attention, firmly declined his offer for company. The man persisted, trying to charm them, but Kaze was quick to pull Uraraka away from him, making it clear that they were not interested. When the man called Uraraka a derogatory name, she flinched. Kaze stepped in, ready to defend her friend, but an elderly woman intervened, asking for help with her groceries. Kaze picked up 2 bags, nudging Uraraka to assist as well. Once they were out of sight, both girls sighed in relief. Kaze thanked the old woman, but Uraraka scolded her for being rude. They exchanged playful banter, laughing together until the old woman, distracted, walked into a wall. Meanwhile, Todoroki was filled with an unexplainable urge to confront someone as he made his way to Hawk's agency. The awkward conversation with Tokoyami had faded, leaving Todoroki with a nagging feeling about Kaze. He sensed that something was amiss, perhaps involving a bland, rude man harassing her. Maybe he should change course and head to where Kaze was. It wouldn't be difficult to find Gunhead's agency, right? Tokoyami cleared his throat, announcing their arrival at their destination. Todoroki looked up to see Hawk's new agency and nodded in acknowledgement. He needed to send a quick message before heading inside. He hesitated before texting both Kaze and Midoriya, but neither responded immediately. Turning off his phone, he entered the agency. Inside, Endeavor was in a rage, demanding to know the whereabouts of his son. One of the butlers reported that they could only track his phone near a convenience store. Frustrated, Endeavor threw everything off his desk in anger and stormed out, likely to vent his frustrations elsewhere. The maids and butlers sighed in relief, not because Endeavor was gone, but because the youngest son had found a safe place to stay. They already knew where he was, as his new guardians were not very discreet. Walter, the butler, took it upon himself to cover their tracks. Kaze wiped the sweat from her face with a towel as she watched Uraraka and Gunhead. Uraraka was in her hero costume, but Gunhead shook his head disapprovingly upon seeing Kaze's outfit. He commented on how impractical it was, suggesting it accentuated her figure rather than aiding her in battle. Kaze had felt the sting of his words, especially since she had received a note from Mr. Aizawa criticizing her costume for being too revealing and restrictive. To make matters worse, Uraraka let out a laugh that Kaze found infuriating. Gunhead had a private dojo and 3 male interns, and he instructed Kaze to design a new costume to show him during her break. Drawing was not Kaze's strong suit, and the caffeine from her daily Mountain Dew consumption made her hands shake. Her phone vibrated, displaying an unknown caller ID. She answered, "Hello." "Kazehira," a familiar voice interrupted. It was Ida. "What do you want?" Kaze replied, leaning against the wall and leaving a trail of sweat behind her. "My brother. He recently got into an accident and is in critical condition. I was hoping you could help him," Ida said hesitantly. Kaze wasn't particularly fond of Ida. He often acted like a know-it-all. She hesitated, not wanting to help him. "What kind of accident?" "That's not important, can you just heal him?" Ida's irritation was palpable. "How can I help if I don't know how he got hurt?" Kaze rolled her eyes, standing up. "He got attacked by the hero killer, Stain," Ida said, frustration evident in his voice. Kaze paused, trying to recall who that was. "The cosplayer on TikTok?" "Cosplayer? TikTok?" Ida sounded confused. Kaze quickly searched for information on the hero killer. "Oh, that's rough. I can try, but I can't promise much. But I'm in a different town right now." "What do you expect me to do?" she added. "That's enough for me, thank you," Ida replied curtly before hanging up. Kaze scoffed at his rudeness and tossed her phone into her bag, only to hear a crack. "Ah, come on. How did you crack?" "You landed on soft clothes." She shook her phone in frustration. "Stupid Apple products," she grumbled, tossing her now damaged phone back into her bag. Meanwhile, Hawks was preparing for a mission. "Todoroki. Tokoyami. Do you know where we're flying?" he asked with a grin while applying eyeliner in front of a mirror. "Flying? Where?" Todoroki and Tokoyami asked simultaneously. "We're heading to Hosu to help patrol. There have been recent attacks by Stain," Hawks explained. "The cosplayer?" Todoroki asked, clearly confused. Hawks raised an eyebrow, prompting Todoroki to pull out his phone and search for information. After a moment, Todoroki nodded, understanding the situation. Hawks straightened up. "All right, who wants a piggyback ride, and who wants to be held?" Todoroki eagerly raised his hand, recalling how much he enjoyed Kaze giving him a piggyback ride. If Tokoyami had a visible eyebrow, it would have been raised in surprise. This wasn't supposed to happen. Kaze's body trembled as she stared at Uraraka's unconscious form. Was she merely unconscious, or was she gone? Kaze hesitated to find out, as everything had unfolded so quickly. One moment, they were gearing up for patrol, and the next, the roof collapsed. Fire began to spread, and just as a beam was about to crush Kaze, Uraraka had pushed her out of the way. Now, Kaze knelt a few feet away from her friend, who lay motionless. "Uraraka?" she called softly, crawling closer. "Hey, come on, get up. We need to regroup with Gunhead." Kaze felt a rush of panic as she tried to process the situation. She finally snapped out of her shock and grabbed Uraraka's least injured hand, the one that had pushed her. There was a pulse, and Kaze couldn't help but sob, overwhelmed with relief and fear. She quickly wiped her tears away and focused on the wooden object embedded in Uraraka's stomach. It was not large, but it was serious, and Uraraka's other arm was trapped beneath debris. Taking a deep breath, Kaze reassured herself that heroes faced challenges like this all the time. She prepared to pull out the wood and heal Uraraka, but she hesitated, her mind racing with questions. Where was Uraraka? Why was Aizawa on the floor, injured and bloodied? Why was he looking at her with such concern? Uraraka coughed violently, blood trickling down her chin as she opened her eyes partially. Kaze urged her to stay still, promising that she could heal her. Uraraka encouraged her to calm down, reminding her that it was her quirk. Kaze nodded, her gaze fixed on the wound. The sight of so much blood made her heart race with fear. She felt overwhelmed, unsure if she could handle the situation. Kaze shouted for help, but all she could see was fire and debris. Tears filled her eyes again as she prepared to remove the wood. The blood stained her hands as she gripped it tightly. She counted down, and with a sudden yank, she pulled the wood out, Uraraka cringing in pain as blood flowed more freely. Kaze's hands glowed as she began to heal Uraraka, focusing on the organs first. She wished she had studied more for this moment. She worked quickly, trying to keep Uraraka stable, but the blood continued to flow. Kaze felt dizzy and disoriented, struggling to concentrate as someone called her name from a distance. Suddenly, a familiar face appeared before her, the blurry image of Hawks, the number 3 hero. Kaze rubbed her eyes, trying to clear her vision. Next to her, Uraraka was still breathing, but Gunhead was crushed under rubble nearby. Before she could process the scene, Shoto stepped in front of her, shaking her gently to regain her focus. Kaze's panic escalated as she asked about Gunhead's condition. Shoto remained silent, urging her to leave. He was trying to push aside the grim reality of Gunhead's fate, remembering the hero's last words. Kaze was spiraling into a panic attack, and neither Shoto nor Hawks knew how to help her. Shoto reassured her that they needed to get help for Gunhead. He pulled her up, noticing her shaking and pale face. Hawks moved to block her view of Gunhead, emphasizing the urgency of their escape. He lifted Kaze with one arm and Uraraka with the other, flying through the air despite the awkwardness of the situation. Hawks landed near an ambulance, slightly disappointed that he couldn't perform a dramatic superhero landing due to the circumstances. He instructed them to stay put while he went to assist with survivors and the villains. Shoto was left to help Kaze, who seemed lost in a daze. He gently shook her, trying to bring her back to reality. When that didn't work, he slapped her face lightly, but she remained unresponsive. An idea struck him, and he took a deep breath, adopting a high-pitched voice to get her attention. "Wait a minute. Who are you?" Finally, Kaze turned her focus to him, and Shoto felt a glimmer of hope that he could help her snap out of it. Everybody said, "Colorado." Shoto didn't quite capture the enthusiasm, but at least Kaze seemed somewhat aware of her surroundings. Waiting for her to respond, Kaze took a deep, shaky breath and declared herself a giraffe. Kaze sniffled, rubbing her eye as she asked Shoto if Gunhead was really okay. Shoto assumed Kaze had caught a glimpse of Gunhead's condition while they flew away. Ignoring her question, Shoto pulled her up and insisted they needed to help people get to safety. He asked if she could still use her quick ability or if she was completely burnt out. Kaze replied that she should be good for a little while, but she wouldn't be much help in a fight if she was busy healing. She rubbed her arms, which were covered in dirt, nervously glancing around at the chaos unfolding around them. A man ran down the street, completely naked, shouting that if he was going to die, he would do so in the end. Kaze couldn't help but notice that the man was a dwarf, and not just in terms of height. Shoto decided to leave Kaze with the nurses to assist them, but was interrupted when both of their phones vibrated. Shoto should have turned off his phone in the situation, but he noticed a text message from Midoriya. Curious, Kaze pulled out her cracked phone and saw that Midoriya had sent a location. Trying to lighten the mood, Kaze took a shaky breath and suggested that maybe Midoriya was trying to send a message to someone else. Shoto didn't want to make her feel worse, so he forced a small, crooked smile and urged her to hurry and go with the nurses. Kaze grabbed the hem of his shirt, insisting she would come with him. Despite his protests, she was determined to stay by his side. As Midoriya pondered whether anyone could ever be truly ready for anything, Kaze landed heroically on Stain's back. Midoriya and Ida were temporarily paralyzed on the ground when Kaze and Shoto unexpectedly joined the scene. Shoto slid down the building's wall next to them, completely ignoring Ida, and asked Midoriya if he was okay. Midoriya, in a frantic state, questioned why Shoto and Kaze were there. Kaze looked at him incredulously, asking who had sent out their location. On their way there, Kaze and Shoto had shared a therapeutic heart-to-heart. Stain stood up, forcing Kaze to stumble back, and remarked that more little pretend heroes had shown up. He threatened to show them their place. Kaze gasped and pointed at him, while Shoto looked on with wide eyes. In unison, they exclaimed that he was that one TikToker. Stain, confused, questioned what TikTok was, bewildered by the youth's modern references. Shoto, still pointing at Stain, wore a confused expression, unsure whether to ask for an autograph or prepare to fight for his life. He asked if Stain was the famous TikToker who raided heroes. Midoriya and Ida were lost after the first sentence. Stain whispered to himself in disbelief, feeling the atmosphere shift with Kaze's unexpected presence. Kaze rummaged through her bags, excitedly asking Stain for a signature. However, Stain's demeanor changed as he locked eyes with her, extinguishing the light-hearted mood. A shiver of fear ran down Kaze's spine when Stain swung his blade toward her face, but Shoto pulled her back just in time. Stain confronted them, questioning if they thought he was a joke. As he advanced slowly, Shoto prepared his ice, ready for a confrontation. Kaze couldn't help but notice Stain's glowing red eyes, illuminating his face in the dark alleyway. In that moment, she realized he was not the wine Stain she had expected. Stain declared that his business wasn't with the children, but with the unconscious hero nearby. Midoriya, gathering his strength, shouted that Stain wouldn't touch anyone. As he rushed past Kaze, she felt a jolt of energy, as if she had been shocked. Shoto supported Midoriya as they strategically approached Stain, while Kaze found herself distracted by soot in her mouth instead of helping her friends face a dangerous villain. Ida, lying helplessly on the ground, shouted that the fight was with him. Kaze approached him, crouching down and staring at him condescendingly. Ida looked back at her, and she couldn't tell if he felt surprise or anger. Kaze had never been a fan of Ida anyway. She mocked him, questioning if he thought she wouldn't connect the dots about his brother's condition, urging him to toughen up and not end up like his brother. Revenge lingered in the air as Ida gasped, surprised by Kaze's knowledge of the situation. Kaze, who had been so tame and civil for so long, had revealed her true nature. Ida had almost forgotten how she could be, especially since she had made friends and had no reason to be hostile. Still, it seemed she had never liked him much to begin with. Ida averted his eyes, deciding it was best to let his friends handle the situation he felt powerless to change. A strange warmth spread through his back and body, surprising him as he realized he felt no pain at all. Kaze warned him to stay still, threatening to inflict a similar injury on him if he moved. It was clear that Ida would remain perfectly still. Kaze was genuinely surprised at how far this poorly planned situation had escalated. She wondered why people still followed along, not that she was ungrateful. In the midst of the chaos, Stain continued to attack, slicing through Shoto's ice attacks with ease. Midoriya and Shoto were engaged with Stain, while Kaze felt like a liability in close combat. She had exhausted most of her energy on Uraraka, and now any strength she had regained was wasted on Ida. Kaze, trying to motivate Ida, encouraged him to get moving. She had healed him enough to ensure he wouldn't be crippled. Ida gritted his teeth, unable to yell at Kaze for her actions, but he vowed to get her back later. As she glanced around to ensure Stain wasn't too close, Kaze grabbed the ankle of an injured hero she didn't recognize. He was probably not very popular. Surprisingly, she struggled to drag him, realizing either he was much heavier than he appeared, or she was more fatigued than she thought. Kaze made a comment about the hero needing to get on a diet, not meaning it seriously but using it as a distraction from the dire situation they were in. Just then, Stain launched himself at them, prompting Shoto to shout Kaze's name as he fought to defend himself. Midoriya, quick on his feet, jumped into action, kicking Stain just as he was about to reach Kaze. The force of the kick sent Stain flying upward, creating a small crater upon impact. Kaze felt a sense of pride, knowing her healing had enabled Ida to move. Kaze, feeling lightheaded, asked Midoriya to hold her for a moment. He panicked, unsure of how to help, and instructed Shoto to tie up Stain while he assisted Kaze and the injured hero. Midoriya supported Kaze, who groaned in discomfort. As Kaze struggled, she suddenly felt nauseous and ended up being sick, unfortunately on Midoriya. He froze in disgust but quickly composed himself, insisting they needed to get her somewhere safe. Kaze continued to feel unwell, and Midoriya, trying to remain brave, suggested they move quickly. He noticed the mess on his costume, feeling embarrassed about the situation. Meanwhile, Shoto tied up Stain, recalling that Kaze had taught him the importance of such skills. Ida cleaned his glasses, trying to maintain some semblance of normalcy amidst the chaos. The group was clearly not okay. The injured hero was confused, buildings were on fire, and the sounds of chaos echoed around them. Midoriya swallowed hard, knowing they needed to find help quickly. As they exited the alleyway, an old man unexpectedly confronted Midoriya, scolding him for being where he shouldn't. In the scuffle, Midoriya was knocked back, taking Kaze with him. He managed to catch her but felt the impact. Apologizing to the old man, Midoriya felt dejected, especially as the smell of vomit lingered. He handed Kaze off to Shoto, who was now responsible for her. Just then, a group of pro-heroes rushed in, assessing the situation. However, before they could react, a flying Nomu swooped in and grabbed Midoriya and Kaze, leaving everyone stunned. Only the hero killer seemed prepared for the sudden turn of events. Kaze had been involuntarily dragged along with Midoriya when the Nomu swooped in and picked him up. Kaze wholeheartedly blamed Midoriya for not letting go of her. Now, Midoriya was barely holding Kaze up with one arm, suspended 60 feet in the air, while his other arm and torso were being crushed. It was quite the experience, really. The most memorable part was when Kaze unexpectedly lost her lunch, splattering it onto an innocent officer mid-flight. The poor man would likely need some counseling after that. Midoriya shouted for Kaze to stay awake while shaking her, but she merely grunted in response before promptly passing out. Due to his concern for Kaze, Midoriya didn't notice Stain nearly flying toward the Nomu until they were already falling. He shouted that Kaze would be paying for his medical bills and then shielded her with his body as they descended, slamming painfully into the Nomu, a creature that looked like it was built like a brick wall. Thankfully, the Nomu absorbed most of the impact, and Midoriya didn't even break a bone. At some point during their aerial adventure, Endeavor had shown up, which was not exactly welcome. Midoriya couldn't help but wonder if this was a slide of bad luck or a fortunate turn of events. He would leave the statistics to Todoroki while they faced the police's inquiries. Midoriya felt relieved that there was some form of adult supervision, even if that adult was far from ideal. The area fell silent, interrupted only by the distant screams of civilians and the wailing of sirens. Stain was rambling about something, possibly All Might, but Midoriya couldn't quite make it out. Everything was becoming blurry, and it felt as if he were underwater. This was not good. Stain was blocking them from the other heroes, and Kaze was unconscious. Midoriya was literally Kaze's only line of defense against Stain, the infamous hero killer. Suddenly, Stain was slammed into a brick wall with such force that he would have surely been injured if he had a nose. Kaze, regaining some consciousness, cursed at Stain, who had passed out from the impact. Midoriya stared in disbelief as Kaze fainted back against his chest. Did she just touch his abs before passing out? It was possible, and her last thought might have been about how strong he was. Midoriya kept quiet, beginning to taste the remnants of vomit in the air, feeling queasy from the whole ordeal. One of the heroes managed to squeak out a stunned remark before fainting, leaving Midoriya to wonder if it was from horror, astonishment, or perhaps amazement. Todoroki quickly arrived at Midoriya's side, checking on Kaze, who was lying next to him. Midoriya noted how Todoroki had changed, likely due to spending so much time with Kaze. He mentally noted her as a potential weakness for Todoroki, alongside his newfound obsession with Snickers. Todoroki insisted on taking Kaze off Midoriya's hands, but Midoriya countered that he should focus on Ida, who was also injured. The two boys found themselves in a light-hearted argument over who should carry Kaze. Midoriya pointed out that his quirk was strength enhancement, but Todoroki was adamant that he should handle Kaze. In the midst of their banter, an ambulance arrived, racing toward them. Ida briefly wondered if this was how he would meet his end, swearing he heard a distant of approval from a mythical truck. Endeavor watched with satisfaction, having found his son and noticing his apparent infatuation with the healer girl who had won the sports festival. She seemed like an ideal match for Shoto Strong, yet her family background was not powerful enough to oppose him. In fact, she had no family to speak of, making her essentially available. As Endeavor fantasized about the potential strength of their future children, the kids in question had already been whisked away in an ambulance. That was fine. He had finally found Shoto, and all he needed to do was take him home and properly discipline him. It seemed his son had become rather cocky and strayed from the path he had set for him, and Endeavor was determined to correct that. The next time Kaze woke up, it was to a blindingly bright white ceiling. It was an unusual way to wake up, and she couldn't help but wonder if she had died and been reincarnated into a different world. She tried to sit up but ended up falling out of the surprisingly comfortable bed. Where was she? It was too bright to be hell, or maybe that was just the trick they played on you. Suddenly, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Someone exclaimed that she was awake. Looking up from the ground, Kaze saw the rising hero who had captured the hearts of many. He was a makeup icon and had a reputation for turning straight men gay and gay women straight. It was Hawks. Kaze groaned loudly, feeling the weight of existence pressing down on her. Hawks smiled slyly and mentioned that Todoroki and her other friends had been asking about her nonstop. He leaned in, whispering that the police were quite upset. If Kaze had been any less in tune with her feelings, that might have made her heart skip a beat. But with her friend Mina still alive, she felt a sense of relief. Hawks stood straight again, and Kaze remained on the floor, unsure of how to break the awkward silence. She considered asking for his autograph to auction it off later, but Hawks seemed to enjoy the moment, smirking at her. Kaze decided to wrap herself in the thin blanket like it was a cozy morning, contemplating what day it was. Time felt irrelevant at that moment. Hawks called out to someone, announcing that Kaze's girlfriend was awake. Moments later, she was tackled to the ground. Uraraka, her friend, blubbered into Kaze's blanket-wrapped body, drawing out her name as Kaze stared at the bright lights above. Kaze tried to wiggle free, but Uraraka had her in a tight embrace, much like how Midoriya had once been used as a makeshift barf bag. Hawks found amusement in the situation, watching as Uraraka expressed her joy through tears. Kaze felt a pang of concern for Midoriya and asked about their other friends. Uraraka rolled off Kaze, still sniffling, and Kaze couldn't help but notice her friend's distress. It was a lot to process, and Kaze felt out of her depth. As Uraraka cried, Kaze rubbed her back, trying to comfort her. Hawks left the room, perhaps feeling uncomfortable with the emotional scene. Kaze found herself wishing for some relief from the overwhelming emotions. She thought that since someone had died, it was socially acceptable to cry, but she wasn't sure how to handle the situation. Kaze suggested they move to the bed, feeling her own discomfort from the floor. She had grown up in an orphanage and thought she would be better at comforting someone, but it seemed that throwing candy at a child didn't translate to adult emotions. Midoriya entered the room, but upon seeing Uraraka crying, he slowly backed away, making eye contact with Kaze as if challenging her to do something. Kaze glared at him, silently vowing to find out where he lived and take his all-might merchandise. Midoriya paused, offering a shy grin before continuing to retreat. Uraraka pulled back from their hug, struggling to breathe through her clogged nose. She apologized, explaining how nice the person who had helped her was and how he had pushed her out of the way when the ceiling collapsed. Kaze wrapped the blanket around Uraraka's shoulders, awkwardly patting her back. She wished she could do more, but she knew Uraraka had a loving family. Meanwhile, in another hospital room, Todoroki sneezed violently, muttering to himself about his father. Ida looked up from his book, curious, but Todoroki simply shook his head, lost in his thoughts. Midoriya walked into their shared rooms, greeting everyone with a cheerful good morning and offering some muffins he had picked up from the cafeteria. Knowing Todoroki disliked bananas, he made sure to grab a blueberry muffin for him. Ida was not picky, and Midoriya figured Uraraka and Kaze would happily devour anything placed in front of them. Todoroki's eyes brightened at the sight of Midoriya. He asked if Kaze was awake. Midoriya replied that she was, but she had shooed him away to have a sentimental conversation with Uraraka. He thought it was a serene bonding moment. Todoroki nodded, accepting this explanation even if it seemed a bit far-fetched. Midoriya handed the other two their muffins and sat down to enjoy his own. He was plotting his revenge on Kaze, starting small and gradually building up. He admitted to himself that he was a pushover, a fact supported by a decade of bullying from Bakugo. However, he was determined not to let anyone use him as a doormat. The first stage of his revenge was to make people believe Kaze was a better person than she actually was. He was confident that his plan would come together perfectly, despite being hastily conceived during his walk to the cafeteria. Kaze, feeling a bit overwhelmed, addressed Uraraka, who was getting snot on her shirt. She mentioned that she wasn't wearing a bra and that it was becoming increasingly awkward. Uraraka apologized, wiping her tears and snot away on her sleeves. Kaze reassured her that it was fine and playfully suggested that moving in with her might solve Uraraka's emotional dilemma. Uraraka sniffled in response, clearly flustered. Kaze, noticing Uraraka's adorable reaction, firmly told her to stop being cute and pretty, as her focus was on Mina at the moment. Uraraka blushed and buried her head in her hands, overwhelmed by Kaze's words. Just then, Hawks leaned against the doorway, interrupting the moment. He informed Kaze that the police and heroes wanted to speak with her, while assuring Uraraka that she was mostly fine. Kaze scrunched her face, expressing her reluctance to talk to them. Hawks, with a sarcastic tone, reminded her that he often felt the same way but still managed to comply. Kaze attempted to argue but ended up nodding in agreement with Hawks' point. He playfully flipped his hair, claiming that he always made good points. Their banter was cut short when a nurse entered the room, looking exhausted. Kaze raised her hand like a child, introducing herself. She jokingly asked the nurse if she had kids, noting that she looked like a mom. Uraraka quickly intervened, nervously clarifying that the nurse looked like she would be a great mom, trying to avoid any awkwardness. The nurse raised an eyebrow at their exchange, while Hawks struggled to suppress his laughter. After thanking Kaze for the compliment, she handed her some clothes and informed her that the police and heroes wanted to speak with her and the other kids. Kaze accepted her clothes, complimenting the nurse once more before she left the room in a better mood. Hawks instructed her to change before he escorted her to face the authorities. Kaze rolled her eyes but complied, heading to the bathroom. Once changed, Kaze faced Chief Kenji Tsuragami, who reprimanded the group for their recklessness. He expressed gratitude that Kaze had been there to heal the worst injuries. Kaze found his manner of speaking amusing, feeling a mix of admiration and humor at the situation. Surprisingly, instead of harsh lectures, Kaze received more compliments than scolding, which she found flattering. Meanwhile, Uraraka had been taken aside by the nurse to eat, and Kaze felt a twinge of jealousy, hoping Uraraka wasn't getting too close to the nurse. She couldn't help but think about how envious she would be if Uraraka got to bond with someone like that before she did, especially with Mina still in the picture. "Why did the chief of police come all the way here for us?" Todoroki asked, his tone unexpectedly sharp. "This brings up another reason for our visit. Stain has sustained serious injuries, multiple broken bones, and severe burns. He is currently in the hospital under strict guard," Tsuragami explained, turning to Kazehira. "We know he endangered your life, and you may refuse, but we would like to request that Miss Kazehira attempt to heal Stain." All eyes turned to Kaze. At that moment, she felt a sneeze coming on, and it was so forceful that she tripped and landed on her backside. Leave it to Kaze to disrupt a serious moment. Todoroki was by her side in an instant, concerned for her well-being. "Are you okay, Kaze?" he asked. "Oh, yeah, sorry," Kaze replied, taking Todoroki's hand to help herself up. The police chief continued to watch her, waiting for a response. Kaze returned his gaze, equally uncertain. She stepped forward and leaned in to whisper something into Tsuragami's ear. "Can you remove something from my permanent record?" Her voice lowered, and no one could hear the rest as she quietly confided in the chief. His eyes widened after she finished speaking, and after a brief pause, she whispered something else. He glanced at Todoroki while she spoke and then nodded. He straightened up. "I'll see what I can do about the first request, and for the second, we will need to discuss it further at a later date with the person involved." He offered what they assumed was a smile. Kaze grinned and gave a thumbs up. "All right then. I'm ready to heal him whenever." Midoriya blinked, a look of realization crossing his face as he glanced at Todoroki and the police chief. After Tsuragami finished, Midoriya and Ida's hero guardians entered to deliver a thorough lecture to the two. Hawks remained relaxed, even giving Todoroki a thumbs up. Hawks, Tsuragami, and a doctor led Kaze away. She wasn't entirely sure where they were going, but she figured asking would spoil the fun. "We are taking you to Stain. He is severely injured and currently in a medically induced coma. If you can't heal him, we understand, but we would be grateful if you could," Tsuragami explained. Kaze cracked her knuckles and neck, feeling a satisfying pop in her back. Everyone else cringed at the sound. Got it? I'll need several cans of highly carbonated soda and someone to stand behind me in case I faint, Kaze said. Tsuragami took her seriously enough to send someone to fetch the items. Hawks was assigned the important role of supporting her. Surprisingly, no one questioned why he was there alongside the number 2 hero and his child, especially since he was supposed to be in a different town. A nervous nurse trailed behind them, carrying various sodas and a couple of candy bars, creating a comical scene as they moved through the empty hallway. Police officers guarded the room where Stain was likely located, the only occupied room in the corridor. Kaze dramatically flipped her hair as she approached. Out of my way, everyone. I'm here to heal Mr. Stain. She turned to Tsuragami. Can I be compensated with a get-out-of-jail-free card? For real life? Tsuragami paused, considering it before shaking his head. No, I don't think we can do that. Kaze snapped her fingers and walked past the confused guards who were just trying to do their jobs. Stain was in rough shape. The heart monitor beeped slowly, and burns and bandages covered most of his body. Kaze's quirk activated instinctively, which was unusual. As she approached his bed, she realized he looked much worse up close. Her glowing hands hovered over his face, and those in the room flinched at the sound of bones gently shifting back into place. His face, where Midoriya had struck him, had shattered bones and teeth, which Kaze needed to mend, even though it required more energy. Next, she focused on his ribs, carefully realigning them without fully healing them, knowing they would mend over time. She needed to conserve her energy for the other injuries. Healing bones was always the most taxing, and it was a miracle she could still stand after healing Midoriya so many times. Wow, you are really messed up, Kaze muttered to herself, loud enough for everyone to hear, and they silently agreed. Mountain Dew, stat. Hawks was there in an instant, already unscrewing the cap. Kaze didn't even look as she moved on to the third-degree burns, her other hand grabbing the soda and taking a big swig. After several cans of soda and candy bars, Stain was mostly healed, and Kaze had long since fainted. Thankfully, Hawks had done his job well and avoided any unfortunate incidents. Holy crap, to think such a strong healing quirk existed? Hawks marveled, genuinely impressed. Tsuragami nodded. Truly amazing indeed. She will be an incredible hero. Hawks looked like he wanted to say something along the lines of, not with that attitude, but he wisely kept his thoughts to himself. By the way, Tsuragami cleared his throat. Her teacher from Aizawa Shoda will be here soon. He was not pleased about the situation. Hawks felt a nervous sweat trickle down his brow. He had only met the man a couple of times, but he seemed quite laid back. If he was not happy with the situation, how concerned should Hawks really be? It seemed like the smartest choice would be to fly away at this point. Just as he was preparing to make his escape, the door to the room slid open. Aizawa stood there, his eyes glowing and hair floating, radiating anger. They needed to talk. Hawks did not squeak, though he felt the urge to. You flew not one but two of my students across cities, Aizawa stated, his voice calm yet laced with intensity. His glowing eyes and hovering hair made it clear he was far from pleased. Hawks nodded silently from his place on the floor, knees tucked under him and back straight, his lips pressed together in fear. At that moment, he didn't feel much like Japan's number 3 hero. Without my permission, Aizawa continued, and Hawks nodded again. Into a Nomu-infested area, Aizawa added, and Hawks realized that Eraserhead couldn't nullify mutation quirks like his own, as they were part of his body. Still, his wings felt too weak to carry him away from this situation. You had my student heal an avid hero murderer without UA's XPLCT permission. Aizawa's expression turned fierce. He sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. I am too tired for this. I don't get paid enough. Hawks felt the sweat on his back increase. Where are all my students and what are their statuses? I want their room numbers as well as a list of all their injuries. Aizawa glowered, his hair finally drooping and his eyes returning to their normal color. He muttered something about making phone calls to the children's parents, or at least to those who had parents. Hawks, eager to regain Aizawa's favor, stood up quickly, forcing a charming grin. He offered to lead Aizawa to the children. Right this way. Kazehira, he hesitated slightly at the student's name, is resting after. Well, you know. Aizawa managed to spare him a glare before sighing at the thought of dealing with Kazehira, let alone Midoriya. Hawks thought it was endearing how his new student Shoto looked up to her. They were so cute together, they could have been siblings. Meanwhile, in another location, Kurogiri confirmed that the preparations were ready. Yes, sir. The master will be very pleased once we succeed. Good. This chapter was brief, but it had lingered in the drafts for months. The events of the story and the anime had become a blur. Hawks was transitioning to a new platform for his writing, but he hoped to keep his readers engaged. He appreciated their support and was open to questions about how the story was supposed to unfold. After the incident with the Nomu and the hero killer in Hosu, all the students returned safely to their homes, far from the chaos. Kazehira and Todoroki made a swift escape with the help of the number 3 hero, Hawks, albeit leaving a trail of 4.5 dumpsters ablaze and acquiring an excessive amount of dish soap. Meanwhile, Uraraka, Tokoyami, and Ida were given a ride back by a weary Aizawa, while Midoriya's mother intended to pick him up herself. To pass the time, Midoriya decided to help out around Hosu. He assisted in moving heavy rubble and picking up trash, and a kind middle-aged lady rewarded him with lunch for his efforts. He took in the sights, or what remained of them, as he checked the time on his phone, which read 3:17 p.m. He found it odd that his mother, known for her punctuality, had not yet arrived. Midoriya dialed her number, only to be met with her voicemail. Frowning, he sent her a quick text and set his phone down as one of the construction workers called him over. Initially, he brushed off his worries, thinking his mother was simply caught in traffic amidst the bustling crowd leaving and entering Hosu. However, as the hours passed and night approached, his anxiety grew. The last train home departed at 9, and he felt increasingly uneasy. One of the older workers, Boten, noticed Midoriya's distress and sat beside him, asking what was wrong. Midoriya explained his predicament about missing the last train and not having any money. Boten, in a jovial manner, reassured him that it was no problem. He handed Midoriya some cash, encouraging him to buy snacks for the journey and a souvenir for his mother to soften the impending lecture. Midoriya felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, nearly moved to tears. With a renewed spirit, he purchased a candy and a small gift for his mother, deciding to save the rest of the money for her. As he approached his apartment, he counted the doors, his heart lifting when he spotted his own. However, his joy faded when he noticed the door was ajar. His heart raced as he realized something was wrong. His mother never left the door unlocked. He called out for her, but the silence that greeted him was unsettling. Fumbling for the light switch, he was momentarily blinded by the fluorescent lights. The apartment was empty, and a sense of dread filled the air. As he moved cautiously into the living room, a phone buzzed, echoing ominously in the stillness. Midoriya's breath caught in his throat as he approached the couch, where he found his mother lying on the floor. Panic surged through him as he rushed to her side, his heart pounding in his chest. He knelt beside her, his hands trembling as he cradled her. The reality of the situation began to sink in, and he felt a wave of denial wash over him. He rocked back and forth, desperately wishing for her to respond, to open her eyes and tell him everything would be all right. Time seemed to stretch as he held her, lost in a whirlwind of emotions. Eventually, he set her down gently, closing her eyes with trembling hands. The weight of the moment settled heavily on him, and he reached for his phone, brushing away the remnants of his tears. He scrolled through his contacts until he found Mr. Aizawa's number and pressed call. The phone rang, each tone amplifying his anxiety. When Mr. Aizawa answered, Midoriya's voice trembled as he spoke about his mother. The gravity of his words hung in the air, making everything feel painfully real. Mr. Aizawa's voice turned serious as he instructed Midoriya to stay on the line, promising he was on his way. As Midoriya sobbed, he felt a flicker of hope amidst the despair, knowing help was coming. Aizawa rushed into the apartment, pausing only when he reached the living room. There, on the floor, Midoriya sat beside his mother. Tears streamed down his face as he gently ran his fingers through her hair, which was tangled and matted. It was a heartbreaking sight. Aizawa knelt down, opening his arms for Midoriya, who remained still. The boy's voice trembled as he spoke about how his mother had been late and how the door had been left open. Gently, Aizawa tugged Midoriya forward, guiding him away from his mother. Midoriya leaned into Aizawa's chest, almost collapsing into the embrace. Aizawa wrapped his arms around him, rubbing soothing circles on his back and running his fingers through his hair, softly shushing Midoriya's quiet mumbling and faint sobs. It was a moment of comfort amidst the turmoil, as Aizawa reassured him that everything would be all right. For the 50-meter dash, Kaze faced off against a guy with spiky red hair. He was quite impressive. As the signal to start rang out, Kaze harnessed her wind quirk to propel herself forward, while her opponent struggled to keep up. Kaze clocked in at 4.55 seconds, while the redhead finished at 7.08 seconds. When it came to grip strength, Kaze realized her quirks wouldn't help her, so she relied on her actual muscles. She managed to lift 34 pounds, staring blankly at the result. She regretted not playing more video games, as her finger muscles could have been stronger. Kaze regularly used her quirk to lift herself onto rooftops, so the standing long jump was no challenge for her. She soared through the air effortlessly, landing without a hitch. The repeated side steps were mentally taxing, but her score was average. Kaze was relieved she wore a sports bra, knowing the struggle of not having proper support during physical activities. In the next event, Kaze faced Boku in a sparring match. After a quick exchange, she felt the impact of his punch and briefly panicked, worried she might have lost a tooth after spending 2 years with braces. Both students charged at each other, engaging in a fierce fistfight without activating their quirks. Boku's punches were powerful, and while many missed, those that connected hurt significantly. He aimed a punch at Kaze's abdomen, and just as it was about to land, he triggered an explosion. The force sent her skidding across the ground. Boku approached, expecting her to get up, but Kaze remained on the ground. As he turned her over, he found himself suddenly pinned to the ground by a gust of wind. Kaze met his gaze, and he felt a chill run down his spine. One of her hands healed the burns on her stomach, her eyes glowing a fluorescent yellow, making her appear even more formidable. Boku attempted to rise using his explosions, but only succeeded in creating craters in the ground, which only frustrated Kaze further. Suddenly, he was propelled away, barely managing to stop himself from sliding with his explosions. Kaze's victory was announced, leaving Boku in disbelief as the crowd erupted in cheers. Kaze flashed a peace sign, stuck her tongue out, and exited the arena, leaving Boku fuming in confusion. After the match, Kaze made her way to Recovery Girl's office, where she collapsed onto one of the beds. She was an independent woman, but perhaps she had developed a crush on Mina, her flamboyant friend. Boku's anger escalated, prompting the intervention of Eraserhead to calm him down, while Kirishima held him back to prevent any further chaos. Kaze's friends wondered where she had gone, eager to congratulate her and tease her about the match. Meanwhile, the heroes were left in shock, classmates questioned the outcome, and Aizawa finally got the nap he had been longing for. Everyone was caught up in the aftermath of the event.